Yeah! Let your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday Super Stream with everyone's favorite plumber from another universe, Adam.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Going off the Luigi joke. A game that I've played Luigi many times.
You played
obviously.
Luigi many times? The game Luigi?
Oh.
Well, no.
You played Luigi's Mansion or something?
In Donkey Kong. Like Luigi's the character in Donkey Kong, right? Like
Wait,
the
that's
original.
Not true. What are you talking? Mario's in Donkey Kong. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's not
He's
Luigi?
player 2. Luigi's player 2.
In Donkey Kong?
Well, actually,
okay.
in Donkey Kong, he's called Jumpman.
Oh.
Well, Jumpman isn't the same like sprite as Mario? Yeah, it's the same sprite.
Yeah,
it's definitely
the same sprite,
Mario.
yeah.
100%
Yeah.
Mario.
I guess the Adam joke was for Mario anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
We were talking about Mario before, chat, obviously,
Yes.
right?
There's a big controversy over whether or not it's woke. Don't you wish we had a definition for woke and then we could just all know whether or not it was woke?
I know.
Wouldn't that be something useful to have?
It would be. It would be.
Yeah. While I was, I was covered in a mountain of prison notebooks for about 3 weeks.
Mhm.
I missed that news cycle of what is wokeism. Everyone was trying to define it. Everyone was jumping all over themselves.
You missed out because it was actually a lot of fun. I mean, it's still going on to this day.
That's true.
When's
maybe I'll quickly record something for it then, because I give a pretty good definition. I think I know what wokeism is. I mean, I didn't ever use the word woke in the Antonio Gramsci video, but I think it connects nicely to that conversation.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, we're joined today by Short Fat Otaku Chan.
Right.
So I saw somebody drew my gender swap.
Sammy G
version,
did,
eh?
yeah.
Sammy G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our resident artist of the show.
Apparently, this is based off of some VTube model you created for yourself, or someone created for you at some point. Okay.
So for an April Fool's last year, I transitioned and became a VTuber.
Ah, I see.
And I had my girlfriend do the voice, and I released some VTube content of Short Flat Otaku.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Well, anyway, today we're going to be talking about part 2 of our conversation that was loved and hated, because everyone loves and hates devs so much. Talking about Curtis Yarvin's letter to open-minded progressives, part 2.
Part 2.
It's an open
before we
letter
jump into
too,
that,
right? It's an open letter to open-minded progressives. It's like a double open.
Yep. That's how it is. Before we get to it, though, there's a few things I should probably say real quick. Firstly, I dug out my definition because I want to stake my flag in the sand here.
Okay.
So I put on Twitter, wokeism is the ethics and processes of socialism expanded beyond class struggle to include race struggle, gender struggle, sexual struggle, and any other near infinite number of marginalized groups as defined by intersectionality.
I'll accept that. Yeah.
That's a good definition.
I think it works.
I agree with that completely. Yeah.
I think that works with both our definition and the definition many people on the right are using. Is Lindsey Graham on the right? I mean, I don't know.
Lindsey Graham's so far on the right. Like this whole Lindsey Graham's not a right winger. It's just ridiculous.
Well, Lindsey Graham, or not Lindsey Graham. Lindsey. Did I see Lindsey Graham?
You did. I don't know why.
James Lindsay.
That's like, did he have a definition of woke?
James Lindsay.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
Lindsay,
not
isn't Lindsay like a politician?
Is James Lindsay on the right? No, he's not on the right. Okay.
He's like he's a centrist.
Why do I?
He's been attacking
them?
the conservatives pretty basely on Twitter recently. So.
Oh, okay. I don't follow him, so.
So what's really funny is like the leftists that I follow think that James Lindsay is like far right, like hardcore.
Yeah, I know. And all the people on the right think James Lindsay's like, just basically they're a useful idiot.
Yeah.
Well, I should be more clear. When I say he's not attacking like Republicans, he's attacking like the anti-democratic conservatives, like the conservatives that want to replace democracy with, something else, whether it be some form of like theocracy or neoreactionaries or something, to that. The people that are speaking out against the concept of liberalism is what James is attacking. Yeah.
Yes.
Supposedly he's talked to Curtis Yarvin before. I heard him on a podcast talking about how him and Curtis Yarvin would talk privately from time to time, and how he was basically trying to talk Curtis Yarvin out of the neo-reactionary stuff. How you know,
It's like
obviously
this is his entire like what he's known for. How can you talk him out of it?
Yeah, I guess if that's like the thing that you're most famous for, whether or not it's right or wrong, you're gonna
well,
hold
what
on
if
to
you're
it,
wrong? I mean, what about
Talk him out of
truth?
it. I mean, come on.
What about truth? I thought we were team truth here.
We are, but I'm just saying, yeah.
There's a saying, and it's be careful what you cleverly rationalize, because if you come up with a highly innovative, very original, very clever way to explain something that's wrong, you're not going to give it up.
Sad.
Yes, if everyone likes it.
Likely true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't know much about James Lindsay. Everyone said that I should try to get him to watch my Gramsci video. I don't know much. The only thing I know about James Lindsay is I saw him talk to Destiny about fascism, and he had some not like they weren't great takes on what fascism is. He was doing the whole like World Economic Forum is fascism thing, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we responded to that video.
Oh yeah,
that's the only video you've seen of James Lindsay.
That's one of the only ones. Yeah.
So okay, I'll send you a video because he actually had a really good speech. I think that really did a really good job like summarizing and encapsulating wokeness that I'll send to you because I think James, when he talks about what is wokeness and he digs into the literature, from my understanding and from the things that I've read, he's like one of the best voices on really exposing what it is. Where I don't agree with him is that he then, I think, takes that same lens and he applies it to everything else in the world. And I think that's where he gets into some trouble.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I made it. I think both you guys watched my video, right? Because I made the point.
The Gramsci video, yeah, it's amazing.
It's
really good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I made a point at the end that anyone can use this process to subvert liberal institutions or any other type of institution. It's just that it's known as cultural Marxism because a Marxist created it, and Marxists tend to use it. But I mean, you can have neo-reactionaries subverting liberal institutions in the same way. You can be in a non-liberal society and have liberals subverting institutions in the same way. It's just a method. It's not actually like it's not something that is inherent to any one ideology.
I feel the same way about authoritarianism. That authoritarianism is just the zeal that you enforce your ideology with, but it's not unique to any one ideology. You can enforce any ideology by tyranny, right?
Yep. No, that's the thing. This is something. I forget who I was talking with it about. It might have actually been Aiden. It would have been a while ago then. But I remember there's some kind of tipping point where you believe in your ideas so strongly that you think removing other people's freedom to not do those ideas is better than forcing them.
You mean better than not forcing them?
Yeah, better than not forcing them. Yeah. So every ideology, even liberalism, has a tipping point.
For your own good.
Yeah, every ideology has a tipping point where once you believe it's so good, you will enforce it on people because the loss of freedom is a good price to pay. In your view.
I disagree. Well, I mean, I don't see why anyone would come to that conclusion, because the whole idea behind an ideology is that it gives you a way to live that causes you to thrive, and people would want to adopt any sort of ideology that was, positive like that of their own volition. Why do you have to force them? If you have to force them, then it seems the ideology is not that great.
Because some people just don't value consent that much.
Yeah, no, the authoritarians, yeah, they want to, but I think they're just playing a power game that, they get off on. I don't think it's necessarily they think they have the best ideology. I think they just like lording over people, and any ideology will do to lord over people.
I think some of them are like that. I think some of them are true believers, though. Like they actually think, okay, let's say it's socialism. Okay, we need everyone to be socialist because this is the ideology that's going to save the human race, and otherwise we're all doomed. It's the only way. And so I'm going to force you to be a socialist for your own good because it's so important, and I just don't want us to die out. I think there are some diehard believers in there.
I think they're cowards. I honestly think that it's this primal psychology that people have, that they're just terrified that there are other people in the world that believe different things than them, and they're just blatantly cowards, and they want to force their ideology onto other people so that they can sleep at night knowing everyone believes the same thing as me.
I don't think it's quite that. I think it's that there's the fear that other ideologies will either ruin their life or their children's life. And so they must be stamped out to prevent like the infection and the spread.
Cowards.
I mean, sure, to some extent. So Cameraman 502 for $5 says, can liberalism be autocratic? Which is kind of what we're talking about right now. I don't know, because on one hand, I want to say like you can sort of attempt to force liberalism on people. Like obviously a good example of that would be, the Iraq War.
Yes,
which
totally.
did not work, obviously.
Perfect example.
But you can absolutely have autocratic liberalism. Yeah.
Well, you sort of can. Like I'd say you can try to implement it through autocratic means or through war. I don't know if you could have a liberal government that within itself is autocratic, because it's kind of like ideologically it's the antithesis of an autocracy. Because how can you have an autocracy that survives a free flow exchange of information and free speech?
Well, but wouldn't you break up collectives and force people to be individuals if you were a true autocrat?
Yeah, but it depends. Like there are aspects of it, like so, like you could have some sort of hyper individualistic autocratic society where that happens, but that would just be the focus. I mean, you wouldn't have free speech, free ideas, freedom of association, things of that nature. It's all that's all rolled into liberalism. So
I don't know because,
but anyway, you go.
Yeah, I think you could definitely have, the idea of the benevolent dictator might be a liberal autocrat, right? Because you could have somebody who is just empowered and he holds all the political power. Autocrat means power in one, so the god king, but he actually runs his society by liberal ideals. You could have that.
I mean, you could have that, like you can have that, right? But it doesn't. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had that. It's not really liberalism isn't really conducive to creating autocrats in the first place.
Here's the thing. I think there have been, the enlightened despot types. I think they've existed, but they're so rare,
right?
And there's no guarantee that their kid's going to be one. In fact, they're probably not going to be one.
Of course not. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They're going to be spoiled. So yeah. So I mean, I guess, and in theory, I think it'd be very rare and difficult to pull off. And actually, JMac, our circuit father, Daddy JMac, for $110. Thank you so much. It's incredibly generous. Says in the original Donkey Kong game, it was Jumpman, Mario and Luigi's father, and Donkey Kong in that game is actually Cranky Kong. Cranky Kong kidnaps Pauline, Jumpman's girlfriend, because he's getting revenge for Jumpman mistreating him in an earlier game in the Game & Watch. Also, Mario's name supposedly came from a grumpy landlord that Nintendo had for one of their U.S. warehouses that looked like the character.
Oh my, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I think it was his name Mario Sengali. I remember the old lore on that.
That's amazing. Is that lore all true?
So is it?
Yes.
So it's the dad. It's the dad's girlfriend that gets stolen by Grumpy Kong.
Cranky Kong.
Oh, was it? What was his name? Was it Mario Sengali?
Cranky Kong. Cranky Kong.
Okay, hold on. Let me confirm all this lore first. Okay, so. Mario Segali was a real estate mogul who had a bunch of properties in Washington State, and Nintendo was renting from him. They were renting a warehouse just to distribute their products, and apparently Nintendo was behind on rent because they were really struggling at the time, and so Mario came over and started bitching them out for not paying, and they got into an argument, and then after he left. I forget, it wasn't Miyamoto, it was somebody else. They're like, listen, we got to make he looks exactly like Jumpman. We got to make him Jumpman. So they changed the name to Mario.
It's funny.
Here's what I don't get about that lore though. If Jumpman's girlfriend was Pauline, why is it that in Mario Odyssey Mario hooks up with Pauline? That's kind of weird, isn't it?
We're talking about lore for a game that has barely a plot. Okay,
that's kind of weird, isn't it, guys?
Listen, even I like JMac's story. I don't care if it's true or not. I'm gonna accept it as my headcanon because it's a cool idea. I like that.
Speaking of JMac,
did I get it wrong? Is it the dad?
What?
No, Cranky Kong. Yes, the original Donkey Kong is now Cranky Kong. He's like an old man.
Mario and Luigi are brothers.
Yes.
So he sends his son after getting his girlfriend back. Is that what's going on here?
No.
Okay. Never mind.
What are you talking about? Anyway, what were you saying?
Yeah. So I do know that the original Donkey Kong in the modern games is now an old man named Cranky Kong, and his son inherited the Donkey Kong name. So the Donkey Kong is a title. It's passed
Oh.
down in the family.
Okay.
So the current Donkey
So
Kong.
what's his original
is,
name?
with the current Donkey Kong?
Yeah, what was this before he inherited the title?
It was just Junior.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Then he grew up and became Donkey Kong. And
Interesting.
the old man, the old man walked around with like a cane and he's like really tiny and he's like, back in my day, you guys don't know how hard video games used to be.
Yes.
It's actually pretty funny sometimes.
Interesting. Anyways, enough about Mario.
Video games used to be hard.
So J-Mac gave me $500 to get a mohawk.
My God, he did.
He did. Yes.
Wow.
Did he really?
Jay.
Yes.
And what happened?
Well, I just did it about an hour ago.
Wow.
So I'll have that video out tomorrow.
Okay. Well, there you go, Jay.
You wait a second. Turn your camera on, bitch. Turn your camera on.
No, I'm saving
J-Mac
that for tomorrow.
is in the chat right now.
Listen, guys, if you want to watch it, go to my channel tomorrow. I just recorded the video. I just recorded the video. It's going out tomorrow.
You blue balled us, Dev. You told us you were getting a mohawk.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Well, that's base J-Mac. There you go.
Yeah. And also, my girlfriend said she'll do one for 5,000. I'll shave her.
Okay. Well,
listen.
If someone you guys playing the game
now 5,000 is way too much. But if for some reason someone wants to see my girlfriend get her head shaved,
oh my God, that's okay.
5,000 is her price.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm torn because $5,000 is like, that's some serious money. That's like car money. But at the same time, I kind of feel like, I mean, I don't want to see a girl get her head shaved. I mean, we're dipping into a little bit of the cruelty type area, so I don't know. I guess it's not really bums fighting in an alley, so
no. Roadside for $100. Thank you so much, Roadside. Says Turkey in the 1920s was an authoritarian liberal society. Kraut made a great series about it. Well, there you go.
It's actually true. Yes. So I actually Ataturk. So that's actually makes a lot of sense now that I'm thinking about it. Ataturk. You guys know the Ataturk story?
No. Tell us.
Okay. He was Western educated. He took over the remnants of the Ottoman Empire when it was transforming into like a nation state for the Turks. And even though he was like very liberal, he was running a society of people who were not liberal, and he wanted Turkey to be like the next bastion of liberalism and to like join the European, to be oriented more towards Europe than towards the Middle East. And his idea, it worked for a while. It worked basically until he was replaced, until he got too old to keep ruling. But his idea was a form of authoritarian liberalism that imposed liberal ideals using the power of the state. And Turkey became a much more free country, but he basically failed to really change people's minds and to make the people themselves liberal. So it didn't really work out because like his successors just kind of became, Islamists. But he gave it a shot.
Silence Unity for $20. Thanks so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, just want to hop on and tell Dev to quit arguing on Twitter. I keep seeing people born in the 2000s tell you women were just sex objects and being gay is a personality trait that never existed before. Thanks.
Oh, I don't know exactly what that means, but I guess I should probably stop arguing on Twitter.
He keeps saying like young people trying to talk about how women are just sex objects when that all existed before, when they're complaining about a time period that they never experienced, that they don't know anything about.
Yeah. So that's one thing that I've kind of realized is now that I'm in my 30s, I'm talking to these fucking these zoomers who show up and they talk about historical events that they weren't even born for, and they talk with such authority, and they're completely wrong. And I'm like, I was there for that. This isn't how it happened. But they're like, they're so sure that this is how, it's like, man, wasn't it just the case that everyone was racist and sexist back in 2002 when you were in high school? It's like, no.
That is not remotely the case.
There was that video. There's a short video that went viral that was like, it said like, wow, high school in the 2000s was like super chill, and it's like a video, and you see all these kids, that were basically in high school when I was in high school, and everyone's dressed the way I remember.
Yep.
And it's just
Same
like
hairstyle
everyone.
on the girls.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And it's just like, it's really funny, and everything looks very calm and very chill. This is before anyone had a smartphone or anything like that. And everyone's smiling at the camera. Now, it is obviously a little fake, because back in those days, a camera was like a novelty. So if someone's like walking around the school hall with a camera, it's like, oh my God, this guy's got like this giant film camera. It's not like, it's not like today.
Giant film camera. I mean,
in the 2000s, people still had like those big like TV cameras you'd see in like the movies. And stuff.
Yeah, like for a video camera.
You put VHS tapes in them.
Yeah, they had those little mini VHS.
But I mean, there
tapes
was so
them.
it's a video.
There were
Cameras, like handheld cameras.
Yeah, and I'm not talking like a picture camera. I'm talking about like a video camera.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure that was before. I don't remember when video cameras came out with cards, or when those
SD cards.
Yeah, I don't remember when that became like
that's pretty late in the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like late 2000s, I think.
Late 2000s,
2005, 2006 maybe. Yeah, so in the early 2000s you had they were called digital tape cameras, so they still recorded on tape, but there were these smaller tapes that could be like put into a computer.
Yeah. Well, I still remember like I think my parents had one of those. They had like a camera, and you had to pull out the little tape inside it, and if you wanted to watch it, you had to put it inside like a bigger tape and then put that in your VHS player.
I still have that actually in my closet somewhere. I still have mine.
Nice. But so anyway, so this video kind of went viral because everything looks very chill and nice. And then of course all the Zoomers come in there like, yeah, but all those people would have called you the F slur. All those people would have told you to kill yourself. All those people were racist and bigoted. I'm like,
and here's the thing.
Like, I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, no, yes. I definitely said, can I say the F slur?
Yeah,
do you guys care?
You can say it.
I guess
I can say faggot.
You can say it. Yes.
Okay.
I think you just can't call people faggot.
I want both of you to say faggot too. Go ahead. We're all going to get into that.
I'm not saying it. No, I'm not saying it.
I just did say it. I think you can call. I think you could say faggot. I don't think you just can call people.
Well,
I mean,
it's
the
your
video would
channel,
be demonetized
so
probably for.
It's your channel, so but no, Adam,
well,
I give you a gay pass. I give you a gay pass, Adam.
You're not fucking
Look,
gay.
I'm not gay.
I'm bi.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
that doesn't
whatever.
count. Yeah.
But
anyway,
I'll
I'll pass on the F.
No, people. First of all, I don't even remember people saying faggot that much.
At least
where I was, people said gay. Like people say, "Oh, you're gay." Like that'd be the insult.
Yeah, they said that too. Yeah,
right. That was like the most of it. But even then, it wasn't. People didn't mean it like. At least where I went to school, people didn't mean like, "Oh, you're actually gay." And if you were actually gay, like no one would make fun of you for being gay.
Yeah. See, it was used as an insult, but if you were actually gay, people were like, "Oh, okay," like no one cared.
Well, it was only used on the people who wouldn't like to be called gay.
Right.
Yeah. There was like, you know what it was? It was all just jokes. There was like the words themselves might have been racist or sexist or homophobic, but it was all just jokes. And we all knew it was just jokes because we could have those kind of jokes because we were remarkably mature for 15-year-olds or whatever it was. Well,
I don't think we were mature. Yeah. I think it's just
I was not a mature 15-year-old.
This is what people forget.
I was.
This is what I don't believe that. This is what people forget because we've been so living in this horrible time of wokeness. Before Gamergate, the main cult, before the Gamergate nation attacked, we like almost every kid in America and the internet had a very broadly mainstream liberal take on almost everything.
Yeah.
So you go to school, people call each other gay, but they didn't actually hate gay people because everyone was kind of had like this kind of vague, liberal ideas about the world. And then that all changed because Gamergate and everything, happened and the woke came and it ruined everything and it made the internet terrible. So,
yeah.
So I don't think people were just mature. I think there's just a different cultural attitude.
Who's responsible for Gamergate?
Those horrible game journalists.
Oh,
Zoe Quinn.
Well, I don't think it was her. Well, I don't know, maybe because I wouldn't be surprised if she was behind the scenes telling those websites to kick the people to prevent people talking about her.
Brianna's coming back on to talk about Gamergate with us.
No,
oh really?
I said we're not doing that. Why?
She's totally down.
No,
Look,
we're not
it's
doing
popular demand,
that.
Sitch.
Oh my God.
Look, how come?
Well, okay,
How come Short Fat Otaku's here willing to shave his head, and you won't even talk to Brianna Wu about Gamergate?
Well, the thing is, like, she was kind of the boogeyman, you know, during Gamergate, because she was insane back then. But she actually seems to have like mellowed out quite a bit. I've seen a few of her appearances, and she's kind of
Ooh,
chilled
talking
out.
about Zoe Quinn or Brianna Wu?
Brianna Wu, not Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn's
Oh.
fucking insane.
Well, we
But
talked.
Brianna Wu's mellowed out.
We talked to her recently,
And she did.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, she didn't. It felt like there was one point in the conversation when like this could go down a very dark road if we don't pull it back. So
this is my impression of her. She's mellowed out unless you bring up anything feminism, and then it's like right back into that old mindset.
right, yeah.
And so
Really?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So we're gonna have a whole live stream where we talk to her about
Oh my
Gamergate,
God.
which is gonna be awesome. People are gonna love it.
Oh my God.
She's on vacation right now, and guess what book she's reading?
What?
What?
The Righteous Mind.
Oh, that's
Oh.
nice.
Nice.
Maybe maybe
Right.
height will get through to her. We'll see.
Well, I just think the Gamergate conversation is going to be literally just going to be me saying my one point about it.
Look,
And then-
people
and
are
then
gonna
she's
click
saying-
on the video. I don't care. Like the content
Okay.
of the
Well, this
video.
is
It's
Adam.
like
He's like, I don't care. I don't care if it's boring. I'm like, it's gonna be boring. It's gonna be me saying the one thing I say about Gamergate, which was literally what my video was about, and then her saying,
look,
well, maybe that's part of it, but there was all this misogyny, and it's like, okay.
Sitch has no concept of like theater. You put PSA Sitch and Brianna Wu watching your Gamergate video together. That's gonna get clicks like crazy. What are you thinking?
No, it's not.
You have
No
the
one
most
cares about
popular-
Gamergate anymore.
Look, you're so wrong. You are so wrong.
God. No one cares.
Okay.
about
Look,
Gamergate.
Brianna Wu did a live stream with Stardust about it. And I got like
Yes.
15 messages from people. Oh my God, talk to Brianna Wu again. She's not, she's going on all these streams talking about Gamergate. Nobody's pushing back. Of
So
course they
the-
want to talk about it.
Okay.
Is that true? No one's pushing back to her on Gamergate?
So
No, evidently not. I mean, that's what the word on the street is. Look, I'm just here to make our fans happy. Okay.
Oh yeah,
That's
sure. Just wants to-
and-
by doing that, he's like, I just want to make Sitch miserable.
and if it makes Sitch miserable, that's a bonus. Okay.
There you go.
Anyway,
So I will say,
Yeah.
I did a stream with Stardust
mhm.
Mhm.
about maybe 3 or 4 days before the Brianna Wu stream because she wanted a pro Gamergate perspective.
Really? Oh my God! See, look at this. SFO's in the trenches here.
There you
Yeah,
go.
so I decided to go talk to Stardust, and we had like a 4-hour research stream where I was like telling her what I remember, and I was showing her some of the videos that we did over here. Some of the I'm. There's two conversations with Gamergate
I
because
heard
there
that
was
sigh. That sigh was
Yes,
audible, man.
There's a real sigh here because, man,
That was real.
There really was some real harassment that was happening, and they were right about that.
Of course.
But-
yeah,
But
it's the internet.
but there were actually also real concerns about ethics that got completely swept under the rug. And so basically, I wanted to tell Stardust, because she wasn't around, she wasn't on the internet back when it happened. So I gave her my side of the story, and I gave her all the evidence that I had from back in the day, and she watched a bunch of my old videos. And actually, she confronted Brianna Wu with some of the stuff that
Did she
that I had
really?
put together.
I haven't watched the
Yes.
stream yet. Have you watched it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So Brianna Wu said that she was tired of my shit.
No.
My shit. And she was also willing, if I was willing to pay for it, because
Yeah.
I'm not willing to pay for it because I have no fucking money. I just shaved my head for $500. I have no money. But so if I was willing to pay for it, she would get a polygraph test and answer any question about Gamergate.
Really? Oh man, that would get massive clicks. That would get massive clicks. Will she do it on a live stream or what's the?
Yeah,
what's
I
the
think
deal
so.
with the polygraph?
I don't know the detail. I mean, maybe
All
if
right.
you guys want to do that, go
I'm
ahead.
on-
Were you
on it.
calling her a liar or something?
on
Why would
No,
she
no,
take
no.
a polygraph test?
Okay, so there was I don't know if you remember the old lore, Sitch, but there was a rumor that Brianna Wu was faking her own harassment, and there was like circumstantial evidence, like screen grabs of like her getting a tweet.
Was that
was
her or was
harassing
that
her.
Anita?
No, her.
Or Zoe?
her.
Oh,
Anita
Zoe.
also did this too, and Zoe always did it. But in terms of Brianna Wu, there was like there's like a screen grab of a tweet
The
that
egg
was
tweet
like
you're talking about.
Yeah, and it was like 19 seconds old, and it's like, how'd you get that quickly?
Yes, I remember.
Like, did you just like log out and grab it? Like
right.
It seems it was not conclusive, but it seemed suspicious to a lot of people.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
And when Stardust said, "Well, what about this?" and she was like, "I'm tired of your shit, Dev." I was like, oh, okay. I was just watching. I wasn't on this. I was watching the chat room, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to bring up any of the false flagging. I mean, their accusations. I'm not going to bring it up in the conversation because it's not. She's just say no, and it's like, okay. I mean,
yeah,
you can't really prove it. You know, I know. I remember what you're talking about because it was like she had some tweet or something, and then there was like one reply, and it was like instantaneous. There was like so many finger quotes of like sus evidence of, I believe, of Anita, Zoe, and Wu, who were talking about harassment, and people were wondering how much of it was real, how much of it was a false flag, and all that stuff. To me, none of this is really important. To me, what's important about Gamergate is that, that was the first. I mean, obviously, Atheism Plus was really the first, but it was really the first big mainstream. It was the beginning of wokeness, of basically using wokeness to silence a conversation, saying, "Hey, you guys aren't allowed to talk about a specific topic because if you do, you're sexist." And we're going to label anyone talking about it sexist, and we're going to label an entire group of people, white, male. Actually, it was this pre the race stuff. So just male gamers. We're just going to label an entire subset of people, male gamers, as sexist, and we're going to hit them with a sexist hammer in order to get them to do what we want. Essentially,
yep.
we're going to use our oppression to try to force something to upon you. So,
yeah, it was pre the trans stuff too. Yes, so a lot of the rhetoric, if you go back and look at it, it's like, oh, this actually could be considered transphobic by today's standards.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Yeah, this was pre-trans stuff, the race part of wokeness taking over.
Yeah.
And I think the big problem with Gamergate was the fact that since this was like the first real time that this happened, people didn't understand what was happening. They didn't understand what was going on. And I remember there's this big conversation in Gamergate, which was about, we have to define ourselves because we're being defined by the anti-Gamergaters as sexist. And so there's this kind of scramble to define, what are we? What are we supporting? And unfortunately, because this is like pre-woke, so no one had a name for it, unfortunately, people latched on to defining themselves around ethics and game journalism, which I think was a mistake because that wasn't that was an issue, but that wasn't the real issue that people were responding or reacting to, number one. And then number two, there's literally never been ethics in game journalism, so it's kind of a hilarious idea. I mean, game journalism literally started as just like writing puff pieces.
Yeah.
It was like Nintendo Magazine. Oh, this is our original game journalism, was Nintendo writing about itself.
Yeah, no, that's all pretty much true. Shit, I had a point, but I lost it. It vanished. Oops.
Don't worry about it.
It fluttered away.
If you guys. So there's a contest, a tweet contest going on Twitter right now between me and the amazing atheist. Here, I put a link into the Zoom chat. So I brought it up, and you can see the amazing atheist. I don't know if the amazing atheist TJ Kirk has made this meme himself or if he just got it from somewhere, but he targets centrists.
It's not his.
Okay, so he says, quote, centrist, right? So it's got a stick figure with a swastika on it. It says, I want to kill millions of people because of their race, heritage, sexual orientation, and political views. And then you have an Antifa man pointing at the Nazi saying, I want to stop that guy by any means necessary, even by violence, okay? And then you have the stick man, who I guess is supposed to be the centrist, saying, I literally can't tell the difference between these two people, right?
Right.
Yeah, so
right.
I redid the meme, and my meme here, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm like shocked. 751 likes already.
Oh my God.
105 retweets. We're closing in on how many this meme got. His meme got about 1,200.
It was at 500 before the stream started, so some big accounts must be
right
retweeting it.
So he stalled out. His meme stalled out at about 1,200. I feel like we might be able to catch him.
Yeah.
Here is my response to him, and I say reality. I love the fact that all the centrist memes are like, no, this is just reality. Here, let us tell you how the real world is. So I left the Nazi guy who says, I want to kill millions of people because of their race, heritage, sexual orientation, and political views. And then this was a rush job. It was a little wordy here. I could hear Sitch in my head as I'm rereading it. Adam, you got it. It's too many words, too many words. But the Antifa guy says, I want to label everyone who disagrees with me as one of them so I can kill all my political rivals indiscriminately. And then I turned the centrist guy into a mom with a huge money purse. And she says, I told you to get off the internet, Billy. Clean your room. Which this, I rethought about it after I did this. Like I said, it was a quick job. I was just like trying to go after TJ a little bit. And this would be, I think, better if it said, I told you boys to get off the internet. Like they're two brothers. Yeah. Because that's even funnier. Yeah. Clean your rooms. Mom is coming home for both of them. Yeah. So, but down here, and a lot of you went to bat for me. So obviously, thank you guys. The Amazing Atheist says, it's sad to see you doing this grift. How long will you be able to meme the truth away? What? Grift? Many of you went in and was like, dude, you are not the one that can call somebody grifters. Like glass houses, TJ. Don't, like, what are you doing? I responded, obviously, this is a little soy, so get ready.
Oh, okay.
You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us and the world can meme as one.
Wow.
So that's obviously John Lennon. So a lot of people said, "Oh, this is totally gay."
The people.
I knew, you know, obviously, I'm sure TJ knows that song. I'm sure he's listened to that song many a night, smoking a reefer, staring at the colored lights in his room. So that's some fun for you guys. I'm amazed. Like, I don't know. Maybe is there that many centrists in the world? I guess moderates and independents are all just kind of fed up with this straw manning of their positions. So.
Yeah, I think there is. It's felt maybe in the past year or so, it's felt like the pendulum is swinging back finally.
I know. We're making progress.
Tired of this shit. Yeah.
Real progress.
Yeah. And people, like, now you have the leftoids who are screeching about it, but everyone else is just like, fuck, that's enough of this, you know? I mean, to go back to that, way back to that 2002 high school video, one of the things that made those kids look so carefree is that not everyone had a fucking phone on them. Yeah. And they weren't on social media constantly, and they weren't about to be canceled for the smallest thing that they did. Like, oh, they fell over in the hallway, and like, oh no, and like their, you know, someone's skirt went up accidentally, and you can see their panties, and it's like, oh, it's going on social media, and you're canceled.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the fact that people didn't have to worry about every single moment of their life being recorded, I think made things a lot more carefree back then.
Of course, yeah. Not just recorded, but also just, you know, there was a break from social situations. There was a break from, you know, the hierarchy. There wasn't like, because I remember when MySpace first came out, there was this rush of like, how many friends do you have? Do you remember that? Everyone was like, how many friends do you have on MySpace? Like that was supposed to be some sort of like, it was supposed to be like the fact-based way of showing where you were in the social hierarchy. It was like how many MySpace friends you had. And I think I can only guess. I'm an old man now, so I'm kind of beyond all this. But I can only guess for a lot of like young kids in high school now that it's like, oh, what Discord groups are you in? What DM groups are you in? How many followers do you have? Like all this stuff is going to play into your weird, you know, hierarchy of where people feel socially. Where before it was kind of like, you know, it was more vague about where exactly everyone was. You could kind of maybe trick yourself into thinking you were more popular than you were.
Well, it's that. It's also that if something really bad happened at school and like everyone was picking on you or everyone was laughing at you or everyone had it out for it, like something really bad went down, you could just go home and it'd be done. You know, it's Friday afternoon. You know what? Go home, rent a Super Nintendo game for the weekend. You're good. You know, you don't got to be constantly looking at like having your phone just go off as people ping you on social media.
I know.
Fuck.
posting
funny.
something and be worried like, oh, now that's going to make me a target.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny. Scott Adams was talking about how when he was getting canceled, he only felt it emotionally when he turned his phone on and looked at Twitter or social media. But when he turned his phone off and it was like out in like the physical world, no one mentioned it, no one cared, no one talked about it. It's just all on the internet. So.
Yep.
I remember he said, because I was listening to his show, obviously, when it was happening, because it's like, what is he going to say? He said something about, he went to like his neighborhood park and he saw some neighbors there and he was like, oh, shit.
They're going to say something. Right, exactly.
Oh, shit. Scott, we heard you had a black neighbor. How come we don't know about this neighbor?
Right. But no one cared, he said. No one actually cared or mentioned it.
Of course.
So,
Of course.
So.
Nobody wants to start shit with their neighbors. Like, that's not good for business. You start shit with people on the internet who are 100 miles away, right?
When you touch grass, things become a lot more in focus. Oh, it's like, people are mad at me on Twitter again. What did I say this time? Something about trans bullshit. Oh, okay. I'll just log off for the day. It's fine.
Yeah.
CT totally. For 2 Canadians says kids get bullied for having default skins in Fortnite.
Really? Oh, that's harsh.
I wouldn't be that surprised.
That's harsh.
That's funny. I remember there were some of those kids in like my middle school who'd be like, oh, I've got like the cool sneakers, you know, I've got the Jordans, I got the whatever. And now it's like, I got the best Fortnite skins. Yeah. Something awful like that.
The best Fortnite skins.
Whatever I got the limited edition MLK Fortnite skin. Okay.
The best foreskin. Oh,
there Fortnite. There you go. The Observing Otaku for $20 says, I'm not a monarchist and I like democracy on paper, but to be fully into it, I'd have to believe in the competence of the drooling chimps I share the planet with. And I just can't, but it's interesting to think about. I think generally the argument is that, you know, democracy is obviously not perfect, but it's the best system we've figured out so far. So
yes. So I actually read the chapters. It was murder, but I got through them 4, 5, and 6. So I'm actually.
Are we actually doing the topic now?
Well, no. Last time you had a bunch of notes and stuff, and I like vaguely remembered from reading it back a million years ago. So, but now I went through and I listened to all 3 chapters, and I also went back and listened to the beginning of The Narrow Corridor to Liberty, which is a book where he kind of spells out. He goes through and catalogs all the different types of states there are, like despotic state, like not feckless state, shackled Leviathan, shackled state, basically.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what this one is, but what you're talking about here, but.
Well, no, I think it's important he's making the argument that we could run the government like a corporation, and he's talking about a state that's like a monarchy, of a dictatorship, an autocracy. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. So
yeah,
do you want to go?
Like a business is like that, right? Because if you own your business, you're
the corporation
you're the guy at the top.
No, corporation is not. Corporation has shareholder voting rights and also has a board of directors. So it's not a CEO is not an autocrat.
Well, that's true, but like if you're if you're only like a little shop on the corner, like you're the guy who owns that, right? Like you run it. You might have a few employees, but you run the show. Yeah,
sure,
like
totally.
You are the king. You are the king of your shop.
Yes, yeah,
yeah. So I think that's what he's getting at.
No, like I said, I went back and I reread it, and I mean, it was hard not to laugh through a lot of it, but well, it's kind of the thing that it's the kind of stuff that I might have written when I was 16 and stoned and thought, oh my God, this is amazing. And then I read it back now that I'm an elderly old man, and I think, wow, what a dumb fucking kid I was.
Right.
So, yeah.
Sitch, did you read at all, any of this?
I don't know how to read. What are you talking about?
There's audiobooks.
I listened to the audiobook. Skeptical Waves, an old fan of the show that drifted, I think, away into the alt-right pipeline.
He's a Neoreactionary, isn't he?
Yeah, he listens to Academic Agent. Yeah, he's like in his channel a lot now.
Is he an ethno-nationalist or just a Neoreactionary?
Who? Skeptical Waves?
Skeptic Waves, yeah.
No idea.
Okay.
No clue.
I tried to listen to it in the past, and I wanted to Minecraft myself, so I didn't even try this time.
That's that very monotone voice that he does. It's like a generated voice, right? Like
Yeah.
Microsoft Sam.
It was
Yeah.
fine to me.
Yeah, but you're used to hearing like, see, since Adam can't read, he uses the computer voice to tell him everything. So he's used to listen to like the soulless, lifeless voice of like a
Yeah.
computer like read something to him. So when you hear
It's
when
my
you hear
Hal.
Mencius read out, you're like, oh, he's so full of life.
It's my HAL 9000.
Exactly. So
The yeah, so do you want to do it like we did? You want to do it like we did last time, Big Boy?
on the Discovery Channel.
Where you
I was
pull
gonna
out
say
the-
that, Sitch. Fuck, we're old men, aren't we?
The,
This is what it feels like to be old, isn't it?
Yeah,
This is it.
we're so old. Oh, remember that song about the monkeys having sexes?
And then like we see, 19-year-olds coming up with their new memes and their new styles, and we're like, that
Oh,
shit's fucking
remember
retarded.
when memes were funny back in my day? Remember
Okay,
when
so
we used to say that you were pwned?
those old
so-
MySpace memes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you recall you were 14 or whatever, and your dad says, "Man, kids are dumb these days. You're all playing video games, and we were watching TV. We were hippies, and now you guys are like 90s kids." And now we're going through the same thing because now we're in our 30s, and I'm wondering like how much of this is actually us getting old, and how much of it is the next generation's cultural landscape or media landscape is just actually fucking garbage.
Well, it's weird because I feel like the gap between us and the younglings is way less than the gap between us and our parents.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's because of technology, because of social media, because I feel like people are a lot more. I feel like people are a lot more childish, or at least allowed to like things they liked when they were children. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, like
Good thing.
like when my dad
Categorically.
was like probably 30.
Yeah,
I'm
he would be
pretty
shamed.
sure. I'm pretty sure he would have been shamed if he like admitted to liking a cartoon or
a
something of
comic
that
book,
effect,
yeah.
or a comic book or
Watched
something to that
Adult
effect.
Swim, yeah.
Right. And now
Yep.
it's like totally acceptable. And so I feel like there's a gap, but I feel like there's a far less gap.
It's art. We've kind of shuttled it in as art. This is our art. We're allowed to enjoy our art.
I think there's
Art
both
is for
positive and
adults.
negative repercussions.
Oh
to this,
no!
but-
What's the negative?
Well, it's making people more immature, right?
Yeah. I
People don't want to grow up.
I
Yeah.
feel like maturity is separate from liking certain cultural.
I
reference.
think it's all tied together.
Why?
I'm not saying you can be super mature and still like children's cartoons and video games. I'm just saying I don't think it's a coincidence that marriage rates are down, people having kids rates are down.
Well, I think
you know.
that's all economic. I don't think that's.
I think
really-
that's it is economic, but I think it all ties together. I don't know if you can separate them cleanly.
because they're more obsessed with playing video games and getting a job and like getting enough money to actually have a wife.
Maybe, or they're just like, I think there's just a cultural mindset. Because I feel like when my parents were young, there was this cultural mindset, like you reach a certain age and then you become an adult and you put away your childish things. And that notion has gone away now.
Yeah,
And
because it
so-
was lame.
But that's what I'm saying. So
It
there
should
are,
go away.
but that's
Look,
what I'm
it
saying. Okay, so we kind of talked
drown
about the
that
other day.
idea in the bathtub, man.
Right, but so it's not like people can just say, there are some people who can say, listen, I can still like my things I liked when I was a kid and still be a responsible adult. Some people definitely can do that.
Right.
Definitely can do that. Okay.
You gotta handle your shit, man.
Right. But some people can't do that.
Yeah, and those people are, this is the maturity separation here. There is the people who can live the life of an adult and enjoy being childish and screwing around on the weekend. And there are the
Right.
people who can't fucking handle their shit because they're not adults.
Right.
They don't
so,
know how to step into
Right,
the
but so it's
on
kind of like
stage, off stage situation.
Right, but then it's interesting, and I'm saying it's good or bad, but I'm just saying, like those people, a lot of those people, I think would have quote unquote became adults if that cultural pressure had exists today that existed in the past. And so it's kind of like the same thing with like pushing gender norms on people. Like some people need direction in their life. Some people need things pushed upon them, I think,
Right.
to kind of make their lives better. And some people are able to do it on their own. And so there's this continual struggle of like, well, how much should society be pushing people? How much should society be giving people kind of, complete freedom to explore, do whatever they want? And it's like this weird, delicate balance that we kind of keep going back and forth on.
Well, I mean, I try to put a little bit of pressure on people, but
right.
I don't.
Here, I think that there's almost two things happening here, right? So here's instance one of what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So our parents, growing up in the 60s and the 70s, they were hippies. They had the long hair and the tie-dyed shirts and the peace symbols, right? And then those guys look at us growing up in the 90s and in the 2000s with, that fashion and that hairstyle. And they're like, man, you kids look fucking weird compared to what I was when I was a kid, because they're not used to that, right? And now,
really, my parents were saying like, "Oh, why are people dressing like hippies again?"
not my parents weren't saying that at all. And then, or also there's like the '80s rockers, but still, the point is that like now we're looking back at the Zoomers who have the broccoli hair, and we're like, that's fucking weird. So this is all just like changing fashion, right? And
of course,
it's all just going to be like, well, whatever is popular at the time, and there's no real like value judgment attached. There's nothing really like more or less stupid about any of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just trends. However, you can look at, let's say, the great movies of our parents' era, or the great TV shows of our parents' era. Then you can see the great movies and TV shows of the 80s, 90s, the 2000s, whether it's comedy or drama or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. And you can say, well, different tastes for each generation, but you can pick out stuff that's truly good. I don't think you can find stuff that's truly good, even accounting for taste, changing taste. I still don't think you can find anything that's really truly good coming out right now in terms of
Into the Spider-Verse is amazing. So
yeah, there you go.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the one. But like, man, it seemed like there was a lot more quality artistic content being produced.
Scott Pilgrim, I think, is amazing. But how old is that? Like, what?
It's like 12 years old now. 12 years old now.
I think there was a lot more quality movies that would stand the test of time that came out back then. But I think that has shifted to now. There's a lot more quality television shows. There's a lot more. Obviously, there's all these video games which didn't exist back then that I think will withstand the test of time in terms of story and things of that nature. So I think it's just, I don't think there's as many movies, but I think there's other forms of entertainment.
I got it. 2020, Tenet.
Oh my God! Stop it!
That movie's amazing.
Stop it! So, I think it's more whatever weird's going on with Hollywood.
The Edge of Tomorrow.
That's a really good movie. Yeah.
Well, there's kind of. I mean, I've tried to have this call. I did a video on what it means to be indigenous, right? And in that video, I said something like, you have progressives who really don't like the what capitalism does, and in their point of view, what capitalism does is it makes people replaceable, makes them fungible, because they're just cogs in a machine, right? Mm-hmm. However, at the same time, they also push for a universalization of culture that inevitably makes people cogs in a machine. And it's almost like their cultural views create the environment for those economic views to appear, even though they're for the cultural thing and they're against the economic thing. They kind of create their own boogeyman in a sense. And if you look at like the progression of art forms, of modern art forms, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So I just played through for the first time Uncharted, the first Uncharted game, 2007. Okay. Mm-hmm. And if you go back and play that now, I don't know if you've played or if you played it anytime recently, but it really feels like a 2000s game. The UI is all really big because it was made to be on CRTs. And there's no level up system. There's no experience. There's no grinding. There's no looting. It's just, you find weapons and you use them. Mm-hmm. And there's like a selection of weapons in the game. And this level has these weapons. That level has those weapons. And, it's very level oriented, that game, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Very like Half-Life 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Or, GoldenEye from the 90s.
Well,
right?
That's even, that's way.
Yeah. But as games have progressed and they've become more complicated and we've kind of discovered what makes a good game, we hit a tipping point where things have almost become too refined and the formula is now almost too known, because now everyone does the exact same thing. And so you have a lot of these games that are very grindy and it's just a bunch of level ups and stats that no one really cares about, and skill trees that no one really cares about. You can pay to win some of this stuff. You're just like collecting random fucking loot in every single game that like just doesn't fucking matter. Like,
Well,
it's almost like things have become too refined because we found a working formula and then we drove it into the
Right.
dirt. You can see the same thing in movies. You know, everyone wants to be the new MCU because the first time the MCU, like that first Avengers movie, amazing. Now everyone wants to be this fucking behemoth of lore with multiple branching movies and like big collaborations, and it gets to a point where, like, even though we might have understood, okay, well, this is what gets audiences engaged and interested in your product. They've almost like they've overdone it, and now it's become too refined, if that makes sense.
Well, so I just want to say with movies, I think that's been kind of it hasn't been to the extent that it is now, but it's always been somewhat of a thing with movies. Like there was always the trends, you know, we need to make Western movies now, we need to make science fiction movies now, we need to make dystopian future movies, we need to make, you know, whatever, you know, movies would be popular at the time. And I think now we're seeing that, and I think you're right, we are seeing that with everything wants to be an extended universe, and every movie that has a female protagonist wants to be Frozen, essentially. And I think it's causing a big problem with making, you know, terrible movies again and again and again. And none of them none of them figured out. Again, the formula for Avengers was very simple. It was just, you started with Iron Man 1, which was a good movie with a good character that people liked. And that's the base you need. You can't rush it. I mean, they were building up, you know, all these movies before they got into Avengers for years. And everyone just wants to rush it and jump the gun. But with the video game things, I don't think it's a question of that they figured out what makes games good. I think it's kind of the same thing with the news. They figured out what made games addictive. It's so much more addictive. Like when you're playing, like, you know, an old Uncharted game, or you're playing Half-Life 2, like you're only playing the game to see what happens next. Like I remember it was very interesting when you were playing a Super Nintendo, like way back in the day. The reward to beating a game, or the reward to beating a boss, was like a cutscene. Like the reward was plot. You played to just see what would happen next. And I think what happened was essentially the video games companies figured out that, you know, humans are very goal oriented. Every time we accomplish a goal, we get that little shot of, you know, positive neurotransmitters that makes us feel like we accomplished something. And they kind of figured out, well, every time you level up, you get a little shot of that, right? So it's like now every game wants to like make it so that you're constantly leveling up in all these different tiny little ways. So you keep getting all these little like fake feelings of accomplishment. Oh, I leveled up this skill. Oh, I leveled up my character here. Oh, I did this. I did that. Every time you level up in one little area, you get that little boost of like, oh, I accomplished something. Even though, of course, you accomplish nothing in reality because it's a video game. And so I think that's why every game is just... but that's what video games are.
That's so sad.
Video games are essentially just a tool designed to make you feel like you're accomplishing things when you're not. That's all it is. And this is coming from someone who loves video games, so I'm just telling it as is. And so that's why every game now shoves in all these RPGs and level up elements, because it just makes you feel like you're accomplishing things, and it makes you want to play the game more.
Are you telling this story to kind of like talk yourself into putting the controller down sometimes?
No, I'm aware of this because of my own feelings with video games. Because I realized, you know, many years ago, oh, this is why video games are addictive.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at a bunch of new releases, the best example is Gotham Knights. You hear about the controversy about that game?
Yeah, which is sad because I love the Arkham game series so much.
Yeah. So basically, Gotham Knights came out like 5 months ago. It's a relatively new release, and it's already been like massively discounted because no one wants to fucking play it, because they all realized that it's just loot grinding. It's just like you're right, because Batman Arkham Asylum had a great story, and it didn't have this bullshit in it.
Well,
and I think at this point people are just like, okay, it had a great story for the time.
Well,
okay, for the time.
Well, no, but yeah, I understand.
You know what I mean, though? It's like, have you played Gotham Knights?
No.
Have you even tried that piece of shit?
No, it looked terrible.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, you run around, you beat up a few thugs, and they just drop like 18 pieces of loot. It's like, oh, and some of them make your stats go up, and some of them make your stats go down.
Right. Well,
and then and if you really want to feel like you won, you
Mhm.
can actually pay to get even better stuff.
Oh
You know?
wow.
And I'm like, man, have Western developers not learned from Elden Ring, where that game was like great.
Right.
That was a truly phenomenal game, and it didn't have any of that pay to win bullshit in it. It was just you and the world and hard enemies, and have fun.
I think people forget how important context is, because like when you're playing a video game, all you're really doing in reality is you're making numbers on a screen move. And then you trick yourself because those numbers are translated into like a picture on your screen. And you see that picture and you associate some sort of emotional attachment to that picture. And that's all context. It's all just context that trick us into moving numbers around on a screen, essentially. Video games are just very complicated Microsoft Excel spreadsheets that we're inputting, essentially, with a bunch of like pretty pictures to distract us. But so what I mean, the reason I'm bringing this up is because like when you're playing the Arkham games, the original Arkham games, the first one, really good story. The second one, third one had good-ish, decent-ish stories, but a lot of stupid shit also happened too. You know, Batman's love affair with the Joker was preposterously overdone, in my opinion. But anyway, the reason you like those Arkham games so much, in my opinion, is what you hear. It's like a meme. Every single person would say this. And they would make fun of them for saying it, but it was true. They'd say, the game makes you feel like Batman. But that's true. You'd play the Arkham games and you felt like Batman. You felt like such a badass when you were playing those games. And it was the context of what you're doing, that your emotional feeling towards Batman and the context of being Batman and being in the situation is what made playing the game worth it. And then you look at Arkham Knight and it's like, oh, you're not playing as Batman. You're playing as all these side characters that are much lamer that no one cares about. And it's like, how could you drop the ball that easy? How could you not understand? Like the meme about the Arkham games, it makes you feel like Batman. The people that made the game didn't understand that, and they made a game where you don't play as Batman. Like, how do you fuck that up? Like, it's just so obvious, and it's just crazy. So it's like, so they lose the context of what makes the game good. So they say, okay, well, what do we have to back? So what do we have to back on? Oh, well, let's just, you know, they all know that the grind makes games popular, but it's like there's a fine balance between like how much grinding is good and how much grinding is just too much, right? How much is grinding is you just turn off, or how much grinding without context. If there's not a proper context to the grind, then you completely lose interest in doing it in the first place.
Holy shit. 2014 was the year for movies. My God.
What was 2014?
2014, Ex Machina came out, Lego Movie came out, Fury came out, Nightcrawler came out, Interstellar came out. Like, I was trying to figure out when the fuck did movies fall off the cliff? And it seems like 2014.
Well, 2014 and onward. I mean, that's kind of when like video games started falling off the cliff. I think around 2014 as well, 2015.
The Amazing Spider-Man came out in 2014. Which one is that?
I know exactly what you're talking about, Sitch, but there's something else here that I don't quite know how to put my finger on it just yet, because I cannot sit down and play Gotham Knights. The grinding feels pointless, right? It
because he doesn't have the proper context.
Yeah, but here's the thing: I can sit down and play like a hard mode mod of Chrono Trigger from the fucking Super Nintendo days, where there's like 10 times the amount of grinding the original game had, and I can enjoy that.
I think that's your nostalgia, though. Honestly,
it might be, but like I can sit down and play like new JRPGs because there's like indie devs making them now, right? I can play those just fine. They're grindy as fuck. I can still play them. Like, I don't know. I don't know. There's some kinds of grinding that are more engaging than others.
Yeah, but that's the trick is to there's as I think it's these two things. There needs to be context to the grind, and there needs to be like the right amount of grind, and it's a delicate balance.
Grinding just sounds awful. Grinding is the part of the job that you're just not looking forward to.
Someone in the chat, there's like 2 people in the chat complaining about my video game take, but they just complain about it and then they don't. I literally don't understand what the complaint is. What did I say that is disagreeable? You don't think that context is important to a video game? Like when I say, maybe you don't understand what I mean by context. When I say context, I mean
It
story
means POV.
and character and why you're doing the action you're doing. That's all context.
It's the difference between being in the movie and watching the movie from the window.
Exactly. Exactly.
Which
The
I would
emotional
argue is
engagement.
like
Yes.
night and day.
Yes.
So I agree with you, Sitch. I think there's like another component to it because, for example, when you're playing like a really highly regarded platformer with really tight controls, good level design, like a Banjo-Kazooie or something, you're not thinking, I really am Banjo. You're not thinking like that.
Well,
the actual
not every game is Arkham Knight, you know. Sure.
No, but like Banjo is considered one of the best platformers of all time because of the level design and the tight controls and like the humor of the game. And you don't feel like you're Banjo, but there's a challenge there. It's not grindy. It's like a fair challenge. It's a fair fight, you know?
Well, okay, so different games have invoked different feelings, and people like different games for different reasons, right? I mean, you're not playing Minecraft like I feel like I'm Steve, you know, from Minecraft. Obviously, you know. So yeah, everything is a different thing. And so some games, it's like the challenge of playing the game, and then like in Banjo-Kazooie, that's exactly what I'm talking about. When you overcome the platform challenge, right? You get that shot, that dopamine or whatever it is in your brain that makes you feel like you accomplished something, right? And then when you like master sort of the maneuverability skill, something, and I like something about it when you're playing a video game that has like complicated movement controls, and you get into like the flow where you just move perfectly, it just feels so good. You're like, oh my God. There's some like magic thing that happens, you know, whether it's Spider-Man 2 with the web swinging, whether it's like, I don't know if you ever played like the Shinobi game from PlayStation, where like every time you would attack someone, you got an extra dash, and you'd be like, dash attack. It was just like, oh my God, it just felt so amazing, right?
Yeah,
if you like there.
Yeah. It makes it like the feeling of being in the zone and actually being in the zone in the game are kind of aligned.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
If you're playing Mario and you're like running and jumping perfectly and not missing a beat, you're playing Sonic and you never want to slow down. You know?
Yes, right. Yes, exactly. And maybe it's almost sort of like you feel like you're Sonic. Like it's like you feel like you've become attuned with whatever you're doing on some like perfect level. Like you're in a flow state.
So there are actually like game psychology specialists, and what you're talking about is called game feel. Game feel is the term.
Really interesting. It's like it's like a flow state, I guess.
Yeah. So. I wonder if it has its own Wikipedia page yet. Hold on. Game feel. No, it doesn't. Shit.
Lord Cameron for 2 months says video games can be Skinner boxes. It doesn't mean they all are. You're describing a you problem. Video games should be played to explore ludically. I don't know what that word is. Ludically? Lucidically? I don't know what that means.
That could be.
So I feel like some people are upset because I'm just telling you a harsh truth.
Nobody's upset. I don't.
No,
like,
there's a
everyone's
couple
here
people.
to chill.
There's
Nobody's
a couple people.
upset.
There's a couple people that are upset because listen, I'm telling you, this is someone who's played video games their entire life.
Okay, I got it.
For the most part, obviously
I'm waiting.
Obviously, there are some games that are made more maliciously than there are other games. Obviously, if you've ever played one of those like gotcha games on phone, those are like the most evil games ever that are designed to be evil as possible. And not every game is designed to be that level of evil, but every game at its core level is a Skinner box, and that it's tricking you and thinking you're accomplishing something when you're not really accomplishing a physical thing other than the experience of playing the game, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I've been playing video games my whole life. I'm just telling you
whatever you do,
what it is.
Just don't start yelling, I've been playing video games for 30 years. Just don't start yelling.
Okay. So I looked it up. I got it here. So game feel, sometimes called look feel or game juice, never heard that one before, is the intangible tactile sensation experienced when interacting with video games.
It's called game juice. I don't know if I approve of this terminology here.
The different areas of a game that can be manipulated to improve game feel are input, response, context, aesthetic, metaphor, and the rules. It's like a quasi spiritual feeling when you're in tune with the game and you kind of forget you're holding a controller and like your brain is just moving the character almost.
Everything you're saying is just so wrong.
Are you sure?
That's hilarious.
And let's see here. The goal of good game feel is to immerse the player in an engaging and rewarding experience. A way to test game feel is to see if interacting with the game's most basic mechanics feels satisfying.
Let's
one more sentence.
Okay.
At minimum, the game should feel engaging to play even after the plot, points, level design, music, and graphics are removed. If it's not, then the game may suffer from poor game feel.
Interesting.
Did you know that Tropic Thunder and Step Brothers were both made in the same year? Both those movies are epic.
So one of those movies is far greater than the other. And it's obviously Tropic Thunder.
Oh, man. I knew you were going to say that.
So do you want to talk about Mentions Moldbug?
Yeah, I was going to say, let me read 3 super chats and then we'll do Mentions
Actually,
Moldbug.
I have to go to the washroom. We'll be back in a few minutes. You can read as many as you like.
Take your time.
Okay. Christian Bala for $20. Thank you, Christian. Says way more people care about Gamergate than Curtis Yarvin. LOL. I mean,
true.
That's probably true.
That's
a
million times.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much, Mr. Ubercross. Official Sitch and Adam unofficial lawyer for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sweet. Welcome new members.
JMac, our surrogate father for $20, says one of the things we've done to help our son with ADD is to gamify his schoolwork and chores. Creating feedback loops for tasks is huge, and games do that perfectly. Sitch speaks the truth. Well, thank you. And that's actually, JMac, that's brilliant. And actually, that's fantastic that you've figured that out for your kid. I know, like, I tried to explain this to my uncle, but he's a boomer because he keeps saying that his kid is lazy. I'm like, no, you don't understand. He's not lazy. He's just addicted to video games. Okay.
Right.
He's not lazy. And but that's a great thing that you've done, Jay, for your kid. And I think that really we're going to see a lot of programs in the future like that, where they're going to figure out ways to gamify things. Yeah. For children to really get them involved. So,
yeah.
And it's, old people don't understand it because they're like, well, just don't do it. And it's like, well, okay, you grew up in a time period where you didn't have like 1,000 things distracting you at all times. You didn't have, like, it's very easy. If you have a TV with 3 channels and it's garbage,
totally. Yeah.
it's like playing. It's, one channel you have Howdy Doody.
Never was into TV. Never was into TV. It's
the other channel's the news, and then the other channel's a bunch of old people like doing a dance routine. It's all in black and white. Like, it's so easy when you don't have options to like, oh, I'm gonna do housework, right? I'm gonna do my homework because you have nothing. You literally don't have anything else to do, and you always want to do something. So you're like, okay, I guess I'll do work, right? But nowadays, when it's just like, you're just inundated with like crap to do the entertainment that you could just do all the time
on YouTube.
Yes,
it's like
exactly.
I gotta watch all this content.
Yes, there's a million things you can watch on YouTube. I mean, I don't even watch TV anymore.
Oh, I know.
And it's
so
like
many people just do YouTube. It's like
YouTube,
and you do you do other things. It's awesome.
Yeah, you have YouTube. And that's even, because you can do YouTube while doing other things. You can stream content. There's a million video games you could play. That just this constant deluge of entertainment. And it's just, as humans, we're like trying to figure out how to cope with all this stuff.
Superbad and Hot Rod both came out in the same year. Both those movies are epic.
I never saw Hot Rod. Superbad.
Hot Rod is amazing. Oh, you got to see Hot Rod.
I think part of the thing that happens, like the Dev was talking about, is that we forget that. And I only know this because of all like the film classes I take, or I took back in the day in college. The overwhelming majority of movies that came out back in the day, when all these quote classic movies came out, were all terrible.
Oh yeah, nobody liked them. 2001
they were all terrible.
People hated.
Right.
They were like, "What the fuck is this? It's supposed to be like Star Wars."
It was just
How
there's
dare
so
you make
many
this shitty movie.
It's all, a lot of it is just survivor syndrome. There's so many bad old movies, but you're not aware that they exist because they all got shuttled into the bends of obscurity. But now that you're living through this time period, you're like aware of all the bad movies. And so you're like, oh, everything's terrible now. It's like, well, maybe to some extent, but also it's just, you're just hyper aware now of all the bad stuff, which you're not aware of all the bad old stuff.
I was thinking that there's movies that people didn't like when they came out, but they've become classics. But you're talking about the opposite. You're talking about the ones that are just totally forgettable. Nobody remembers.
Yeah, like this was a big thing. This isn't so much for probably people listening here, but when I was growing up, especially if you were like, talking to film people, they'd always be like, oh, all these old movies used to be so good from like the 50s or 60s or whatever, right? Or the 40s, all these old black and white movies, they're talking about. And then when you find out, it's like, wait a minute, that was under the studio system where they were literally studios were churning out one movie a week. One movie a week. You know how long it takes for like a film studio to make a movie today? It takes like years.
Yeah.
And back then, they were churning out one movie a week, and you see some of these old movies, and they're just so bad. They're so awful. There's so many just terrible old movies that are so much worse than anything that's ever, like the worst movie today will be light years beyond some of the old movies back in those days, just because everything was made so cheaply and so quickly. And everyone forgets. They just remember like the handful of classic movies that have survived the ages.
Have you
And
seen
so they say,
Children of Men?
That wasn't that old of a movie. I'm talking about like Casablanca and, you know, Gone with the Wind.
Well, Casablanca is considered one of the best movies of all time.
I know, but I'm saying there's just like for every Casablanca and Gone with the Wind, there was like 100 just garbage movies that came out, you know, the same year.
Yeah.
So are you talking about stuff like Driller Killer?
Yes.
Have you seen Children of Men, and do you like the movie?
I haven't seen Children of Men, no.
Neither.
I know what it is.
Oh my god, that movie's amazing.
That's the one with shoot 'em up guy in it,
that
right?
might be my favorite movie. I don't.
Really?
Children of Men is pretty high up the list.
Yes. So in the chat, Lifted and Gifted just said MST3K remembers, and yes, I actually love really old bad movies. They're so fun.
Yes.
It's
Nail Gun
Children
Massacre,
of Men, and Nacho Libre for my favorite movie. I'm not sure.
Nacho Libre. Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
For the children. The children.
Okay. This was an okay movie.
I will absolutely. My favorite movie of all time is one of those bad indie made movies.
Oh no.
What is it?
1997 called Schizophreniac, the Horror Mangler.
Never even heard of this.
Listen, I will sit down with you two and watch it one day if you want. I will introduce it to you because it is
sound like fun, but
incredible. Oh my god, it's so amazing.
Is it as good as 300?
Hold on. You said you went to film school. You'll actually appreciate this movie because you can see like it's clearly just two guys trying to make a movie. And you can see how they like put the shots together and what effects they use, and they had no clue what they were doing, but you can tell like they had a lot of heart.
Right.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Well, anyway, let's actually talk about the topic of the stream.
We're only an hour and a half in.
Let's talk about cannibal hookers next.
This is the longest intro before we actually got to the topic of the video.
Okay.
Did you see the poll? I put up a poll, Dev. Why do so many people love Mencius Molebug? And I put this, right now it's 13%. He quotes cringe song lyrics for pages. How did you like that? I mean, it seemed a little over the top for me.
Yeah, in chapter 4, doesn't he do the Mick Jagger bit?
Yeah. Way too long. It's like going on, and it's like, I heard this song before. Okay, you can quit now. He simps for brutal dictators. 30%. Oh, people really think the simping is what's working. His economic takes are first grader. 17%. He never forgets the and ah, which that's the one good thing about the writing. He cuts the ums and ahs out. So
listen, what we need a Mencius Moldbug like voice box to add and ahs to.
Oh, that would be a good idea. Yeah. Just find replace every the with the.
So, Sitch, I recall you getting like hyper triggered last time
I'm gonna listen.
Talked about this.
This is a new era.
It's a new era.
I'm gonna be calm. I'm gonna try my best to be calm.
Last time you had like amazing quotes and stuff, but I didn't remember the context of the quotes because I hadn't had a fresh read on it. So do you have quotes like that for chapters 4, 5, and 6? Chapter 4, he begins with talking about various types of societies. He lays out like a type 1 and a type 2 society. Type 1 is like a marketplace of ideas, and type 2 I would describe as like authoritarian religious. But the twist is that he's saying the progressives are the religious authoritarians.
There's probably some truth to that, actually. That kind of makes sense. Hold on, though, real quick.
He says one thing in there, like, why don't progressives break into factions? And I almost laugh out loud.
It's like, well, they do.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
So for the sake of... I guess everyone, real quickly, An Open Letter to Open-Minded Progressives is an online book that Mencius Moldbug wrote over the course of, I think, 6 months or something. Hold on, let's just see real quick. Chapter 1 was written April 17th, 2008. Final chapter was written July 17th, 2008. Okay, so the idea was he wanted to write a book that by chapter 1 could be very easily read by any open-minded progressive. It would appeal to all of their moral sensibilities. And then he would kind of take them down the path to make them understand reactionary ideas.
Take them down the alt-right pipeline.
Yeah. Make them understand reactionary ideas beyond simply going, "Oh, you're racist." You know, the thought terminating cliche of just assuming that the person's racist. He's like, no. We'll go down the path so you can see the logic as we go through everything, and you can see why I've come to the conclusions I've come to, and hopefully, it will have converted you into away from progressivism. That was his intention of writing, as far as I can tell, his intention of writing this book. And last time we talked about chapters 1, 2, and 3. I had done notes up to chapter 5 last time, and I did chapter 6 notes, then I lost them. So oops.
Oh, that's okay. Chapter 6 I have 0 notes on because I was like, after a while, I was like, oh well, that's the CEO Nation though. I mean, I remembered it's a pretty short chapter. That's where he talks about giving Steve Jobs the job of dictator.
Yes. If Steve Jobs was the dictator of California as an independent nation, how would he run it, and would it be better? Yeah. So I mean, just the hyper TLDR is like in chapter 1, he introduces the fact that America is made up by 2 tribes, the progressive tribe and the conservative tribe, and how progressivism is a strong enemy that is respected in all of America's institutions, from education to journalism, to the government, to entertainment, and how conservatism is a weak enemy. Everyone looks down on, the fat soccer mom who drives up in the minivan full of a bunch of white redneck kids. You know what I mean? Like, conservatives are an easy enemy to pick on in Moldbug's view, and progressives, they are the establishment.
He's talking about specifically in academic spaces, or just overall?
Overall, yeah.
Because overall, it's all local. It depends where you are, right? If you're in some, very red area, it's the exact opposite, right?
Mm-hmm. And then he said, and then he tries to make the case. This is when he went into like the weird South African history that was like factually wrong. Mm-hmm. But he tried to make the case that he said, weren't the Soviet and Nazi systems both totalitarian dictatorships? If communism is too hot, fascism is too cold, and liberal democracy is just right, why not oppose communism and fascism equally? And he makes the case that America hates fascism way more than communism, even though they're both equivalent evils. And we all said, that's not true. Look at the entire Cold War era.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now, that is true in some sections of academia. You'll find like Marxist leaning professors who are just like, oh, well, the communism was just like a weird, wacky mistake. But it's not actually like evil to the core the way that fascism is, But I think in general, most Americans kind of see both of these things as bad. Yeah.
Well, communism has the benefit of, number one, in America, we did have race-based, not really, I guess you could say ethnic nationalism to some extent. So the history of the country will always make us a little bit more sensitive to that because we experienced it. We never experienced communism, from our own perspective. But then also communism has the benefit of the fact that, fascism, or really Nazism is what people are talking about. It's just right up front based in racism, right? And we, most people believe racism automatically bad. With communism, it's a little bit more complicated as to why it's bad. Like, it's just not like on its face based on, bad thing, right? Because it's not like most people don't see communism and then think, oh, want to kill landlords, right? Oh, want to take my private property away, right? Like it's a little bit more complicated for people to understand why communism is bad than like Nazism or something.
At the very least, they had better PR, the communists.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think it's I think it's just that because you hear a lot of people say like, oh, the theory is good, but the application is bad, right? because
no, it's not.
Yeah,
The theory
exactly.
is also not good.
Right. It's not, but you hear that because people don't like, I'm just saying I think it's hard for most people to see on its face why it's bad compared to just the blatant racism of Nazism or something.
Yeah. And I think that might be where Moldbug kind of has a point, because you could say like, oh, well, if Western society is used to, let's say, the government redistributing wealth and giving some to the poor, the communists will just say that we're just that, but more. And so like there's already like a foot in the door in a sense. So there's probably a legitimate critique there.
Sure.
In chapter 2, he talks about the idea of the international community and just the I see what you're doing with the the like count, Adam.
We beat him. We beat the bastard
Already.
We beat him.
Oh
Good
my
job.
God.
Good job.
1,294 likes on his, and
job.
on Tribe Centrist, 1,385. Woo!
Well done, Adam.
The tribe is strong.
You ratioed Amazing Atheist comic.
Good job.
We did it together.
We're going to print you a Keffels Award soon.
Oh, no, please don't.
Okay, real quick. Chapter 2, he talks about the international community, which he claims is just American liberal hegemony, and how the concept of independence does not actually mean independent, because you have to be independent with American, not oversight, American permission. Right. So he gives the example of was it Zimbabwe? It was I think it was Zimbabwe. I think
Somaliland.
Somalia. Oh, was it? That was another one. He also did Somaliland too. There was 2 examples, but basically there was one. Was it? Hold on, Control F. Rhodesia. Yes. So didn't Rhodesia become Zimbabwe?
Oh, maybe.
You know what? I don't know. Well, basically,
all these brutal dictatorships.
Yeah, there was a country that won its independence unilaterally against the wishes of the British Empire, and then it was brought back under control, and then it was granted independence by the British Empire a few years later. And the idea is, why is it that the second independence is the one that everyone recognizes, while the first one is considered like a footnote of history? And he said, because it's not true independence, and because true independence is being independent in spite of other powers who want to subjugate you, while if those other powers allow you to be independent, then it's not true independence. So that was kind of his idea of independence.
Do you have to take it by force? Oh, that's ridiculous.
I can see the logic, right? Because here's a great example. You move out of your parents' house, and your parents are still sending you a couple $100 a month to get yourself on your feet, for your first year away from home. Are you more independent then, or when you have your own job and you're paying for everything yourself?
So you're talking about places that get financial aid from America, not places that have to, take their independence by a war or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand that. Yeah.
Chapter
we're basically buying votes in NATO and stuff like that. Not NATO. It's not League of Nations. What is it? What's where all the flags are?
The UN?
United Nations?
The United Nations. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of foreign aid goes to buy votes at the United Nations to get support for different things that we want. Like I think there was 5 or 6 island nations that were part of the coalition to invade Iraq. We're like, these island nations really seem to be on our side. I wonder why.
The land of Somalia graciously agrees with your UN resolution.
Yeah, to invade Iraq and regime change the entire Middle East.
So then in chapter 3, he talks about Whig history. You guys know what Whig history is, right?
Yeah, we talked about it last time you were here.
Yep. And basically, so here, let's say, this is pure Whig history. It postulates a mysterious force that animates the course of history and operates inevitably in the progressive direction. Note the circular reasoning. Social justice succeeds because social justice is good. How do we know that social justice is good? Because it succeeds. And good tends to triumph over evil. How do we know that good tends to triumph over evil? Just look at the record. Just look at the record of social justice movements. So the argument that is like, there's throughout the first 3 chapters, there's two competing hypotheses on what's going on here. The first one is that the American liberal democratic capitalist world hegemony that controls a lot of the world and that everyone wants to be aligned with is the way that it is because it is closely aligned with the truth of reality, independent of any one person's perception. And that, we've got things right. And so things are more successful for us. And so people want to be like us. That's hypothesis one. He calls it the null hypothesis. The second hypothesis is that the reason that everyone wants to be aligned with us and the reason that we have so much wealth and power and all this is simply because we played the power politics game the best. And it's all just realist. It's all realist power moves that we've simply been winning since 1945.
But
there's nothing.
We're winning by force, right?
Yeah.
By subjugating
rather,
other people.
Yeah.
Colonialism and whatnot.
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, I know one of the things that made Sitch probably the angriest on that stream is when Moldbug said that true decolonization would not mean imposing these Western types of states like republics or socialist states or fascist states onto these various African and Asian nations, but rather that they would revert to whatever political form they had before Europeans showed up. And that's when Sitch started screaming that this was right wing CRT. If you recall that.
Yes. Yeah.
That was kind of fun. I think Sitch is AFK right now, guys. Sorry. I wanted him to scream once more, but yeah. He has a gator problem, he said.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
Does he have gators where he lives?
I'll step up then.
Oh, okay. So yeah, chapter 4. That's where we left off. And I made notes. I made notes for 4 and 5, but not 6. Right. So I was, what it was? I had my notes from last time, and I was like typing away. And then I forgot. I was listening till like 3 a.m. last night, and then I forgot to hit save on the file, and I lost my chapter 6 notes.
Say the part that can you repeat the last thing you said about the part where Sitch got super angry?
Okay. Basically, Moldbug said that true decolonization has never happened because all of these various African and Asian
because we're using
nations,
soft power there instead of.
Well, I think it's partially that, but it's also partially because the various African and Asian nations that exist, they're all using European forms of government. So they're liberal democracies, or they're like socialist republics, or they're fascist states, right? But they have not actually reverted to a pre-contact form of government, like the old kingdoms or the old tribes,
which is totally ridiculous. But anyway,
yeah. So because Nigeria doesn't have its old tribal boundaries set up with its old kings again, and Nigeria is like a modern republic now. That's still colonization.
I don't know why you would make that the criteria for judging whether or not America was hegemonic. Just because somebody adopts our institutions because they're better, they facilitate better outcomes, doesn't necessarily mean we're forcing them to, or they're we're a hegemon because of that.
So that's the null hypothesis, right? That the reason that all these other nations are doing things the way that we do, or at least trying to do things the way that we do, is because it's a good way and people realize it's good.
Cultural evolution.
Yeah. His view is that it's only power, and that it's only the realist power game.
Well, and so, I mean, how does he define the power game? I mean, it's a soft power game, though.
I think we'll have to get to that because that's coming up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hold on. Okay. Nope, we're good. Yep. Sitch isn't back yet, though.
That's okay.
God damn.
We don't need him. Look, it's you and me, bud. We got it.
Sounds good. Okay.
I have my notes for chapter 4.
Chapter 4, Dr. Johnson's hypothesis.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And
postulates that there's two types of society, and this is where he pulls out the cathedral metaphor that has kind of.
There's 3 types actually. There's 3 types, but yes. Yeah. Well, the reason it's called Dr. Johnson's hypothesis is because, what was his name? Let me just look at the link here. Samuel Johnson once said the first wig was the devil. And
Right.
that's why, that's the source of it. And this is going to be our introduction to what Moldbug thinks of Whiggism. Because for like Whiggism, Quakerism, progressivism, the American liberal hegemony, to him, these are all the same thing. And they're all part of the same tradition of
The
rejecting.
cathedral.
Yes, it's rejecting the old monarchical governments. And then everything from the Enlightenment onward, everything is an inevitable project that leads to the ruin of human civilization. Something like
Right.
that. Or like the ridiculous collapse of it, at least, back into some sort of reactionary mode of politics. And so like, and you can kind of see this, right? Because you can see, like, I know Taftaj once said this, and I think she's at least kind of correct, is that liberalism, socialism, and fascism are all left-wing ideologies because they're all post-Enlightenment, and they all, at least philosophically, claim their legitimacy from the bottom up. But right-wing ideas, true right-wing ideas, are monarchist ideas because they're pre-Enlightenment and they claim from the top down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I guess that's an interesting spectrum that I haven't really mapped out on my single factor spectrum analysis. Bottom up,
So, yeah.
bottom up is inherently left wing and top down is inherently right wing, because that's in contradiction to the state, the collectivist power being on the left and the bottom up free markets being on the right. Yeah, free markets are bottom up.
Oh, sure, but it's not in contradiction to collectivism, though, because the way that Taft had described it was that when you talk to a liberal politician, like the president of the United States, from where does he get his legitimacy, at least philosophically? It's going to be from the citizen, the voter, right? And he's like, I represent the American people, like I represent everyone voted for me. I'm not just for Republicans or Democrats, I'm for everyone. That's going to be what you hear from every president, right? And then you listen to a socialist. Where does he get his political power from? He says the worker, the productive class of society, the underclass of people from which most people are a part of, that do all the work of maintaining society. You talk to a fascist, and where does he get, again, philosophically, where does he get his power from? He's going to say the people. He's going to say the race. He's going to say, because we are all this ethnicity or this, religion, whatever in-group it happens to be, because we are all this group, and I am the representative of this group on the international stage. So they're
That's
all
not bottom up, though?
Those are all bottom up, and those are all collectivist.
Right.
In this view, in this like neo-reactionary view of left and right. Meanwhile, the right is monarchy, and the monarch does not give a shit about the peasants. The monarch is directly below God, and so for him, the political power flows from God into the monarch and then down onto the rest of society. So that's the bottom up. Legitimacy comes from the mass of people, whether it's voters, workers, or the people, and then on the right, it's top down, God down through society.
Okay. I'm putting monarchy on one side of the spectrum and democracy on the other side of the spectrum.
It's not just democracy, because, well, actually, here's the thing. Moldbug might, well, maybe not Moldbug, but like other neo-reactionaries would call fascism a democracy for this reason, because most people actually wanted it whenever it happened, and because it claimed most people as its source of legitimacy, even though they didn't actually vote. They never actually voted.
I don't know that I can. I don't know that I can map that onto it's really democracy versus autocracy, and I guess the people who are more in favor of autocracy are definitely on the right.
True. It's kind of strange, though, because if you look at fascism and monarchical societies, they have some very serious differences in terms of again how they justify political power, right? It's not like you might have cults of personality around a great leader in some fascist societies, but they always say that they're acting for the people. A king
Right.
would never say that. A king says,
They're
"I'm
not
sovereign."
chosen by God or something.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Does
So
he
in that way, a lot of neo-reactionaries view fascism as left-wing, as democratic, as bottom up, because they claim to be speaking for the people.
Can you
Right,
sum
yeah.
up the 3 types of society in chapter 4? There's like marketplace of ideas is one of them, where
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
team
Let's get to that. Let's
truth.
get to that. Let's see. Let me pull up my notes.
Team
real
truth
quick.
is one of
But
them.
you said something
Actually, hold on.
earlier.
There's 2 things to go through first, but okay, go on, Sitch.
You were saying earlier, how his view is that essentially, oh, society was based around this top-down monarchy view, and now it's bottom up, and it's just everything is just going to collapse now. Like, does he have a basis for why he thinks everything is going to collapse now that it's bottom up, and why everything was better in the past? Or is it just kind of like, I need strong daddy boot on my neck to take care of me?
I don't fully know yet, but I think if you know how you see a lot of right wingers who talk about the moral degradation and collapse of American society, with a little bit of truth in there, because birth rates are down and economic
right.
there's lots of problems happening right now for sure,
Mhm.
and some of it can definitely be traced back to let's say things being a bit too permissive sometimes. So
Yeah, but none of that has. But America was never a kingship or anything. So any argument about America's degradation has nothing to do with this argument.
Okay, that is going to come up in chapter 6,
Okay.
either 5 or 6, and we will get to that point. Yes, he has an answer for that, but it's coming up.
Okay.
The TLDR is that Moldbug does not conceptualize American and British society as actually being different, and he thinks that the American Revolution was actually a civil war within liberalism between Whigs and Tories. And he'll make his case.
My God.
Okay. And that and from the Anglo civilization, including Britain, America, Canada, all of these places, they're actually all just one. It's one unified war of the civilization collapsing, and America's existence is a symptom of that collapse.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll get there.
Okay.
It sounds ridiculous, but it's
I know.
coming, right?
It's just.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Wait, so did you have a wireless headphones? You listen to all that?
Yeah, I was on my phone.
Okay. All right. So you know what's going on. Okay.
I know what's going on.
Okay. All right. So before we get to type 1, 2, and 3 societies, Adam, there's 2 things. I want to bring up 2 things first. Okay.
2 things.
First is that
things.
I think that
one.
I think Moldbug's views are highly colored by the fact that he reveals in chapter 4 that his family is made up of diehard crypto communists.
Okay.
Yeah. So he says,
right.
I'll quote him. Okay. He says, for Gramps and Grandma, who were about the nicest people you could imagine, who certainly had no interest in the devil or any of his works, calling themselves progressives was a code word. It was a dog whistle. What they really were communists. Once I screwed up my courage and asked my grandmother if the story about owing my existence to a Communist Party cell was true. Oh, no, she said. It was a meeting of the American League for Peace and Democracy. Now, you can go on Wikipedia right now if you want and look up the American League of Peace and Democracy. And here's what you'll get. You will get the American League Against War and Fascism was an organization formed in 1933 by the Communist Party USA and pacifists united by their concern as Nazism and fascism rose in Europe. In 1937, the name of the group was changed to the American League for Peace and Democracy. And then he says, my grandmother didn't know about Wikipedia. So basically, Moldbug comes from a family that was pretty much diehard communist infiltrators into the United States. Mm-hmm. They were card-carrying members of the Communist Party of the USA. They were funded by the Soviets.
He's basically trying to make amends.
I mean, maybe, but his personal experience of communism as kind of seeing the inner workings of the subversion and process probably colored a lot of his politics, because we all hate communism, I'm sure, but I don't think any of us had like subversives being funded by the fucking Soviets in our family.
No, not
right?
that I'm aware of. Anyway.
So maybe that makes him. Maybe that probably colored some of his politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Second point I want to bring up is he asked in chapter 1 or chapter 2. He asked, why is it that Nazis are hated more than communists in America? And so he gives a partial answer at the beginning of this chapter. So he says, at most, you might say that Obama is a communist, the same way that Mitt Romney is a Mormon. Romney is not a Mormon because he personally read the Book of Mormon and felt the awe and mystery of Joseph Smith's golden plates.
You don't know that.
He might be. But he is a Mormon because his parents were Mormons, just as Obamas were communists. I use the small c here. Well, here's the thing. Obama's parents, they weren't like Moldbug's parents, card-carrying members of the CPUSA, but they had like sympathies towards them.
Sure.
And so, you do inherit your parents' politics in a sense, like, at least kind of. So he says like Obama
or you could go the
inherited.
exact opposite.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite. As you individuate from your parents, you actually tend to adopt.
And to be fair, Moldbug clearly didn't inherit his parents' communism. Right. So he kind of
right. He's just saying Obama's a communist just because Obama's parents were more communist sympathetic. Is that
he's saying that Obama is a communist sympathizer, not actually a membership of not actually has membership of the party. He's sympathetic to those ideas because of his parents. Yeah.
Okay.
And then he says, as a modern progressive, of course, you're not a communist, but you are an anti-communism. An anti-communist. So you think of communism as a mistake, which of course it was, but the anti-communism of Joe McCarthy still shocks and appalls you. Its opposite does not. McCarthyist is a live insult in your mind. So is fascist. Communist, or any of its variants, is kind of dated and almost funny. So
that's true, but there's a reason for all this. And it's kind of what I said earlier, which is, America has in its history racial, ethnic state, problems with literally being part of, legality, right? We enslaved black people. We made them second-class citizens. We had, immigration laws about ethnicity, things of that extent. And then with McCarthyism, and this is the right wing's fault entirely, there were some obviously there were some actual communist infiltrators that were trying to infiltrate the government and society back in those days. But as we know, with all things, including people calling people racist now, including people calling people fascist now, including people calling people woke now, or calling people, pedos now or groomers now, these terms that get used as soon as they have power, people overuse them in order to keep achieving political power. That's kind of how all these insults and all these terms are used. And so during the Red Scare, and even somewhat after the Red Scare, it was like the Republicans figured out that calling people communists granted them so much power. It was essentially like the same, like like nowadays you say, oh, you're racist, shut up, right? Back in those days, it's like, oh, you're communist, shut up. And so because of that history, it was kind of embedded in a lot of people in the left's minds that just calling someone communist was like a non-insult. It was hearkening back to those days of, calling everyone communist. And I think that's what created the idea he's talking about, the anti-communist idea in most of the left wing's mind. And it's kind of, unfortunately, created the cry wolf problem, because now that communism has reared its ugly head again, it's like the left is just deaf to it because of that history.
Right. So I have another clip here, Adam. I'm going to put it. It's a 30-second clip, so you don't need to watch together. It just, if you don't mind, play this for the stream. I put it in the Zoom chat.
Sure, I'll pull it up.
This is kind of an example of what we're talking about here.
Edward Griffin reads a communist directive issued 1943 that explains the apparent sudden prominence of fascists and Nazis in the West. Interesting.
All right, let's... Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
Wow, where have I heard that
1943
before? That sounds pretty familiar.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, once it became obvious that in the Second World War, the liberals were going to side, at least for a little bit, with the socialists against the fascists, the socialists found they said this is a good propaganda. This is a good way to get in on subverting the West.
Repeat that the first sentence. The in World War what we sided with the socialists.
Yeah, in World War II, the liberals sided with the socialists against the fascists.
That's a total lie, though.
No, we fought with the Soviets.
No, that's a. This is what
against.
That's a literal lie. This is why I get so triggered when all the socialists lie about this online too. They say we fought the Nazis, we fought the fascists. That's a lie. World War II started because the socialists teamed up with the fucking fascists against the liberals. That's how World War II starts. It starts with the USSR and Nazi Germany invading Poland.
Okay, yeah, okay. No, yes.
And so,
okay.
but
my mistake. Yes.
No. But that's the framing that you said. That's Mencius Moldbug's framing, and that's the socialist framing, and it's used to promote a dishonest narrative. Both, they both have a different narrative they want to promote. The reality of the situation is socialism and fascism are far closer to each other than either of them is to liberalism. And so World War II was literally fascist and communist teaming up to fight the liberals, and it was only when the fascists turned on the communists and secretly betrayed them, which, Stalin didn't want to believe, or whoever the fuck was the head of the USSR at the time didn't want to believe, that then he's suddenly like, oh, I guess I'll join the liberals now.
Yeah. So I know the socialists say, okay, there's a socialist bloc and there's a liberal bloc, and we've now destroyed the fascist bloc. And because the liberals and the socialists work together because we're ideologically aligned. So now all we have to do is just convince the liberals to finish out the Whig project and become socialists. And so that's why they were subverting us. But then the neo-reactionaries are saying, hold on, this is all true. But what that means is that the entire history of the world post 1945 is a history where there is no right wing. And it's all just the history of progress marching towards the inevitable conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And the conclusion is?
Well, the socialists want it to be the stateless, moneyless, classless society. Right. The neo-reactionaries think it's a complete collapse of civilization.
Oh my God.
Wonderful.
Yeah. What a bunch of doomers.
Yeah. So this is when we get into the types of societies. Okay. And he says,
oh, thank goodness. Where's my notes?
Yeah. All right. So let's see here.
Marketplace of ideas.
Mm-hmm. So he says, let's separate civilized societies into 3 types, 1, 2, and 3, according to their relationship between opinion and authority.
Right.
Okay? So these are the 3 types. So he starts with type 3, and he says, type 3 is what Karl Popper called the open society. In a type 3 society, thoughts compete on the basis of their resemblance to reality. Institutions which propagate thoughts compete on the basis of the quality of the thoughts they propagate. Good ideas outcompete bad ideas in a type 3 society because most of us would rather be clueful than deluded. Since reality is one thing and people are people, people who are smart and want to understand reality will generally cluster around the truth.
Not true, but
yeah.
Aspirational.
So when you live in a type 3 society, while you can think for yourself, you generally don't have to. Why buy a cow when milk is so cheap? The type 3 society makes an accurate perception of reality easily available to anyone who wants it.
So hold on. Marketplace of Ideas is a type 3 society by his. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He's going backwards. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So type 3 is basically power is not part of the opinion an information game at all, and it is all simply truth. If things are more accurately aligned with the objective reality outside of any one person's perception, then those are the things that'll propagate.
Right.
Mhm.
We don't
And
really,
then-
I mean, we kind of live in a mix of all these societies. So
I thought a type 3 society is when you finally build the Dyson sphere.
no, yeah, he doesn't use it.
He's doing a different thing. He's doing a different thing.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a
This is-
sociological thing, not
Yeah.
a.
I know, I'm just
Yeah.
joking.
These are mold bugs type 1 to 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, I
Okay,
think there are
then he
actually
says-
some other guys type 1 to 3 that he just appropriates.
You think so? Oh,
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. Maybe. So then he says type 1 is basically the opposite of type 3. Let's call type 1 the loyal society. In a type 1 society, your thoughts are coordinated by the government. Public opinion is a matter of state security. Why? Because people are dangerous. In a type 1 society, the state establishes 2 categories of thoughts, good thoughts and bad thoughts. It penalizes people for expressing bad thoughts or rewards them for expressing good thoughts, or ideally, both. A bad thought is any thought that, if a sufficient number of people were to think it, it might be threatening to the safety of the state. A good thought is any thought that is useful to the state, even if just because it fits in the spot where a bad thought might otherwise go. So this sounds like,
China.
China, fascist Italy, Nazi Germany.
The Romulans, the Cardassians.
Yep.
I think this is why I put 2 and 1 together, because they both are kind of like a religious state enforced narrative.
Mhm.
Well, I
Right,
think
and so-
one is enforced by society, but
Type.
Go
So
Well, let me just say, type 3 is, that's like the ideal of what we want America to be, right?
that's the
No.
open society where
That's
there's
what we're aspiring to. right?
type 3. Thought you
But
meant
then
the-
type 1,
the
yeah, but then
the
type,
loyal
society.
right. But then type 1 is like, that's the woke society, except you just replace ideas instead of going for the sake of the government, it's for the sake of, the woke political party or the woke ideology.
Right.
yeah, that'll be type 2, and we'll get there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is why I
So-
was saying type 1 and type 2 are basically the same, Sitch, because
They are similar. Yeah.
Go.
However, he makes the case that type 1, type 1, the loyal society, even though it sounds like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union and all these places,
Mhm.
it doesn't necessarily have to be totalitarian,
no.
because he says in a successful type 1 society, the range of good thoughts may actually be broad. Many, if not all of them, can be sensible. It should be possible for an intelligent member of society to live a normal and successful life without ever once being tempted to venture off the reservation. So this, I mean, it's true because like Nazi Germany and fascist Italy and Soviet Russia, these were all places where the range of acceptable thoughts were very narrow, right? But then he also says Elizabethan England was a type 1
Mhm.
society, and it was. And you could actually have a very broad range of thoughts in Elizabethan England, but there were simply some thoughts that you weren't allowed to have.
Right.
So that's
I
what
mean,
he's
but
saying.
that's
So
the same
you
in
can
it.
have
There's going to be social taboos even in Team Truth society.
yeah, but they're
yes.
not, they don't serve the same purpose.
Right.
Mhm.
So that's a difference.
So he basically makes the case that like you can have a society where you can talk about, like, let's say for some reason your society is structured such that you can talk about anything you want from any position you want. You just cannot let's see, you can't paint a box the color blue. That's it. That's the only taboo.
That's the first
So-
thing Adam is going to do. He's going to paint a box.
Yeah, totally.
So you can't have any blue boxes in your
Zima blue.
society.
I'm going to paint it Zima blue.
There you go.
So, and if you talk about painting a box blue, you will be rounded up and imprisoned for
Mhm.
basically subverting the culture and the morality of this great society. If you do it, you will be shot and killed. The harshest possible punishments for even engaging with the idea of a blue box. Okay, that is a type 1 society to mold bug, because even though the range of good thoughts are broad, what is considered a good thought and a bad thought is not discovered in the marketplace of ideas. It is enforced by authority.
Right. There's no knowledge
yeah.
acquisition in a type
Right.
1 society.
Well, the knowledge acquisition has to come purely from a top-down structure.
Which
of
that can't
acceptability.
happen. Yeah.
It's going to be outcompeted by a bottom-up structure.
Yeah. Yeah. Type 3 society is going to kick ass.
So he also says that an ideal social structure in the society is one in which believers are concentrated among the most fashionable and successful social circles, and dissenters, if there are any, tend to be poorly educated, less intelligent, and nowhere near as wealthy.
That's your woke, anti-woke divide right there.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So the believers of the type of the proper ideology in a type 1 society, they are the progressives of today. You know, the generally, like, you know, they're living in big cities, they have more money, they have more education, they're more well spoken, they have more connections. These are the progressives. And then the dissenters are going to be the hillbillies who don't have any of these things, and they live kind of out in the sticks, you know.
Everything but well spoken. I agree.
Yeah.
With.
This is why it's so amusing to me that people try to argue that this system is to combat wokeness. And I'm like, you're literally just reproducing the system that wokeness wants, only embedding it in the government.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So he says, if this system can be achieved, the believers will feel a natural and healthy contempt for dissenters, who should be inclined to abandon any bad thoughts they may have been brought up with if they have any desire to succeed in life. So
all this is like religiosity. That's all he's describing.
Yeah. The society is set up such that even if your personality type or your experiences or whatever might lead you to not believe in the ban on blue boxes, society will give you a healthy whack, and you want to have a good life, so you will enforce the ban yourself. This is where he comes to, in my opinion, what is his first big factual problem, I think. He says, because the organs are the instruments which make state security a reality, they cannot be allowed to contradict each other. In a state in which is secured purely by military force, can various units of the Army and Navy get into little catfights with each other? No. The issue is that they did all the time in Type 1 societies. In fact, the history of Type 1 societies is a history of various factions within the government fighting each other for dominance.
Right.
You know, the Hitlerites purging the Strasserites in early Nazi Germany. You know, Stalin winning out over Trotsky in Soviet Russia, right? Yeah. The various noble struggles and all of these monarchies that have happened all across human history. You know, China's entire fucking history, right, of just constant civil wars over what dynasty gets to rule. You know, this seems to be a false statement, because in Type 1 societies, the various organs contradict each other all the time, and that's what causes them to be so violent.
Yeah, it's like he's talking about in some sort of like idealized, not in the real world version of Type 1. You know, everyone just falls in lines. But like, I feel like the problem with so much of the thought process around him and everything he's advocating for is it's like, yeah, in theory, if you have a just king who's smarter than everyone, or super smart and super moral, that will be a better society as long as they're alive than like a democratic society. But the whole reason that we don't do that is because that doesn't happen, or it happens rarely. You need a system of government where you can promote the most amount of goodness over the longest period of time continually.
The knowledge acquisition problem doesn't go away though, and I don't care how just your king is.
But like,
he doesn't
if you
have
had
the ability to know what needs to be done.
No, like if you had a magical just, with his top-down approach, no. But you could, in theory, have the magical just ruler who is like the hyper-liberal, the authoritarian liberal.
That is going to make the right choices with all the information. The
right,
problem
which is going to promote public education and free exchange of ideas.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So essentially,
he's going to set up basically a liberal democracy for knowledge acquisition.
Right. It's literally just like, we need a liberal democracy, but it's enforced by a single person. Like, essentially,
it's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I know it is so stupid, but that's that's like. This is what all this stuff I feel like completely fails to take into account for, is that, and it's the same thing we talk about socialism. We kind of had this brief conversation with Chud about this. The reason socialism fails is it exists in the realms of like hyper theory. It doesn't account for human motivation and the real world and how humans interact with each other and the power games people play.
Totally.
And the benefit of democracy, the benefit of liberalism, at least compared to these other societies, is it takes into account all of these horrible motivations and behaviors that humans do, and it tries to channel them. Now, obviously, it doesn't always work, but it tries to channel them in pro-social directions where like these monarchy systems, these top-down systems, none of that happens. None of that happens whatsoever. It's all just reliant on the person at the top being benevolent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it ignores all of the power problems and power struggles and power constraints that they have to deal with. Like, and that's why that the Rules for Rulers book is so good. I mean, the Dictator's Handbook is so good, and CGP Grey, even though I know he has all the controversy, the copyright strikes now, his video about it is so good, and we watched it, before, is because it really shows that just because you're, and this is kind of the problem with, I think, with Moldbug's kind of hyper theorizing of the monarchies, and people we debate about this, talk about this, it's like they have this theoretical king that it just exists and has absolute power, but we know that that's not real. In reality, they have to control the military. They have to control the nobles under them.
Okay, so he actually gets us in chapter 6. Now, spoil a little bit for you, Sitch. Okay.
Well, hold on. What's the third? Oh, okay. We're gonna go back
real
to
quick.
the third thing. Okay.
Yeah, we will go back. Yeah. So just real quickly, he conceives of using modern technology in chapter 6, the idea of a techno monarchy, where basically there will actually be no way to oppose a king because of future technology. You can just turn off all the guns.
Yeah.
It's literally like Metal Gear Solid, where Liquid Snake
God.
He's like, I have turned off all of your weapons. They will turn against you.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid. The only way that
we'll get to the details of that, but yeah, that's that's
who's
his answer.
programming all these things? Who's making all these things?
So because he wants the government to be run like a corporation, the shareholders that elect the CEO, and the CEO runs the government, the shareholders are the ones who are tasked with.
So you think that the king of future techno America, you think that he has to make sure that the guy who runs the factories or runs the business that programs all the guns to turn on and off, do you think he needs to make sure that that guy is in his pocket and not going to betray him?
Yes.
Oh, it's almost like it's the exact same problem we always have from the beginning. Someone in the chat said very early in the stream, and they were so correct. They're like, Mencius Moldbug and the Neoreactionaries, they don't want a perfect king. They want Dr. Manhattan. And that's like the perfect thing. They literally need some sort of all-powerful deity at the top that can just do whatever he wants on his own and doesn't require anyone else. But obviously we don't live in that world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So at this point, Moldbug brings up the problem. And the problem is that our society, in his view, is not a type 3 society, because we don't have, in his view, the open society that is completely meritocratic and based entirely on things that are more true become accepted and things that are less true are not accepted. We also aren't the type 1 society. And the reason he says that we are not a type 1 society is because despite there being an obvious Western canon of what is the truth and what is not the truth, there's no government apparatus that directs that truth. So he says, there is no Goebbels who tells writers what to write, filmmakers what to film, journalists what to print, or professors what to profess. That there is no coordinating authority, unless you can come up with a conspiracy theory, which right-wingers sometimes do. They generally say it's like the Jews or the Freemasons or the communists or somebody. But he says that there is no coordinating authority. There is no conspiracy theory. But yet there also is an enforced canon. So we look like, from some points of view, type 3, and from some points of view, type 1.
China is a type 1, though.
Type 3. Yes. You're getting him back. I'm sorry, type 1. I'm getting him back.
Yeah. Type 1 is the loyal society. Type 3 is the open society.
Right.
The propagandistic, state-run narrative society is type 1. And
1984.
That's China. That is totally China.
100%. Yeah.
So, for example,
China.
he says
China.
in He says in a type 3 society, we should see intellectual inhomogeneities between competing institutions. So Harvard and Yale should mostly agree because reality is one thing. So should the New York Times and Washington Post. But there should be but there should be drift in competition, not just among ideas, but among institutions. Do you see this? Because I sure don't. And now that's what he says. And my reply to that is, I do. I do see a lot of ideological disagreement, especially now, because things are even more fractured now than that. Maybe he was writing this in 2008 where things were all kind of unified. But nowadays, man, you see institutions that are reasonable, filled with reasonable people, and they're not just like full of quacks, but they're disagreeing a lot. There's lots of disagreement.
Well,
totally.
This is like saying this. I feel like this argument is like this total bait and switch. You know, the fact that you're saying that he basically grew up with crypto commies makes everything about him make so much more sense, because I feel like all of his arguments are leftist word games and category games. And so I think that influenced his thinking so much, because it's essentially like, imagine if there was someone who was Christian and there was a guy who's like, listen, you don't live an idealized Christian life. You didn't give all your money to the poor. You don't spend all your time engaging in works of charity. You're not really living up to the ideal of Jesus. So you know what you should do? You should become Muslim. And you're like, wait, what? Like, just because someone's not living up to some idealized version of whatever they're trying to live up to doesn't mean that they throw it away and completely do something that's completely different. And that's essentially what he's arguing here. He's like, well, just because the liberal democratic society is not living up to the exact idealized, in theory, version it's striving for, that means we have to pack it all in and start to become like a monarchy. And you're like, well, where's the logic in that?
Yeah.
So I know someone in your chat, for example, is saying that no university is against CRT, no university is against queer theory, which is currently true. With there
are people within the universities that are against it, though. Obviously.
And here's the thing: I 100% believe in the next decade that's going to swing heavily. That's going to swing back.
Oh,
like I don't
I
think.
agree.
Yeah. Hold on, real quick.
They're in favor of CRT because they think CRT is just liberal civil rights. They don't they don't understand what CRT is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let me just hear. Okay.
I mean, how many times have we told Dialogue Always what CRT is, though, and he still is just like, no, it's just liberal civil rights.
Yeah, but he's like, I feel like he's fucking with us at this point.
Do you really?
From the last thing he said on Twitter, I was like, what the fuck is he?
What was that great argument that you said? I was like, what? I mean, I didn't understand anything he said, basically. I was just confused.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't want to get sidetracked.
Yeah, so he asked the questions. This is a question here. So which is more to the left? Harvard today or Harvard in 1958?
Harvard today.
We're assuming today, but I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they were going on about 1958.
No, it is Harvard today. Yes.
Well,
the answer
how are you defining the left, though?
I don't know how he's defining it. He just
inclusive, or
it probably means more like
Harvard,
socialistic,
more progressive. Yeah,
more progressive.
Harvard back in 1948 probably didn't allow the Jews in. Like I don't know that it was a progressive institution.
Yeah, right.
Right. So, but that means that it's more progressive now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So he says the entire system is drifting in the same direction at the same speed. Does this scream type 3 to you? Which is a fair question.
Well,
type 3 is the open society, by the way. Type 3 is the open society. Yeah, it is a fair question
but here it's kind of not a fair question.
Okay,
because this was like the thing that Adam said originally when he gives out the type 3. That's not like, it's not real. Like that's like a hyper idealized version of what we want to be, but that's not where anyone is, and I don't know if that's where anyone could ever be. Because as you said, Adam, there's always going to be social taboos.
Yeah.
There's always going to be social taboos, right?
Yeah. I'm sure that there's like inside each institution, there's a institution-wide narrative. Obviously, the narrative now is the woke narrative, the diversity and inclusion.
Right, but there's always going to be good social taboos. Like under his type 3,
totally.
hyper ridiculous, fantasy society,
No
you could
pedophilia
have
on the website. On the
exactly
Harvard website is probably a good social tab.
yeah, you could have Harvard. Harvard could host a debate on like age of consent laws and whether
Yeah, they're not going to
people
do
should
that.
be able to have sex with children or something like totally fucked up like that. And we live like, whoa, that's going way too far, right? That's the
Yeah.
degeneracy, like that's all the horrible degeneracy that we're talking about.
But
So you don't
Mulberg
want to live in this super like, well, every idea is open discussion type 3. So like that's a bad thing too.
Mulberg would say though that is our future, that they will be hosting those debates. And
Yeah, but then he's kind of playing both. If that was the case, then he's kind of playing both sides of the fence here.
I'll go out on a limb here and say that Harvard is never going to like host a debate on baby fucking. Like that's just not going to be.
You're
not
appealing
gonna be a
to
thing.
Right.
at this point. You're appealing to basically the only thing I like from Zizek's writing, which is Zizek's dogma, the idea that there should be some things in society that are just settled topics that we can all agree on, because those form the foundation that we can have further discussion on. So like, should we really have to have a debate on whether or not rape is good or evil every single time? It's like, we can actually just, we can just settle that, like that's just like some things should just be settled,
And when the guy steps up and goes, well, actually, we shoot that guy.
Yeah, but see, there's sort of an inherent contradiction in his definition of type 3, because he's saying on one hand, you have this ultimate open society where everyone can discuss everything. But on the other hand, everyone accepts whatever is true. That's not how knowledge production works. No one ever accepts whatever is like true. We don't all just agree on anything.
So I didn't put this in. I didn't read this quote out because it's so long. Yeah. But one of the parts of type 3 is that dissent is allowed, but that dissent will basically be like its own kind of parallel location. So, for example, none of us actually believe in the ancient aliens theory building the pyramids. However,
some people do.
Okay, but like us here, right. Most people don't believe in ancient aliens. Listen. Oh, okay.
I don't know how they built those pyramids. Okay.
Oh, you were the guy from the meme who's like aliens.
Listen.
That guy was based.
Most of us don't believe in the ancient alien theory, but in a type 3 society, most people wouldn't believe in it. However, if you were one of the crazies who did, there would be like alternative bookstores, and there would be alternative things you could read, and there would be alternative ideas.
Which we have.
And basically, you could cluster around whatever ideas suited you, and those ideas that accumulated the most people and the largest institutions were the ones that were more likely to be closer to the truth. That's type 3. So it doesn't expel alternative ideas. They're just like not as popular.
Yeah, but it's so first of all, we live in that society. We have, the ancient aliens was like fucking, the History Channel literally became the Ancient Aliens and Ghost Hunters channel because it's just so popular.
I know.
I don't think half the people that watch it believe it. They just think it's entertaining to watch.
But he says that we don't actually live in that society because every mainstream institution is moving leftward at approximately the same speed. Here, let me outline it. So he says that like Harvard in 1958 to Harvard in 2008 drifted leftward about the same amount that Yale in 1958 drifted to Yale in 2008, and all the news media in those 50 years, all the schools in those 50 years, all of the cultural production in those 50 years, they all moved leftward at the same pace. So what we have is something that appears to be an open society, type 3, but is actually a type 1 society without a great leader directing everything.
So there's a good reason for why a lot of this leftward drift in academia happened. And I want to see if I can find, it was where is it? I watched the video I watched yesterday. That was like the James Lindsay speech. He was giving a speech in this forum, and there was a second guy whose name I want to find. I don't know why it's not in my YouTube history because I watched it yesterday. But anyway, the second guy that talked, oh, here it is. His name is F. Faraday. And what the guy said was he talks about this kind of leftward drift of all the institutions and all the colleges and all the teachers. And he says, this is all the conservatives' fault. This is all the Republicans' fault. Because, and I think this is part of the moral foundations. He doesn't talk about this, but who was it that was interested in becoming teachers? People on the left.
Yeah.
Who was it? People
Yeah.
that were interested in becoming, college professors, artists, movie makers, all these things. It's primarily people on the left. And he was talking about how, if you were on the right, generally, if you wanted to be
They
a
said,
teacher,
put away those toys. Grow up, for heaven's sake.
right, exactly. Put away those toys. You don't want to be a teacher. You want to be a business person. You want to do all this different
You
stuff.
don't want to make movies. You don't want to shape young minds.
Right. And so I think it was just the moral intuitions of the left being more into art, being more into, the openness of teaching and knowledge acquisition and all those things through open, forward thinking as opposed to tradition thinking, led people on the left to just gravitate towards these institutions. And then unfortunately, because of that, they basically dominated them.
Do you think politics is downstream of culture? I mean, it's a meme, and I've thought about it a lot, and I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
It is accurate, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very accurate, right?
Because it really is. It's the tastemakers that make people desire certain things, and they form voting blocks, and politicians pitch making those certain things a reality, or saving them from certain things that they're afraid of. But it's really the tastemakers that kind of move society. The politicians, I mean, they're basically
they're just listening.
representatives.
They're
Yeah.
listening, right?
They're listening.
Trump was the voice of the mob. He was listening to what people wanted. He
Right.
kind of take that. And it's kind of funny. You know how like a lot of people on the right, when we talk about black issues, it's like, oh, there's a cultural problem among blacks that blacks need to fix, right? That's kind of like the argument.
I
that we
don't
hear.
say that. Look, I have a
Right.
black
I wouldn't
friend
say
now.
it that way, right? But anyway, that's kind of the argument. And it's kind of funny because like the mirror image of that is like, well, there's a cultural problem among right wingers, which is that, they were not into pushing their children into becoming teachers or academics. And now that entire area of life is dominated by people on the left.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't really. There's a ton of things you can't really say on a movie set these days without,
Right.
your car getting firebombed.
So I guess what I'm saying is right wingers, you need to fix your culture.
you need to fix it.
You need to fix your culture.
Fix that shit.
Anyway, Dad.
Okay. I know that Academic Agent actually believes in the complete inverse of what you just said. He thinks that culture is downstream from law, not law being downstream from culture.
Yeah,
Right,
because
he
they
believes
have
in the
this
whole-
weird civil rights bill changed everything. Just totally fucked
in the
up view
UK,
of reality. Yeah.
Where basically you have like a group of politicians who are the elite, and they have decided they have their ideas, they put them into law, and then over time, because they've been imposed as law, the rest of the population follows along, and it becomes the culture.
Yeah,
That
that
can
really
happen.
worked.
Well, so
Yeah,
let me just
those are
that
both
can
true. Those are
definitely
both true,
happen.
yeah.
Like, that's
Yeah.
not
that
right.
really worked with weed.
Well, yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does.
Right. That can happen, but I think on average, most of the time, culture controls politics, not the other way around.
And by controlling politics, you control law. Literally,
Right.
they're the lawmakers.
Right.
Yeah. The more that I've been reading, I don't know if you guys have heard, but I've been on a big reading arc the past 2 years.
That's great.
The more that I've read, the more that I've realized is that even ideas that I don't like are probably correct at least a little bit of the time.
Have
Of
you
course,
read?
Everything has a seed of truth in it. That's where these ideas come from in the first place.
Everyone says like, oh, communism will never work. Well, actually, communism, you can have a communist society work in a group of like 50 people living in a little village, and you all kind of collectivize things. Like,
Well,
like
and
big scale though.
when we have superabundance, once we have the replicator, like, what's money going to mean in a society like that?
Right.
well, at that point, then political power is held by those people who fix the replicators.
Oh,
The robots do.
Did we get a type 2 society yet?
We are about to get there. That's the next thing on the list.
Sweet.
Okay, so at this point, this is where Moldbug introduces the cathedral, which is what he's most known for, the idea of the cathedral. The cathedral is the set of institutions that propagate the post-1945 liberal consensus: academia, journalism, education, entertainment. And now we have to ask, why? Like what is it about this? So the null hypothesis comes back. The cathedral exists simply because it produces the set of all reasonable ideas and that progressivism has been winning consistently throughout history because it is more aligned with the truth than other ideas. That is one hypothesis. And that is we are closer to what reality is, and so therefore we have more success.
This is why I fundamentally hate this guy, because that is not the world that we live in. You can propagate an ideology that paints a stylized version of the world that is so far from truth, but is ultimately far more motivating to people and will produce better outcomes. So the idea that truth is aligned with a better society is just fundamentally wrong. It's fundamentally incorrect.
No, you agree. You're making his point now. He actually agrees with you on that, and that's in type 2. But basically, so basically, I mentioned earlier that all the institutions are drifting in the same way, and that makes it seem like it's being directed and it's not open like a type 3 open society. It makes it seem like it's a type 1 loyal society because everything is moving the same way at the same speed.
Right.
However, there is no Goebbels telling Harvard and Yale what to promote. There's no Goebbels controlling the media, controlling news, controlling education, controlling culture. So, now, I don't necessarily agree with this, with what he's saying here, because, I mean, right now we're seeing a huge split between socialists, progressives, and liberals. The left is not this unified mass that is all marching in one direction. And in fact, the reason that we, 5 or 10 years ago, we started seeing all those people leaving the left is because the left marched too far. So I don't think that this is true, but let's assume that it's true. Now we get the cathedral, which is again the post 1945 liberal consensus.
Type 2, the cathedral?
No.
This is still type 1.
This is so. Here, hold on. I want to try to word this properly. Okay. He presents 2 possibilities to explain our current situation. The first possibility is that the West is simply the most truthful and the most correct, and we have it all figured out, and everyone wants to be like us because truth has led to that prosperity.
Metaphorically true or scientifically true?
Kind of both. But
see, that's where I just completely disagree. Those two things are diametrically opposed.
Yeah. So the idea basically is that like our academic institutions produce content that is closer to the truth than their competitors, so they have won out. Our journalism is more accurate, so it has won out. Our education is more accurate. Basically, we are closer to what is true in what our culture produces. Therefore, everyone wants to adopt our methods and be more like us.
Okay.
And that's the cathedral. All right. That's one hypothesis, is that we're simply just winning because we're better,
soft power,
we're more good, we're more true.
He would be right if he replaced true with efficient.
Yeah, maybe that would be better.
The alternative is the type 2 society. And this is what he thinks that we are. The type 2 society is the type 1 society without a leader. So there's no Hitler, there's no Stalin, there's no Goebbels.
Yeah, it's basically
there's no Mao
society. It's a state-run narrative, but it's run through cultural evolution, through society.
Yeah, it is a decentralized type 1 society.
Right.
So he says, spontaneous coordination produces an official information system, which in all other respects resembles that of a type 1 society, but it is not responsible to any central authority or institution. A type 1 society is a government in which the state controls the press and the universities. A type 2 society is one in which the press and the universities control the state. It is easy to tell the two forms apart, but the customer experience is pretty much the same. What happens in a type 1 society when the center fails? When censorship no longer operates, journalists no longer take orders, heretics are no longer burned at the stake, professors are no longer hired or fired for their political beliefs. The information organs still act as the power centers. If their views diverge, as without type 1 supervision they can compete in 2 ways. On the basis of intellectual righteousness, which leads to type 3, or on the basis of political power. If they choose the former, they will be at a disadvantage against those who choose the latter. Moreover, since political power is a deadlier weapon, successful competitors are likely to resolve any trade-offs between power and righteousness in the favor of the former. So this is where Moldbug states, this is where Moldbug puts forward his version of realism, that the realist power game will destroy the truth, and that we are not a Type 3 society. We are instead a Type 1 society that has lost its great leader, and the remnants of a society are now simply engaged in realist power games to control the narrative. And the progressives have won that narrative. But they're leaderless, but they still enforce that hegemony.
Right. This is what Robinson and Asimoglu call the cage of norms. It's basically just, society having these traditions and norms that people are enforcing without really knowing why they're being enforced.
Well, it's sort of that, but I think this is where his crypto-communist upbringing really paints his worldview, because all his Type 2 society, which he's describing, which is what he's saying we are. I mean, he's literally this is just him rebranding Gramsci's cultural hegemony. That's all it is.
In a sense, yeah.
I mean, he's just saying there's like, there's this cultural hegemony that kind of locks everyone in place, and it's all based on, conflict theory. He's not going to call it that because he doesn't want to be, a commie. So the fact, I didn't know that, the fact that he was raised by communists, it makes everything he's saying makes so much sense, because everything he talks about, it's just kind of like the right-wing rebranding of communist theories of the world. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've seen like neo-reactionaries talk about being right-wing socialists or right-wing Leninists. You said that makes perfect sense. Yeah. You said before, Sitch, that like his views on decolonizing were like right-wing CRT. Right. So this is the right-wing version of that stuff. Yes. Yeah. Yep. So basically, this is where Moldbug's his philosophy gets into realism. I know you guys have had some realist debates on this show, like over Ukraine and Russia, and like like you've all seen Kroat's video on like he's done some very good videos on this stuff. So like we all know what we mean when we talk about realism here, but he's basically saying that in terms of our intellectual institutions, there's two paths. You can aim for truth. What is more true is what wins out, Type 3, or you can aim for power. And anyone who aims for power will always beat those who aim for truth. So we are living in the aftermath of that conflict. And everyone that is currently considered right or good or just or truthful is not actually any of those things. They're just the winners of the war. So anyone that aims for power is going to have, usually on average, is going to have a better time at climbing a power hierarchy. Because truth because like the whole thing, when you're working in any sort of hierarchy, the person above you, the way that you climb a hierarchy is that the person above you has to think that you're valuable in helping them maintain or gain more power. And so the truth very often won't accomplish that goal. And so, yeah, if you're just looking at whatever is true, you're not necessarily going to climb a hierarchy of power or a hierarchy of, a popularity or something. So people that are more mindful of that, I mean, we talk about this a lot with YouTubers, if we want to be more popular and we want to sacrifice our morals for that, we would kind of throw away the idea of trying to be what is true and instead try to do like what is popular.
Yeah, we'd be grifters.
Yeah, essentially be a grifter, right? Yeah, but here's the thing: the other YouTubers who do that, there's a good argument that they might see more success than you. No, they 100% will.
Way more success.
Yeah, they will see, definitely. You will see. You will generally see more success by grifting. I agree with that. Right. So then at the end of the day, if you have your set of ideas that you want people to know about and follow, and then somebody else who is only playing the power game, they'll have 10 times the audience, they'll have 10 times the influence and reach, and their ideas will propagate further than yours.
Can't you align power and truth, though?
I actually think you can.
Yeah, I feel like our society is closer to that than the Type 2 society, where people come up with new ideas, new inventions, new products and services, new science, new knowledge, all these different things, and they gain power and status from coming up with those things. I mean, that's why we have a Nobel Prize. So there's that old debate between Vosh and Rem,
where Vosh states that all truth is downstream from power, and Rem, being a philosopher, is like, that's fucking ridiculous.
That
And
is
he's like,
totally ridiculous.
yeah,
That's the
did you guys watch
Agua
that debate?
debate. Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
we covered it. It's amazing. I'm just
Oh,
like Vosh is a moron.
Not the Agua debate, the Vosh and Rem debate from like 2018.
No, we covered it.
Oh,
That
did you?
one
Okay.
too, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think so.
Yeah. So that's where, like, Rem says, okay, well, the objective reality is that the cup on my desk is red, but because we're not actually objective beings, we're all subjective. That is what red is, and what we see and what the cup is. That's all dependent on political power.
Yeah, but
And
you
it's-
could narrow it down to the wavelength of light. That's not dependent on on political power. That's
Yeah.
called physics.
But this is the the 1984 2 + 2 = 5 conversation, right? Where the regime decides what the truth is, and truth is secondary to politics. But the liberal ideal,
Only a psychopath believes in that world.
pretty much all the socialists and fascists believe in that world.
Yeah, and they're
Well,
all psychopaths.
exactly. No, but the thing is, this is kind of when you're talking about like how there's grains of truth and things you disagree with. It's like the problem is that when a lot of people write these political theories or talk about them, they speak in absolutes when that's never the way the world works. Like, yes, in a lot of situations, grifting will get you further than speaking the truth. In a lot of situations, you can use power to dictate what is true, or you can use tribalism to dictate what is true. But there's only so much give. There's a level of malleability of truth that you can play with. But if you go outside the bounds, it snaps and people turn away from you.
Yes. So Jordan Peterson said much the same thing at one point, where he said you can only push reality so much till it snaps back. Right.
Right. And that's what we're seeing right now with wokeness.
Yeah.
It's like it's reaching that snapping point where people are like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. And actually, What If ATHIEST said the same thing. He did a video talking about like why is it that Nazi Germany was so successful in the short term, and then they destroyed their society in the long term. Why is it that all
snapped? Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So basically, you can craft this. You can craft a philosophy that does not align with reality, that is highly oppressive, and you can use it to take political power. And you might even survive your entire life without it snapping back. So there's definitely incentives to do that sort of thing. But eventually it will snap back, because you do ultimately have to align your ideas with the truth, independent of politics. You have to, because even if you don't suffer, your descendants will.
Right. And that's I think a better example than Nazi Germany is the USSR, because it's like, their life sucked. Okay. If you were in Russia or you were in the USSR, your life sucked pretty much compared to living in America or a Western European country. And yet, because there was this ideological battle, there's this top-down push from the government to to convince people, oh, either A, your life is better. Like, we're going to trick you into thinking your life is better. Or if your life isn't better, like, you're a better person. You don't need all these like cushy, amenities in your life. Those make you weak and soft. You're a stronger person because, you live in a fucking slum somewhere, right? It's kind of, it's funny. People don't realize it, but yeah, I've been watching Star Trek recently, so that's why it's all on my mind. The original idea for the Klingons is like literally based on, I believe, the USSR. In terms of like their like the whole like, you humans with all your comforts and things of that nature, like that's kind of based off of that.
Well, no, it was the Mongolians, but basically
it was like a combination, because they had the hoarding, they had that hoard kind of piratey mentality. But
yeah.
But anyway,
well, also, I mean, at the same time though, like if you let's go back to Kraut's video for a minute on the ideology of Putin's Russia. He mentioned somewhere in the video that there's like a Mongolian socialism that was prevalent in the USSR.
Yes.
I forget where that comes from, but there was something about that. Yeah.
Yes. And so, but my point is that, and then you said, like, even if that works, even if you can like trick the generation into thinking like they're better off this way, right? It's going to become weaker with every subsequent generation.
Right.
Because they look at their parents and they're like,
yeah,
why am I living in this fucking shithole? Is this really better? And then nowadays it's like almost impossible. Because at least like back in the days of the USSR, you could live in Russia and you would never see what it was like to be in America, except on like except on like a TV, and then the TV is controlled by the government, so you can see whatever you want. But now with the internet, it's impossible not to constantly see the way that everything is everywhere else.
Right.
And so if you're constantly saying like everything is so much better somewhere else, you're like, well, what the fuck? Like, what's going on over there?
Okay, so someone in the chat is quoting Infra Haas. Yes, that's why Haas screams, "I'm a Mongoloid." Yes, that's actually what's underlying it.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
well, because
fascinating.
he's like a tanky, right? So
Of course, yeah.
yeah,
That's interesting.
He's like, "I am a Mongoloid. Yes, we're the best." It's like, okay, dude. So everything you just said is true, Sitch, but there's actually a better example of what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The better example is Lysenkoism, where
Right. Yes,
where with Lysenkoism,
so that's like a super clear example. It's like a super clear example.
like the Lysenkoists developed a very clear alternative science that did not align with reality at all, and when you implemented it caused crop failures, right? But they had this ideology.
Sing to the plants.
Have you not heard about this, Adam?
No, the seeds would
know.
behave cooperatively instead of competitively in the soil.
Yeah.
And then,
There's all this dumb shit. But basically, they crafted an ideological alternative science, and then they implemented it, and everything just failed because it wasn't in line with reality. And that's like the most clear example of you can enforce something with power, but power only goes so far, and if it's not aligned with truth, it will eventually fail.
Right. When people are, when the city's being sieged, and the gates are closed, everyone's trading their gold for food because you need the food to survive. You don't need the gold at the moment. And so it's like there's as soon as like the food is like lost, as soon as people's like safety is lost, all that power games, all that veneer of political bullshit just falls away very quickly.
The ideology though could be false and could accidentally align with truth in that, if Lysenkoism made, insects some sort of demon, so they invented pesticides before anyone did, then all of a sudden,
that's what kosher laws were, Adam.
Then you're getting
they were accidentally figuring out good health things.
That's why I'm saying when you use the word truth, things get fuzzy real quick because efficiency is a better word.
Okay. Let me be a little more clear. Kosher wasn't an accident, in my opinion. I haven't done super research on this. I believe what happened was it was based off observation. People would say, "Oh, when you eat certain things, you would get sick." Right? When you eat animals that would root and shit, or you eat shrimp or animals that would feed upon, I mean, I don't think they had shrimp back then, but in the Middle East, but when you eat food, when you eat like animals that were bottom feeders, like it would be more likely to make you sick. If you didn't wash your hands, you'd be more likely to make you sick. And so through observation, they would say, this is a good thing to do. We should do it. And then they create like a creationist religious mythos around it. To do
why
it,
you wash your hands. Cleanliness is close to godliness or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that was based off of observation. And then they implement the myth to basically force people to
motivate people.
Right.
Yeah.
But with Lysenkoism, it wasn't based on observation. It was, I have a political philosophy first, and I'm going to force it upon reality.
Right. Yeah. That's an important distinction. Like all my political enemies are racist is a real motivating myth for a lot of people.
Right.
So I have two more points for this chapter, then we can move on to chapter 5. Okay. So firstly, to examine the cathedral's grip on, as liberals, what he calls the cathedral, we just think is like, a set of ideas that are truthful because they worked out through testing, and that's what liberal hegemony is. Hegemony is just it works, so we do it. He thinks that it's all a power game instead, so he calls it
culture. We would call it cultural evolution, right?
Yeah. So he gives American libertarianism as an example as to basically what the cathedral does, how it operates, and why opposing it has so far been ineffective. And it's not because it just happens to be more true. That's not his view. He says, libertarianism in the late 20th and early 21st centuries has gained little political traction. How come? 1, because it opposes the cathedral, which controls most real power and does not deal kindly with its enemies. 2, by definition, it has no mechanism for using any power it does gain to create jobs for its followers. because it doesn't believe in the expansion of government. And 3, it either appeals to the anti-cathedral conservatives or the townies. Remember, the townies were from chapter 1, where he has the 2 tribes of America. That they're like the right-leaning, hillbilly tribe. Yeah. So it appeals to the townies, making itself unfashionable, therefore unpopular, and therefore ineffective as opposition. Or it tries to ingratiate itself with the cathedral, making itself ineffective because it becomes co-opted. So basically, because libertarians refuse to play the power game, and the cathedral does play the power game, in his view, the cathedral always wins. And so basically liberal Jesus Christ, I can't pronounce this word today. Liberal hegemony versus the American libertarian that just wants to, go off into the woods and live on his own and be left alone. The libertarian always loses because the libertarian doesn't play the game of power. The cathedral does. And so for him, this is at least a sign that liberal hegemony is not based on truth. It's based on power.
So, well, first of all, it's kind of funny that he's saying that because America is probably one of the most libertarian countries in the world. So,
yeah, but I think he's like appealing to something to like Ruby Ridge, right? Where you had a guy who decided to fuck off into the woods and the feds still came for him.
Yeah, but that's right. But usually in these situations, it's because there's like massive abuse and illegal shit going on there. It's not just like, I just want to be left alone, right?
Or like Ted Kaczynski, he lives in a shack in the woods, and like developers come along and like destroy his forest,
Right, but so one of the examples, I'm trying to remember, there's some example of this that the leftists always point to. It was I'm sure you've heard about this. It's when the police dropped the bomb on like some building that had like a black separatist movement inside, and it caused like a neighborhood fire. You know what I'm talking about?
Sounds awful.
I think so. I don't know this exactly.
Right, but then it's like, and it's like, yeah, obviously the police reaction to like dropping a bomb in a house was fucking stupid. But then it's like what was going on inside that house was like fucking crazy. Like there's all sorts of like rampant child abuse and sex abuse and all sorts of crazy shit going on. And like some people just have this weird idea that like, oh, I should be able to just create my own society like in the woods somewhere and do whatever the fuck I want. It's like, well, no, you still have to follow the law. Okay.
Yeah.
You still can't like abuse people and children and all those things.
Their reply will basically be that the law.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Their reply is going to be that the law performs those exact types of abuses. So how can you say that I can't do it if the law also does it? Because there's like corrupt police and there's corrupt government officials. There's Epstein's Island. There's all this shit. So
yeah. So like, because other people do bad things, mean you get to do bad things? That's like the worst argument ever?
I guess the idea is they're going to say that it ultimately still boils down to power games because Carl Schmitt, sovereign is he who decides exceptions. If it is the case that like none of us can go out there and rape children, but politicians can go out there and rape children and not get caught because they decide the exceptions to the law.
So can we just give our summary of how we think power works in society?
Wait.
After whatever you say.
Yes. So whenever someone makes this point about power, I just look at them. It's like a child.
Power.
It's like a child who just discovered something for the first time. And I've talked about this a lot. There's like the high school, college mindset of a child discovering something for the first time. They never realize, and they think they're so fucking smart, and they're just going to repeat it ad nauseum. It's like, okay, you want to know what the most obvious fact of the world is? Everything is based on power. Oh my God, really?
But
that's
there's
really
two
shocking.
different types of power.
Really?
Though.
But wait. Everything is based on power. Fucking obviously. That's the most duh sentence of all time. The difference is there's a difference between in our liberal Western societies, we try to root that power in the basis of law versus in the basis of the whims of whomever the fuck is the king. That's the difference. Now, does that mean that it's perfect? No. Does that mean that people aren't going to be corrupt? No. People are still going to be corrupt, but you still want to hold them accountable to the law.
But
right?
So because they're going to say that because people at the top of society aren't actually held accountable to the law, that the law is simply a liberal veneer to disguise that's
them with their heads very far up their asses.
That's not true though, because again, it's just like with the truth. There's some malleability for corruption that exists in our society. Like, why is it that in America versus like, I don't know, some, in North Korea or some of these other countries or in China, like in China, a woman accused a politician of sexual assault. And what happened to her? She disappeared.
Yeah.
She got fucking disappeared by the government and then came back and was like, oh, I wasn't abused. It was all a misunderstanding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was a famous, and she was a famous person.
Re-education
wasn't
camp.
Wasn't she like a famous athlete or something in China too?
Yeah, I remember this story.
Right. So a famous athlete in China accuses a politician of sexual assault and she gets disappeared and then comes back and is like, oh, JK, it was a misunderstanding. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine in America if one of the most famous female athletes, okay, like Serena Williams or someone, accuses, I don't know, who's some famous.
Well, we have actually an example of this. Wasn't there that woman who accused Joe Biden of fingering her like at one point, and then she like rebuffed him, and then it was all fake. Do you remember this? It came out during.
I don't remember the Joe Biden thing.
Joe Biden fingering.
I don't remember that.
Yes,
I don't remember that one. I remember like Clarence Thomas Coke can pubes on the Coke can, debacle. But my point is this: if like one of the most famous,
it was Tara Reid. Okay, Biden pinned her to a wall in a Senate building, reached underneath her clothing, and penetrated her with his fingers. Mm-hmm. And that was the Joe Biden sexual assault allegation by Tara Reid. So yeah, she didn't get disappeared.
Of course not.
Tara Reid's still around.
Monica Lewinsky.
Monica Lewinsky didn't get disappeared.
Literally, Monica Lewinsky, the most powerful person in America, accused of not even sexual assault, literally just cheating on his wife, right, with a woman. Wasn't even sexual assault. I don't believe she ever said she was assaulted or didn't want to engage in sexual relations with Bill Clinton or anything. She didn't get fucking disappeared. Like, just imagine in America, it's like the exact opposite. If a woman comes out, if a famous woman come out and accuse some politician of sexual impropriety or sexual assault, she doesn't get disappeared, right? And everyone takes it seriously, especially nowadays. They take it seriously. So that's why it's so stupid to me. Though, it's so annoying to me when people make this. The elites can do whatever they want. They're all on Bohemian Grove, fucking children. So it's like, oh, really? So why does it all have to? If the elites can do whatever they want, why does it all have to be hidden? Why does it all have to be under 10 layers of conspiracy and all hidden from the public? If they can just literally do whatever they want, it's because they can't do whatever they want. All this stuff has to be fucking hidden.
You know why that's
if it's even happening, it has to be hidden.
You know why that's such a popular narrative, though?
Because it justifies someone doing whatever shit they want to do.
Yeah, it justifies their own
but
abuse of power, yes.
It also depresses voter turnout, and depressed voter turnout generally helps Republicans. Right. Now, who are the ones propagating this narrative?
Now, does corruption occur by the elites? Obviously. Perfect example.
Yes.
Epstein, right? Epstein's he's the perfect example of corruption, of it working, but then only going so far, right? And that's what's kind of interesting. Because with Epstein, it's like, okay, he's doing all this fucking shit on Epstein Island. It seems like most people like knew sort of or had some question about what was happening. And then when he finally gets charged the first time in Florida, the Republicans essentially protect him for whatever reason. The state Republicans protect him.
He's got dirt on all of them.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? The Republicans protect him. Dershowitz protects him. And he gets basically like the most slap on the wrist for what he's doing. And then, but it reaches a point that when the public knows about it enough, it's like, oh, it snaps, and suddenly he just can't get away with it. And then he, either is killed or hangs himself or whatever. It's just the problem. It's just, I don't know. Everyone simplifies and dumbs down everything to create this very simple, neat narrative. And it's like the world is messy and complicated. Corruption exists. And yet, of course, when if you compare our system to like a perfect system that doesn't exist, then obviously our system looks awful, right? Mm-hmm. But you can't do that. You have to compare our system to all the other systems that exist in the world. Yeah. And it's like, well, how does it right? And how does it match up? How does it match up against the closest thing to the authoritarian society that he wants, China? Oh, it's way better than that.
Well, there's two types of. Are we going to do? I don't want to cut you off if you're still have more to say. Okay, so the power thing that we're talking about, like how does power work in society? Because I feel like I have a good grasp of that, and a lot of the stuff Mohlberg says, I don't feel like he really has a good grasp on the structure of power. First thing I'll point out is there's two types of power. There's dominance, which is dominating people by force, which people tend to not like a lot. And then there is prestige, people who we look to because, they're cool or, they've done something amazing. So people want to emulate what they do and learn from them. And that's a sort of a power as well. I would argue our society runs predominantly on prestige as a power base. Like I said, different celebrities, different influencers, whatever, the culture, they're the ones that I think are creating certain needs and desires in people through their prestigious acts, through their coolness, through whatever. People look up to them. Those people become voters, and those voters, are a bottom-up power base that politicians use to become representatives and try and enact this change through law. So that's a very tangible structure. I always see the voters, the people who actually show up and vote. They're the ones that have the ability to throw the bastards out. They're basically the check on elite power. So when he talks about libertarians not playing the power game, I mean, he's right in the sense that they're not offering things to people to motivate them to show up and vote for them, because, all they're really offering is, we're going to do nothing for you, which is okay. People are not necessarily going to show up for that, but it's not some diabolical power is captured by elites and forced on people against their will, which I feel like that's the sort of the narrative that you walk away with this and feel.
Possibly, yeah.
So what is your what is your take on power? Like he like all the framing of power in this seems very nefarious, seems very diabolical. When if you just separate, dominance power is fucking diabolical, but thank goodness society is more structured around soft power. Like Elon Musk, very powerful person. I think we would all agree. But we're probably looking at Elon Musk and looking up to him because he has some sort of prestige in our eyes. Other people look at him as if he's got dominance, as if he's some domineering alpha that wants to force his views on everybody else. So really how you see the person makes a big difference in how you perceive their power.
Yeah, that's definitely all true. See, the thing is, I'm like definitely very solidly in the idealist camp at this point. So for me, it's like,
but look, from the idealist,
I think I know what I'm trying to say. So you have like multiple different points of view, and they're all going to compete, and they might even play power games to get a leg up over the other points of view. But eventually, the real world itself, reality itself, will step in, and it will snap back if you're not aligned with if you're not aligned with it. If you're not aligned with reality, if you're not aligned with truth, if you're not aligned with, and the reality exists outside of power games. You can. A great example was Stug in the chat room. He's also in my chat room a lot, so I see him a lot. He said that you can have a society that believes in rain dances, and they can enforce that belief in rain dances with political power. However, at the end of the day, the rain dance only works if the objective reality outside of people, which is weather, causes it to rain. And they can have all of these political reasons that they can spin up all this spin about, it turns out that actually we didn't do the rain dance properly this time, guys, and that was a fuck up. We're going to behead somebody for it now. Right. But you can doing the rain dance perfectly for weeks during a drought will not cause the rain to come, right? Eventually, regardless of what political structures you've built up, they have to align with reality or power will fail.
Yes.
And it might take some time, but it will fail.
You're talking about the ability to accomplish goals as power.
Right.
But from the realist perspective basically says, he who has the biggest guns wins, right? I mean, that's the realist perspective. How come we don't? Yeah. So how come we don't end the Ukrainian war tomorrow by nuking Moscow? We have enough nukes that we can take Moscow out. How come we don't do that?
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to get nuked, so I don't know if that's
that's also that. Yeah. I remember from Croak's
I think a better example would be
like,
why didn't we just demolish? Why didn't we just kill everyone that opposed us in Iraq, right? Enforce liberalism in the country.
Yeah, just basically glass the entirety of the Middle East.
But that's what the realists always fuck up on. That's what I said when everyone's debating about realist versus liberal international politics in Russia. Is like liberal countries believe in liberal international politics, and realist countries believe in realist international politics. It's not like there's a universal answer that this all flows from.
The thing is that realists view like the idea of a liberal international rules-based order as just another form of realist politics.
Yeah, but
because that is another block of people with their own ideals that are enforcing them through power games.
Right. Yeah, but that is the classic like everyone who's not me thinks like me mindset.
Yep, totally.
That's what it is. I mean, because it's like, no, different people in different countries behave in different ways depending on their ideology. So, if a liberal country is constrained by liberal values, they're going to act that way. There's, of course, some level of give, some level of malleability to act non-liberally or unliberally, but it will not reach, it has a breaking point where it snaps. And I feel like Moldbug's entire argument, and he uses the cathedral here. It's kind of like, it's reminding me of, Galileo comes and he's like this big advocate of, the heliocentric model that the earth revolves around the sun. And what happens? The literal cathedral, the church, they denounce him and they make him, he ends up getting locked in his house for decades and decades, and they try to ridicule him and all this stuff. And it's like, I imagine Mencius Moldbug existing in that time period saying, well, listen, the cathedral is preventing Galileo from speaking what is true. So let's just throw away scientific truth and create our own cathedral.
Kind of. It's kind. Yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah. Here's a great example. Okay, so, Sitch, quick question: Who is the villain of the World War II story?
The Nazis.
Yes. Okay, but what person?
Hitler.
Yes, very easy. You can kind of come to that very quickly, right? Okay.
Yeah.
If you were, let's say, British, who's the hero?
That guy.
Churchill.
I want to say Chamberlain. I'm like, no, he used the bad guy. He was the weak cuck. I don't want to say Chamberlain. I was like, what was the other guy? Yeah.
Right. The Brits have a reverence for Churchill differently than Americans having a reverence for Roosevelt, I've noticed.
Right.
I'm not exactly sure why that is, but it is a thing.
Well, probably because they were like literally getting attacked. Like
they were also much more involved in the war. Yeah,
right,
like the Americans came to the rescue, but the British were the ones who were holding on for dear life.
Yes.
Yeah. So, if you were to sit here and like tell the story, if you were British, Sitch, and you were to tell the story of World War II from your point of view, you would probably talk about Churchill and Hitler and the various actions and the various wars and battles and the various events of the retreats and the regroupings and then the forward assaults, and you could tell a narrative, right? Mm-hmm. And we would call this narrative history. Okay. And it would probably be pretty closely aligned to the actual truth, with some embellishments here or there, because that's how history goes once you're writing it and it's already happened. But it would probably be pretty close to what actually happened. So the Moldbug, I don't think he gets into this, but I've seen a lot of neo-reactionaries who really love Moldbug, and they kind of make this point. They say that because of the realist power games, and all states are the actual ideology of the states don't matter, and it's all just the playing of poker between the various powers of the world, that the history of World War II as we know it in the West is no more or less valid than the history in an alternate universe that a victorious Nazi Germany would tell itself in 2008.
Right.
It would basically have the same amount of validity, because this is the history is written by the victor idea. It would have the same amount of validity because it's all just power games, and the ideology doesn't matter. And when we view history, our lens is tinted with liberal ideology, the same way that at 2008, where Nazi Germany won, where they would be viewing history through a Nazi tainted lens.
Right.
And so this is, I think, why Moldbug believes that the truth is downstream from power, the same way that all types of realists believe this, because well, it seems like it's, man,
That's
I don't
not
know
why he believes this. I know why.
You don't think so? Why does
the
he
reason
believe
he believes this is because he was raised by fucking postmodern neo-Marxist commies. So he's just taking postmodern neo-Marxism and saying it's right wing now, because it's literally what this is. There's no such thing as truth. It's all relative. It's all culturally relative.
And well, it's not just that it's relative. It's that in the absence of truth, only power remains, and so we should try to win.
Which is literally socialism like 101.
Yeah. And actually, that at the very end of chapter 4, he kind of dovetails into chapter 5, using this idea that basically because we do live in a type 2 decentralized institutional capture society where there is no Goebbels, but there is a enforced consensus, and that it actually is power and not truth. What do we do about it? And then this is where we get into chapter 5.
You push back, and eventually,
I
it seems like so far.
I don't agree with him either.
It seems like so far the truth has a tendency of winning out, even if it takes time.
Yes, and that's my view actually, is that even if Moldbug is correct when he says it's power games, it might actually be power games right now. But if you play power games and neglect the truth will eventually snap back and you will lose. And it won't be your enemies that took you out because they played the power game better. It will be reality that took you out because you didn't pay attention to it.
Right. Exactly.
That's what you're saying, Dev, or that's what Moldbug is saying?
That's what I think. I think that's what Moldbug doesn't agree with me on this. I think like I'm an idealist, so I don't agree with him on this.
Yeah, no, I agree with that completely.
That's my criticism of him.
Right.
Yeah. So chapter 5. Chapter 5 is called The Shortest Way to World Peace. It's the longest chapter in the book by far. It's probably the most boring chapter in the book.
Hell yeah, it is. It's an hour and 30 minutes.
Yes, it is. It's an hour and 30 fucking minutes.
A pure fucking hell.
There's some interesting things in it though. But it is ultimately like he goes on a very long side tangent about history to finally come back around to his idea of world peace. Now, I'll just spoil it for you at the end. Okay, his idea of world peace is basically
monarchy.
What America should do is return to monkey. No. I forget what is it called. There's a mode of international relations that existed pre-Enlightenment that he says America should return to. And the idea basically is America does not give a shit about any other country and leaves them all alone and lets them handle their situations however they want. And if that means that Israel, being the 600-pound gorilla in the room, says to all of its neighbors, stop fucking attacking me, they don't stop attacking, and Israel glasses the entire Middle East, well, then that is how it should be.
Yeah, but it's so... I had this exact conversation, I think it was with Kurt, and it's so naive, because it's like... And this is where I brought up the American monster speech. That there's all these giant monsters in the world, and America's like King Kong. Okay. And right now King Kong is like, or let's say Godzilla, because that kind of fits in with the whole Godzilla lore of the ultra predators. It's like there's all these ultra predators roaming the earth, and America is Godzilla. And as long as America is kind of on the top of the hill, all the other giant predators are kind of like pushed below the surface. They can't exactly assert their dominance over the rest of the world. But if the American monster, if Godzilla goes into hiding in a cave and says, fuck all y'all, I'm going to put a giant wall around my country and ignore the rest of the world, well, is the rest of the world going to do the same thing? No. The other giant predator monsters, China, the USSR, whomever, they're all their own giant monsters that are going to reach out. They're going to seize dominance of the world. And what's going to happen? Are they going to just respect America's boundaries and say, oh, we're going to totally keep trading with you and we're not going to bother you? No, we're going to build up a bunch of walls. We're going to go fuck off for 20 years. And then 20 years later, China's going to knock on the wall and say, guess what? We took over the world. You're next.
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, there's a guy in your chat named 10x who's been very pro Moldbug this whole conversation. He says, you do not get to tell the planet how to live. This is the like isolationist idea where it's like,
Right.
well, listen, should America really be telling all these other countries how they should be operating? You know, what they should be doing in their own internal affairs, and shouldn't America just leave other people alone, other countries alone? It's like, okay, fair enough. There's actually like there's some decent logic in there.
Sure.
The problem is that now you're ignoring the realist power game.
Right.
Because there will be others, because as America retreats, there will be other players in the game who will not retreat.
Well, then why is he, if he's a realist, why is he going against realism then?
That's a good point.
Because I don't think these ideas make any sense.
So they're just completely contradictory, huh?
Yes.
Because that's the problem. It's like, yeah, if he's expounding realism here, how is he going to ignore that all the other countries are going to just do their own power games?
I know, we
fuck
gotta
over,
be in
and that's
the
going to fuck
power
us
game.
over at the end of the day.
Yeah, the idea that like America should not police the world because, you know, what right does America have to do so? Fair enough. But if America doesn't do it, somebody else will. And
Right,
then
and someone you're not going to like.
Yeah, after China has conquered a good chunk of the world and has become much more, let's say much stronger as a result because of all the increased resources and population and wealth, then they can actually take on America, which is not good.
Yeah. And it's like, do you think they're just going to stop? They're going to take over all the world but America and say, okay, we're done. Pack it in, boys. Of course not. Has that ever happened? Has that ever fucking happened?
It's
No.
going on right now. Like everybody,
Right.
Artificial intelligence, general AI is going to restructure the world in the same way
Of course.
nuclear weapons did. And it's just, that race
Right.
is going on right fucking
Yes.
now.
Yes. Yes.
This is, do you see the shit over the Taiwan island? I mean, that's got to be over those fucking chips. They're like, we cut them off from the chips, and they're like, I know where there's a bunch of chips right on this island here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great example in the chat. Isolationism didn't work out for Japan. Exactly. Japan used its
True.
power to isolate itself for like 200 years, then it fell behind, and then it got fucked. Yeah.
Yeah. What happened? It wasn't China that knocked. It was America that said, knock, knock.
Yeah.
Remember the History of Japan video? Knock, knock. You need to open your borders. It's America. We have big guns and you don't.
Okay, so I've got to one, I'm going to go to the washroom. Two, I got to go talk
The
to Naomi
washroom.
for a couple of minutes because I got to talk before she goes out. So
You go
I'll be
talk
back.
to the washroom.
well,
We'll
no,
read some
to my
super chats.
girlfriend. My girlfriend's going out for the
You go
evening
talk to the
without me,
washroom
and
then
I'm
go
going to
your
say
girlfriend,
going to
yes.
say good night to her,
Okay.
and I'll be back in a bit. Okay.
Okay.
Turn the camera on when you come back. It'll be great.
You want to see the mohawk? What is going on with I didn't even look up what
Dev kind of dodged on his understanding of, I mean, realist philosophy is fine from a, you know, foreign policy perspective, but
Mhm.
how does power work societally? Because he's also, Molberg is also talking about,
I'm still figuring that out.
okay, good. Cause I
Get
don't
outta
want you
here.
to, I don't want you to dodge, man. Cause Molberg is talking like I was kind of
Why
interested.
you gotta call him Molberg? Listen, don't put Curtis Yarvin on my people. Okay.
Oh, I guess that is that. I didn't. Molberg doesn't. I mean, that doesn't have to be a Jewish name, right?
It sounds Jewish. Okay.
It's like iceberg.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Mold bug. But I'm not giving up the Marvin. Fuck you. It's
Marvin's fine. Yeah,
it's Marvin Moldberg.
right.
I don't know if I can. I've been saying Moldberg for so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Marvin Moldbug. I think it is Moldbug though.
It is Moldbug, yeah.
Okay,
Mencius Moldbug.
Moldbug. Anyway,
Just when I call him Marvin Yarvin, that has like
Marvin
a nice ring to it.
Yarvin. I like that. Marvin Yarvin. So
Yeah.
Marvin Yarvin talking about the three types of societies. I'm just like, this is so basically he's saying, well, this is exactly what they call the cage of norms. It's just like,
Right.
yeah, society,
Yeah.
foisting forcing ideas on people that are just the tradition, that are not necessarily good for society, but it's just the way that we've always done
Right.
it. This is the way we've always done it.
Right.
I do kind of feel like, we're getting in sort of a cage of norms thing here with wokeness and with, diversity and inclusion and microaggressions and all of this stuff. The norm is really, is victimhood culture now, which I don't think that's a good cage of norms. I think you need to fight against it. Yeah.
And he's kind of doing a Monday morning quarterback thing, because it's very easy for us to look backwards and say, wow, how stupid was it that the Romans used to, line their aqueducts with lead, right? Or, use lead as a sweetener, or not believe in, so stupid the church didn't believe in heliocentrism. Like, it's very easy for us to do that backwards.
Of course.
Where like say someone tomorrow figures out, some mathematical theory that shows that, you can't exceed the speed of light, right? And kind of disproves some aspect of theory of relativity or something, right? If everyone, and say that they're hypothetically like they're right, they're correct, are all the scientists and all the mathematicians in the world are all going to immediately say, well, this guy's right, we've been wrong this whole time? Of course not. It's going to take years of people arguing about this stuff, people calling this guy crazy, and it's like till finally it's been shown to be true.
Yep, it's true.
Now, does that mean that those people weren't originally looking for what is true? No, they thought they found what is true, and that's how they were operating, and then it turned out that they were wrong.
Yep. Science progresses one funeral at a time.
Right.
But see, that's so true.
To me, that's kind of like the difference, is that in this sort of like the type 1 authoritarian society, there's like no way for the truth to come out.
To ever emerge,
To ever emerge, right, unless the king wants it. Where in the society that we live in, which is like a combination of the type 2, type 3 society, it's like, even if it takes time, the truth does win out in the end.
Eventually, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess there's no real addressing of soft power to my satisfaction, because a lot of the things he talks about are soft power. I'm like, those ideas are winning because people like them. I mean,
that's true. But in a somewhat related topic, it's the ultimate irony about all of this is that, Neoreactionary and Marvin Yarvin here, his entire argument is that, liberalism and everything leads to like the postmodern neo-Marxist socialist destruction of society. Like, that's his whole argument. We need to abandon liberalism because it's going to lead to evil socialism. And yet the entire basis of his argument is, I'm going to use all the literal categorical, I'm going to use all the shell games, all the categorical and word game tools of the postmodern neo-Marxists to make my argument.
Right.
For going back to monarchy.
Well, because it's effective.
Yes,
it's rhetorically effective. That is the soft power game.
Yeah, that's the irony, though. He's like, we need to go to monarchy to avoid the postmodern neo-Marxists. Now let me use all the postmodern neo-Marxist tactics to get us to monarchy. Like, it's so, the irony about it's so ridiculous.
Very. God, that meme is just blowing up. I can't believe it.
Oh, you're really fixated on.
Well,
I'm for you.
Look, I never thought.
Oh my God, that's 2,500.
I know. I never thought it would be. I couldn't believe his meme was already to like 1,200. I was like, oh, there's no way we're gonna hit 1,200. It's
the mom. The mom is the genius element to the whole thing.
The mom. Yeah. I worked on her expression a little. That's where I spent a little bit of time on that. I'm like, she's got to look like really kind of peeved.
That's the it's the thing that's kind of like the joke is like, you can spend hours trying to craft the perfect meme and no one will like it, and you'll spend 5 seconds on something and it's like, that's the one that everyone likes.
Of course.
So.
Of course.
Sad reality.
You know what? Yeah, memes, you got to kind of whip them out.
Because it's got to look like effortless. Can't look overproduced.
You're right. Yeah. That's the key. But the first mouth, it looked kind of like she was giving a blowjob, which I was like, okay, that's not going to really fly. That's not the kind of mom look you want.
I mean, is she a MILF? I don't know. I mean, it might explain the Antifa kid's attitude if she's giving a blowjob, to someone else at the time. So.
Yeah. She had the O face.
Yeah.
Oh, Elon Musk retweeted it. No,
No way.
That'd be badass.
I was like, no way, get out of here.
that would be,
If that happened, it would be like 10,000 likes in
yeah,
like a second. Yeah.
it would blow up.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That'd be pretty hilarious, though.
That would be hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Memeing is fun. So how's your Marvin Yarvin? How you digging the Marvin Yarvin?
I mean, I think I'm doing better at not triggering myself as much as last time. So
I don't know that democracy versus autocracy is a left-right thing.
no, I don't think it is either. Because again, we can have left-wing autocratic societies, right, and right-wing autocratic societies.
Yeah.
So
I think both left and right kind of would shy away from democracy if they could get what they wanted. Yeah.
The people that are like the more, I think, it's kind of like, and you said this and I agree with it, the more extreme you get into people's ideological preferences, usually they become more authoritarian.
Right.
I think there's a high correlation between the more radical you are in your beliefs and the more authoritarian you are.
Yeah, because no one would ever accept it. You have no chance in hell of seeing your preferences fulfilled democratically.
It could be that. It could also just be something biological, like just the nature of whatever makes you more extremist also makes you more extremist in what you want, makes you more authoritarian in what you want. The only people that kind of exist outside of that bounds are like the extreme libertarians who couldn't really be authoritarian, like principally.
I don't know. Maybe
I guess they could, but they're usually not. So
I could see some authoritarian libertarian taking over and just disbanding like every single organization.
Like, yeah, okay. Like it could like theoretically happen, but I'm just like it doesn't seem like when you hear the extreme libertarians, or like they don't seem very authoritarian, at least in how they talk to you about the things they want.
Right.
I think they're like the one exception. I think libertarians are always the exception to like almost everything. They're like their own weird category of people out there in the ether.
I was going for a little drive and it's just a nice, spring day in Southern California. I was looking out the window and I was thinking how nice it is that it's like, all the manicured lawns and it's nice and peaceful out. People are walking their dogs and
You're
stuff.
living in the cathedral cultural hegemony, Adam.
Well, no, I was thinking as I'm looking at all this, nice looking jogger there, jogging down the street. I'm thinking,
watching the booba bounce. I understand.
I'm like, the libertarians, they step back and they say, leave me alone. I don't want anybody bothering me. And I'm thinking, all of this safety that you're surrounded with is literally imposed.
Yes. Right.
Imposed on you by force. Like the everybody leave me alone is just, it's Somalia.
Well, hold on. I think the libertarian idea is should be conceptualized as an idea of aspiration. And I think the aspirational libertarian idea of like, well, we only want the government and society to interfere with you as little as possible.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, I think that aspirational idea is what leads to America's success. Now, obviously, people take it too far.
Of course.
And they just say like, oh, we don't need any government, right? But, I think most people acknowledge that obviously you need safety and stability from the government.
I think I was thinking about this because I was rereading The Narrow Corridor to Liberty for this conversation. And there's one government where they say the law is fend for yourself. And they describe that place where it's just basically just a hellhole. Obviously there's all kinds of kidnappings and rampant crime and all that kind of stuff. And you got to fend for yourself. You got to take care of it yourself.
Right.
And I think, if you said that to one of these, ANCAPs, the fend for yourself model, they would think, yeah, that's great. That's exactly what I want. Fend for yourself.
but you gotta be careful. You shouldn't conflate ANCAPs with libertarians because they're like very different.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to, because
Right.
I'm starting to realize there are some very reasonable libertarians. So
Of course,
that
of
are,
course, many of them in our audience.
yes, yeah, that are not ANCAPs.
Right. I think your authoritarian libertarian would be Andrew Ryan. I think that would be an authoritarian libertarian.
Who's that?
The villain of, well, villain maybe in quotes, how people depend it. The villain of one of
that
the
video
villains of
game,
BioShock. Yes.
BioShock Infinite, the game that I
No,
should play.
the first one, BioShock.
Oh, BioShock
Father
Infinite
Comstock
is
is
the redo.
it's basically it's like a joke. It's like supposed to be an Ayn Randian character who basically says, fuck everything. I'm gonna live in my libertarian paradise at the bottom of the ocean in my steampunk ocean city. And so that's what he does. But it seems like it's sort of like maybe that'd be kind of like an authoritarian libertarian because he's sort of like imposing libertarian values, by force, it seems like, on everybody.
Yeah.
But then, of course, in BioShock, the problem is that the libertarian aspect of having no regulations allows the bad actor, the mafia guy, to essentially just completely take over the entire city because he's not playing by those libertarian rules. He's playing by his realist power game rules.
Right.
And so without the proper regulations in place, he just takes over everything.
Ouch.
So
yeah, you got to fight back.
Yeah. So, well, you have to be aware of the bad actors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to take away their liberty.
Right.
That's the problem. People are like, yeah, I don't want to do that. Well,
I think that's why
I do.
I think that's why BioShock was such an interesting game to me. It's because it kind of was, I think, a good the completely worked, I think, with like exposing the flaw of objectivism, kind of the Randian objectivism, and like the ultra just no regulation state is like, well, then you just let the mafia take over, essentially.
Yeah, someone's gonna step in and regulate.
Yes, right. It's like what we were saying with the isolationists of America. If America just says we're not going to, impose regulations and rules in the world, well, someone is going to do it.
Yeah, it's gonna be those Chinese.
And it's going to be someone you don't like. If the Federation isn't there, okay, who's it going to be? It's going to be the fucking you want the Romulans to control you? Of course not. The Cardassians? Do you want the Klingons? No.
Yeah.
You want the Federation. You want the dirty liberal Federation to come in here and try to impose their high-minded values on you.
So one thing you guys
make
said,
a good point about nuking Moscow, but how about if we just give Ukraine the nukes and let them?
That's a terrible idea, Adam.
Why not?
Ukraine.
So
you think
one
they'll
thing,
nuke Ukraine
one
back?
thing you mentioned,
Of course. Yes.
one thing you mentioned was the idea of the libertarian authoritarian.
Mhm.
I was listening to a lot of that when I was in the washroom. But
why?
I want to know what's going
Look,
on.
Dev, you can't cheat off of me for your answer about the power shit, okay?
So, libertarian authoritarian. That's basically the post-fascist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the idea where you have the fascist ideology is in some sense like the most real of the realist ideologies, in a sense, where it really is all just power. So fascist ideology without a state.
Yeah, but
that leads you down to what you're talking about. Yeah,
right. I understand what you're saying, but libertarianism is the exact opposite of realism.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. It's very strange.
I feel like it has to be by definition.
No, actually, because you have a lot of libertarians who realize that, well, in order to be left alone, I have to enforce a bubble where I am left alone because the rest of the world's not going to do it.
But then it violates that libertarian principle.
Yeah, but that's because libertarianism is like a fundamentally self-defeating ideology. It always
as I said, I think it has to be aspirational.
That's why you what?
Say it again.
That libertarianism is a fundamentally self-defeating ideology.
It's funny because I am like, the central philosophy that you want to maximize individual rights, I 100% agree with.
Mhm.
So it's just, I guess the fundamental disagreement that I have with the like anti-statist libertarians, the ones that think we don't, like, we can just live without a state or have some sort of
Yeah, I think
business
you
type
can't
state.
throw every libertarian under the bus, kind of, when you say like self-defeating philosophy. It's like, well, I mean, you could say the same thing about liberalism too, if it's taken to the extreme form of it, where all
Yeah,
ideas
yeah,
are, allowed, right? So
yeah.
like,
No,
yeah,
I agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
right. So yeah, I think most people's conception of libertarianism, not the ANCAPs, not the
Right.
stateless society people. Like I think most, not
They're
the
about
sovereign
maximizing
citizens who are
individual
never
freedom.
driving but traveling.
Yeah.
Like I think most libertarians have a decent sense of like, yeah, we need a state to exist.
Yeah.
Sometimes
yeah,
I
exactly.
wonder though, because I mean, I'll be arguing with them on Twitter and they'll start calling me like a statist.
Right.
And
So some
you
people,
can't really talk about anything without you're a bootlicker statist.
Right.
so some people in the chat like didn't quite get what I meant. So here's how it is. You have like libertarian capitalists, right? Those are the American libertarians, and they believe that in the absence of the state, which imposes regulation, then capitalism can be maximized, and you have private ownership and the ANCAP paradise, right? Then you have libertarian socialists, and libertarian socialists believe that the state is the mechanism that enforces property rights, and without the state, everything will be collectivized, right?
Wait,
so
isn't Vosh a libertarian socialist though? And
yes, he is, yeah.
But he's not. He's against property rights, though.
Well, that's what I mean, though, is that the state enforces property rights. So if you abolish the state, you abolish property rights, and everything becomes collective. So that's why he's a libertarian socialist. He doesn't like the Stalinists. He doesn't like the tankies, but he thinks that if you abolish the government, then everything will be collectivized.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So there's another philosophy that is within the libertarian camp called the libertarian fascists. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the libertarian fascists believe that if you abolish the state, you will get the ideal fascist society, which is extremely authoritarian and extremely homogenous.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't quite buy into that myself, but it is interesting.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, a lot of these like libertarian socialism is just as dumb as of an idea as libertarian fascism is, but it is a set of ideas that people have theorized and some people believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It seems like when you're talking about this, it's really people who have libertarian moral intuitions, and then they're just trying to have it be implemented through different channels.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Maybe. Yeah, it's possible.
Anyway, back to Marvin Yarvin.
Back to Marvin Yarvin.
We're almost there.
I guess. Longest, most boring chapter of the book so far. I think in total. All right. His shortest way to world peace.
Yeah.
So he says, let's see.
World pieces.
Yeah. Let me just see here.
What if the Nazis won the wars? Is like big thought experiment.
Yeah. And to be fair, there's actually some interesting things in that thought experiment, but we'll get to that.
Nazi Wikipedia and stuff.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool idea, but we'll get there.
Oh,
yeah,
look at
Wikipedia.
that.
Listen.
Sure Brianna Wu enjoys the fact that
Dev wants to make a
Nazi
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
There you go.
No. Listen, I will always give credit where credit is due, and there are some good ideas in this. I just don't agree with his conclusions at all.
You think the Nazis had some good idea, Dev? I can't believe you just said that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Hitler liked animals and he was a vegan. Shit.
That's right.
Okay, so he says, my proposal for world peace is the most obvious one imaginable. Perhaps this is why I've never heard anyone propose it. It can be expressed in one sentence. The U.S. should recognize the independence and sovereignty of every government on Earth and respect it according to the principles of classical international law. So, anyone or anything that claims to be a government of a territory, America should say, okay, you got it. And then, when all of those claims inevitably clash and overlap, America should step back, let them handle it, and then when the dust settles, that is the international order.
I mean, isn't that kind of already what has happened? Isn't that already the state of affairs?
Well, no, because there are absolutely, I think was it Iraq that was a state, in fact, that was ruled by a minority, and then like a majority was oppressed by them, and then like America overthrew it, and then it was like the makeup of the state kind of flipped. Like there's a bunch of examples of states that have kind of been imposed by the remnants of colonialism, and they actually should be completely like different.
But as of now, though, we're not really screwing around. Like, hasn't the dust kind of already settled, and we're kind of just sitting back and watching the lines on the map?
Well, no, because that's still liberal hegemony working its magic, right? So all the lines were drawn in Africa with no regards to any sort of tribal, the tribes or historic conflicts or anything like that. The European powers didn't care, and now the lines are set in the post 1945 world, and now if basically the various groups in Africa decided, hey, fuck this, let's go to war and try to rebuild our original tribal lines, the West will come in and say, no, you're breaking the rules of international law, and we're going to stop you.
Well, I mean, is he saying we can't use soft power to? I feel like most of this stuff is done through soft power.
What he's saying is that, well, everyone and everything that says that they're a government over a territory, the Americans should respect it and then let them fight it out. And then whoever wins.
Yeah, but so we respect both parties when they have like we respect the Palestinians and the Israelis.
Yes.
How do we respect them both equally? We don't. I mean,
well, the idea is that if they decide to just simply leave things the way they are, fine. If they decide to go to war, whoever wins, and America has no say in it. They just step back and say, fuck it. Same with Russia and Ukraine. America doesn't support either side. They say, you know what? Whoever wins.
Speaking of winning,
should just be staying out of it. That's his view. Yeah.
Speaking of winning, J-Mac, our surrogate father, and the best person in the entire world, for $100. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Incredibly generous of you. Says, I'm a small L libertarian. In order to maintain the NAP, you need some governance coupled with strong principles that are culturally, socially enforced. It's why I can believe sex workers / drugs should be legal, also viewing them as net negatives for society. Very true.
True.
Very true. Yeah. It's a good way of framing it. I agree.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty much how I view it too. Yeah. So let's continue on then. Okay.
I like this. J-Mac also for $10 says most libertarians are created by being screwed over by the government at some point. Hell yeah.
That is true.
That's
probably true, yeah.
As soon as the government comes after you for like tax evasion or audits you one too many times, and all
you're
of a
like,
sudden
that's it. Get off
the
Gadsden flag.
I do think at some point taxation is theft. I mean, no joke. Like at some point it does become theft.
Right, of course.
Okay, so now we get into the Nazi Wikipedia thought experiment. Now, Adam, you listened to this part of the book. What do you think of it?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that the Nazi philosophy could have won the war. I mean, I have some. There's like a. I don't know if you've read Nietzsche and the Nazis by. God, who's the author of that book?
No, I haven't.
Hicks, yeah. But I mean, he describes like the different moral frameworks of the Nazis versus basically what we would call the liberal hegemon. And I mean, you're really competing at a philosophical level that I'm not sure. Like that's kind of where my mind went on the Nazi Wikipedia thing. And he doesn't really touch on any of that. And I just think in a book about ideas, you got to kind of think, okay, well, what are the ideas that the Nazis are working with? Like, I guess he just imagines.
Here's okay. He's not saying that this is like a plausible, possible alternate future. Mm-hmm. He's just saying like, if it happened, here's what it would look like, and here's why we should think about it. It's not plausible. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So, I mean, I mentioned in the last chapter the idea of a type 1 loyal society that has a very wide set of acceptable opinions, but you cannot think or talk about or make blue boxes, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So basically, if we were to look at the various science texts of that society, they would probably look a lot like ours, right? If we were to look at the various history texts, philosophy texts, it would look very similar to ours. But if we were to compare texts on blue boxes, theirs would be very different from ours, because that's the exception. That's the thing that's different, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, I think the philosophy would be very different as well.
I mean, maybe, but this is where he goes with Nazi Wikipedia. So he says, let's say that the Nazis won World War II,
right?
And it becomes very plausible that we would have a Nazi hegemony over the earth in 2008, right? Okay. So, what would Wikipedia in 2008 look like if the Nazis had won the Second World War?
Right.
Well, he says that it can. Let's assume that Wikipedia has the exact same policy, the Nazi Wikipedia, as our Wikipedia. So, Wikipedia's policy is all Wikipedia articles and other encyclopedia content must be written from a neutral point of view, representing fairly and as far as possible without bias all significant views that have been published by reliable sources. Okay, so in the Nazi 2008, all significant views are Nazi views. All reliable sources are Nazi sources. All the Wikipedia editors are Nazi editors. All of the contributors are Nazi contributors. There will be diversity of opinion because there will be radical Nazis, conservative Nazis, moderate Nazis, and Nazipedia will reflect all the major currents of the great river of Nazi thought. The point that he's making is that, and then let me just scroll here a little bit. So he says, on certain subjects, I'm sure Nazipedia would be quite reliable. On medicine, on physics, it's not at all improbable that in many technical areas, it would be roughly equivalent to our own. But then he says, on the subject of the Jews, on Judaism, of Judeology, do we care what Nazipedia has to say? We don't. We know that it's nonsense. There may be some factual errors. There may be some combination of truth and misinterpretation. However, there actually will be quite a bit of truth because, as Goebbels actually said, the truth is the best propaganda. If the page for Jew links you to all the sinister deeds that have ever been performed by anybody who happened to be Jewish, it will suffice as propaganda. So the point that he's getting at is that in this alternate universe where the Nazis won, Nazi Wikipedia would actually be almost identical to our own. But in areas of Nazi ideology where they are significantly different from us, and they're also, let's say, wrong, they'll be very wrong. Right. They'll be very wrong. They'll be very ideologically biased, right? Yeah. And the reason that he's doing that is because he's saying that liberal hegemony is like Nazi hegemony in that it will be wrong about itself and its core principles when documenting itself. Okay. So he says, here is my claim about government. As a progressive, your theory of government, its history, its principles, even its present day structure and operation is nonsense. And so
that's a huge leap of logic
it is. So the idea is in Liberalpedia, because we do live in Liberalpedia, everything is filtered through the liberal lens, like it would be filtered through the Nazi lens. And so some things will come out truthful and factual and accurate, but some things will come out ideologically slanted and biased in favor of liberalism because that's what liberalism cares about. So you go to the Wikipedia page on history or on government or on political theory, these will all inherently be liberal biased.
Well, the huge difference that I see is the Nazis were an authoritarian regime. So they aren't going to have other competing ideologies that are able to see the flaws in their biased ideology. Liberalism doesn't have that problem because you have, various competing factions that can see right through to the bullshit in each of the other one's factions. That's part of the beauty of liberalism.
Right, but right. So that is true. And part of it's so annoying because everything he's doing is just postmodern deconstruction, and it's so fucking annoying that this is like a right-wing thing. But it's like another one of the differences is that, you know, in the liberalpedia, you know, world that we live in, Mencius Moldbug can write his stupid book. He can publish his book. He can sell his book. He can put it on his blog post. You know, people can listen to him, believe him, you know, blah, 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 blah. Right. In the Nazipedia,
yeah,
Mencius Moldbug's getting executed the second he puts his stuff on the internet. No one can speak out against it. No one can do any of it. And that's why what he's saying is actually nonsense, because, you know, there's a huge difference between cultural enforcement of norms and state enforcement of norms. Like, yes, there is a cultural enforcement of norms that are going to be liberally biased. Congratulations. You're graduated from high school. People are biased. Fish don't notice the ocean they swim in.
Yeah,
oh my
totally.
God. What a shocking revelation. You know, this is a shocking revelation. I don't know that anyone exists but me. Oh my God. Doesn't that just blow your mind? How do I know that the color blue you see is the color blue I see? Oh my God, you just broke my brain. Like, it's just like, yes, everyone is biased. Okay. So the whole point.
And you know what, to be fair,
Yes.
if you look at
there's no fairness here. Okay, but yes.
If you look at Wikipedia in real life, you do see a liberal bias. Yes,
Of course you do.
of course you do.
But
It's even worse than that.
look,
You don't even see a liberal bias on Wikipedia. You see a fucking woke bias on Wikipedia. I stopped donating money to Wikipedia because of their Gamergate article is so insanely biased, disgustingly biased. And I remember fighting at the time. Okay.
Have you seen the thread on donate to Nobody should donate to Wikipedia.
Yeah, fuck Wikipedia. Okay. As much as I still use Wikipedia for their sources, and as much as their non-political articles can still give you good information or can still direct you into finding good information through the citations, Wikipedia is biased because people are biased, because culture is biased. Fucking obviously. This is so baby-brained. The baby brain is to say, because people are biased, because society is biased, then we just throw our hands up and we just say, well, I'm just going to give up because people are biased and I'm just going to become a fucking dictator to get whatever I want. That's the baby brain weak idea of the world. Instead of saying, no, we have to keep fighting for what is true. We have to keep pushing forward. So far, it's shown us that the truth will win out and has won out, and it will continue to win out. And you just got to keep pressing forward for it.
Just one thing, because this seems to have gone over a lot of people's heads. Like, I understand Wikipedia is obviously biased. Hypothetically, though, Nazipedia is the only game in town in an authoritarian regime.
Of course.
Like, China doesn't have an open internet. China has one Wikipedia that is state-run, and they make sure the narrative is correct on that Wikipedia. In our society, yes, Wikipedia is biased, but we have the Babylon Bee to balance it out. We have Fox News to balance it out. We have competing other institutions that are pointing at Wikipedia, the Sitch and Adams show, that are going, look, these people are full of fucking shit. Yeah. So, like, that's the difference between the Nazis and our society.
Right. And I'm really glad you brought that up, because so much of the magic illusion that Marvin Yarvin does here is he's like, it's so easy to just criticize all the flaws in whatever system you live in. Like, it's literally the same thing as seer tape, right? It's so easy to just criticize all the flaws in society you live in without actually saying, well, wait, what's the alternative that you're suggesting? Because this is what all the radicals do. They point to all these little flaws in your society that you don't like. And you're like, I don't like all these things. And they say, oh, so to solve all these flaws you don't like, here's this completely fucking crazy idea.
Yeah.
That, by the way, whenever it gets implemented in any other country, it's a fucking disaster. And it makes sense that he was raised by crypto socialists, because his entire framing is the exact same as the socialist. It's the exact same as what Marx did. Here's all the flaws in liberalism. Now let me replace it with something fucking batshit crazy that's going to cause way more problems.
Okay, so after the Nazipedia part,
you still got to tell us your power game, man.
No.
After the Nazipedia part, he completely, with no easing or anything, he just asks this question: what is the most successful Protestant denomination in the U.S.?
Protestant, it's the Quakers, right?
He does. I think he does say the Quakers at the end of it. You get. Okay, we're gonna go down one of the craziest fucking rabbit holes that you've ever gone down before. Are you ready?
What was the question? The most prominent.
The most successful Protestant denomination in the United States.
What does success mean in this context?
He doesn't say.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, yeah, but so he says
babies.
So he asks, you know, he does the Nazipedia thing, and then right at the end he just says, "What is the most successful Protestant denomination in the U.S. today?" It just comes out of nowhere, and this is the beginning of an extremely crazy rabbit hole that is about an hour and a half long.
Okay.
You want to go down it?
Yeah.
I mean, you could give us the broad strokes. Like,
You can give you some of the broad strokes. Okay.
Yeah.
So he says, suppose you're poking through old books one day and you find a strange little essay that was written 300 years ago. The author is certainly one of the 10 most important writers in the history of your language. The essay was originally printed as a pamphlet. It is hold on, what is this? It is a polemical pamphlet written with great wit and sharpness, and its politics are extreme. It advocates policies that perhaps would have been approved by some figures of the time, but never publicly endorsed. Nothing like them was ever applied. In fact, the political winds shifted in the opposite direction. But what's strange is that the arguments in this pamphlet are quite cogent, not just from the perspective of 300 years ago, but the perspective of now. So he says, the pamphlet warns that if X is not done, Y will happen. X was not done, and Y happened. Okay? So he is talking about a pamphlet called The Shortest Way with the Dissenters. Let me just pull this up here real quick. Does it even exist on Google Books? Not really. It's kind of been like lost to time, you know?
Good.
Well, no, it's actually a very interesting read. It really is. Let me just hold on here. So the pamphlet says from the 1700s, how just will such reflections be when our posterity shall fall under the merciless clutches of this uncharitable generation, when our church shall be swallowed up in schism, faction, enthusiasm, and confusion, when our government shall be devolved upon foreigners and our monarchy dwindled into a republic. So basically, this was a hardcore conservative, a Tory, as they're called in the UK, expressing opinions that are very right-wing, even for his day in the 1700s. And he is saying, all of this shit's going to happen to us if we don't, return to some pre-Enlightenment form of monarchy. And he was considered basically like a racist, his equivalent of a racist. He was kind of just he was mocked in the social sphere for this. Mm-hmm. However, everything that he said has more or less happened.
According
you know what
to
I mean?
Mencius.
No, even in terms of history, like the church has been weakened, the crown has been weakened in the UK. Yeah. Like the UK has in fact been devolved upon foreigners, in his words. So basically, he predicted everything about the modern era, and it all came true. The issue is that he said it was bad. And this is Moldbug thinks this is important. And I guess we'll get to why it's important a little bit later.
Marvin Yarvin, please.
Marvin, are we calling him Marvin Yarvin?
Whatever you want.
So he says to today's Whig, and he uses Whig and progressive, and these are all kind of the same tribe to him. To today's Whig, our modern progressive, all of the changes described in the pamphlet are good. The English monarchy has not dwindled into a republic, it has grown into a republic. Its government has not devolved upon foreigners, it has joined with them in a great act of principled unity. So this is him describing the it's not happening, oh, it's happening and it's good phenomenon.
Right.
And basically his reaction to this seems to be this is just a necessary part of the march of progress, is to say, this isn't happening. You're crazy if you think it's happening. You must be a fucking racist. And then it happens. And then you're like, oh, this is actually a good thing that actually happened. And now we need to basically kind of whitewash the past such that it was always a good thing. And it was always where we were going. So this is actually, I think, a legitimate criticism he has of the march of progress here. Mm-hmm. Let's see. He has another book that he finds. This is 100 years old instead of 300. And the book this time is Sidney George Fisher's True History of the American Revolution. And this is where he applies the realist power game of the victor writes history to the American Revolution, because Sidney George Fisher apparently went back to a bunch of lost tomes and texts describing the American Revolution back in its day, and he paints a significantly more negative picture than Americans are willing to listen to about their revolution.
Those poor Brits.
So he asks why the American loyalists share a nickname with the British political party. Is it a coincidence, or is there a weird alliance? What is the British strategy? Because the Redcoats spend all their time hanging around in New York and Philadelphia. Valley Forge is 20 miles from Philadelphia. It's winter, but General Washington is starving out there in the snow. His troops are deserting him. Why didn't Lord Howe send a couple of guys to go bring him in? How is it that the American Revolution even succeeded? This is where can you feel us getting into conspiratorial thinking here yet?
Oh, of course.
I can
yeah,
sense
it's off
it,
the
yeah.
charts.
And he says, if the Stamp Act was such an intolerable abuse to the Americans, how is it that Canada, Australia, etc., they all accepted similar acts? Why were they so meek? Surely we can understand that the idea that taxation without representation was the first step towards tyranny. So where is the tyranny? Where are Her Majesty's concentration camps? Okay, fair enough. There were no concentration camps in America.
I mean, listen, I don't know why you Canadians were just cucks. Listen, I don't know the answer.
Yeah, stand up for yourself. Burn something. Throw some tea in some water.
Yeah.
And then finally, he asked, why is it that nobody outside of America resents these unfortunate events? Wars usually lead to resentment and people wanting to, get back at the people who won the war. But Britain never did that. Britain never felt like, oh, we should go to war with the Americas again because they fucked us. And now we got to fuck them.
Wait, that literally happened though.
Did it?
Wasn't that
I don't know your history that well.
Wasn't that the second war where they burned the White House down? That they always like to talk about, that the Brits always like to brag about?
No, it's
was
the
that
Canadians.
1812?
It's the Canadians that burned the White House down.
The Canadians that was the British, Adam.
Yeah, Canada was part of the British. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
that's
really?
right. No, yeah, War of 1812. Yeah. Well,
yeah. Isn't that what the War of 1812 was? Was they're just like, fuck it?
Well,
okay. Anyway,
don't tell him that.
Okay.
Because he doesn't go into that at all.
Right.
Okay. So he says, the revolution was a war. People got violent on both sides. In some parts of the world, when people lose a war, they don't feel like it was just God's will and give up. They feel like God would be much more satisfied if there was some payback. And they tend to transmit this belief to their offspring. In the American unpleasantness, a lot of people, loyalists, got kicked out of their homes. They had to leave with only a small travel bag. When this sort of thing happens in the Middle East, it's remembered for the life of the known universe. So, let's see
I don't
here.
understand what the argument he's making here is.
The argument, what he's going to eventually, he takes so long to get to it. But what he basically says is that, what he's basically saying is that the Revolutionary War was not actually a revolutionary war. What it was that it was a civil war among Anglos regarding which Anglo philosophy would rule the Anglosphere. Would it be Whiggism in the Americas or Toryism in the UK?
That's the stupidest fucking distinction I've ever heard.
And as he keeps going, he points out that various British generals that were in charge of pursuing Washington, like Lord Howe and these other figures, they were all Whigs. They were all Whigs. That the Whigs back in the UK were the ones in Parliament who decided to forgive the Americans. And that the Tories in America were the ones who eventually left America. So he's conceptualizing this not as one, like the birth of a nation by breaking away from another nation. He's saying that, no, this is all one united polity of Anglos and that this is a civil war. And in fact, he'll make the argument later that the reason that the Revolutionary War is considered revolutionary and the American Civil War is considered a civil war is because of who won and who wrote the history after they won. Because to the Confederates, that was considered a second Revolutionary War. They were leaving in the same way.
Right. So the distinction that at least the way you're describing it is making sounds really stupid to me. Because,
okay, how
with almost everything he's saying, because I can just hear like Emperor Palpatine saying, "Evil is a point of view, Anakin." Yeah, it's like
or Voldemort or somebody.
Well, I mean, that's literally the line he gives, Anakin.
Yeah,
and it's just my point is, it's like, whether you're engaged in a civil war or a revolutionary war, that depends entirely on the perspective of the party, right? So like. Technically, every revolutionary war could also be a civil war to some extent, is right, because it's there's some faction inside of a country that wants to break away from whatever country's controlling them, right? Just definitionally, it's a civil war. So I don't understand the distinction that he's making. He's making this distinction like there's some grand aha moment here between civil war and revolutionary war. It's like, there was a bunch of Brits who weren't in Brit-Bong land anymore, who were in America, and didn't want to be in control of the British Empire because they felt they were being treated unfairly.
So here's the thing.
I mean, if the Civil War worked out for the South, wouldn't they call it the Revolutionary War?
They did call it the fucking South did call it. It was a revolution for them.
Well, I mean, if they won, it would be. We would all call it the Revolution.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like his distinction between revolution and civil war. It's like, well, what is that's like meaningless to me? I don't understand.
So, your average progressive, when they hear this sort of thing, they will not make this distinction. They will say that, well, the American Revolutionary War was a revolution because it was for the high-minded ideals of freedom and liberty, while the Civil War was not a revolution because the South was revolting to try and keep slaves. They would bring ideals into the conversation, and so. Next passage is Moldbug describing from that book, The True History of the American Revolutionary War, all of the atrocities that it's a very long passage, all of the atrocities that the Americans committed against the Loyalists. And there's some pretty bad atrocities in there. Sure. Like there's murders and there's rapes and there's like indiscriminate hangings and there's butcherings. There's collecting, like stealing like rich people's stuff, like all the things you tend to see happen in revolts like this. So the Americans aren't exactly morally righteous in this sense.
So let me just clear. I just want to before you continue.
Okay, yeah.
So if you look up the term civil war, all it means is a war between citizens of the same country. That's all it means, right? And then if you look up the dictionary definition of revolutionary war, there isn't one, because it was just a term used to describe specifically the American Revolution. Yes. So to me, it's like, the Revolutionary War was a type of civil war that America had to revolt against the British. The Americans, the British in America had against the British in Brit-Bong land. Yeah. But anyway,
and I know exactly what you mean. But basically, he starts describing what the revolutionaries were doing to the loyalists during the Revolutionary War. Like we're not talking soldiers, we're talking civilians. And I mean, it does kind of sound like what the Soviets did to some of the loyalists in the Russian Revolution, right? I mean, there's some pretty brutal stuff in there.
Listen, Deb, I don't know if you know about this.
Yeah.
Let me tell you guys a secret part of history. Okay. I don't know if anyone's ever heard about this. This is more secret than the fact that the revolutionists in America were bad to the loyalists in America. Okay.
Yeah.
There was a whole nother group of people that the American revolutionists were really bad to.
Who?
They were called slaves.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you've ever heard of this. There's an entire group of people in America that were literally enslaved against their will in America during the Revolutionary War. Did you know this?
Am I blowing your mind? Native Americans.
Is it? Oh my! There's a third group of people that were completely genocided in America, called the Native Americans.
They gave them like infected blankets and shit.
Right. Am I blowing your mind? Is this secret esoteric knowledge changing your mind about how America bad yet?
Wasn't the infected blankets thing like largely disproven actually?
Well, a lot of it was accidental.
actually,
A lot of it was
Sorry for
most of
popping
it was
your-
accidental. Most of it
Yes,
was accidental.
sorry for popping the bubble there.
Most of it was accidental, but I believe some of it was intentional, but rarely.
Yeah. So let me read this passage to you. Okay. So
Yeah.
the history of the Whig-Tory conflict is best described as a series of 3 civil wars, one east of the pond in the 17th century, one across the pond in the 18th century, and one west of the pond in the 19th century. So the way that Marvin Yarvin views
what pond?
the Atlantic Ocean. So the way that he's conceptualizing all of this is that it was what year was it? It was 1690s. It was like the Whigs and Tories fought in the UK or something like that, and then
1619.
Maybe I don't remember exactly when, but so the Whigs and Tories had a war in the UK, and then the Whigs and Tories had a second war. This time it was the American Revolutionary War, and then the Whigs and Tories had a third war. And this time it was the Civil War. Because in all 3 of these wars, even though they take place in 2 different countries, the same faction, Whigs and Tories, stood on the same side.
The Bory Tories.
Yeah.
And so how is he defining Whigs and Tories? Because I thought the definition that we talked about the other day seems to be conflicting with this definition.
How so? What do you mean?
Because I thought his definition, when he talked about like the Whig history, he just meant like, oh, this idea that there's this long arch of progress that's always going in one direction.
Yeah. So the Whigs are they're just the progressives, and the like Whiggism basically like it flowed from Protestantism as they rejected the Catholic Church, but then it flows from Protestantism. You get like some Quaker stuff in there. You get and then you eventually get to like more modern forms of progressivism, but it's all basically just like the Enlightenment progressive movement from like the beginnings of the Enlightenment, which was like, was it Francis Bacon, or no, it was Roger Bacon. Roger Bacon, he was the first scientist in like the 1300s or some shit. Roger Bacon all the way up till the present day. That's all Whiggism, and then the Tories, they are the monarchists. Okay.
So let me see right.
Well,
let me see if I understand this correctly.
Okay, go ahead.
So Marvin's big brain take here is like, hey, did you know that the people that were in favor of the American Revolution were all the people with the left-wing, open-minded, looking towards progress and change people that had all those left-wing moral intuitions, and all the people that didn't want to become a new independent country and wanted to stay with monarchy had right-wing moral intuitions? Did you guys know that? Is that really like the big,
totally obvious, right?
Is that like the big brain blasting, mind blowing explosion of thought that we're having right now?
That's kind of it, yeah.
Okay,
that's
like the most obvious fucking thing on the planet.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. Basically, he's conceptualizing American and British history not as the history of 2 different countries, but as the history of one Anglo civilization, which is a fight between Whigs and Tories.
Yeah, I understand. All the conservatives stayed and all the libtards became America.
Yeah.
Right? Which is ironic because I don't know how does he address, why is it that the UK is far more left-wing than America ever was?
I think he gets to that later, yeah.
Okay.
I do recall that may even be chapter 6, actually. He gets to that later, though. But yes, so basically this is why he says in previous chapters, if you remember last time we spoke, that America's entire history is a progressive project, that everyone in America is a true progressive because they all descend from this point.
Boo.
And that like everything.
Right. That's why when you're first on, I was like, every time you say progressive, I want you to say Republican.
Yeah, because to him, everything, the right, the left, everything in the United States is progressive to him.
Now you hear that? All you Republicans, all you neoliberals, all you neoconservatives, you're all progressives.
Progressives.
Yep.
You're all progressives.
Just
this is how he views it, because the actual non-progressive faction are the old monarchists, which is why he calls himself a Jacobinite. which
A
is like an old.
Jacobin.
The Jacobins were like a
Jacobite.
They
French
were like the
Revolutionary.
proto-communists, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not them.
Jacobite.
No, here we go.
Jacobite. You're right.
Jacobitism is a political movement that supports the restoration of the senior line of the House of Stuart to the British throne. Yeah.
So wait, what he's saying is even stupider than what I said. What he's saying is, hey, did you know all the people that wanted to start America were all the non-monarchists, and all the people that wanted to maintain being a monarchy were the monarchists? Well, thank you. I didn't know that.
Who didn't?
Thank you
that,
for that.
though?
It's very intelligent, enlightening take.
Who didn't? Who didn't know that?
I didn't, Adam. I'm a stupid
No.
idiot baby. Didn't you listen to Big Joel?
Everybody knows. Oh yeah, you're right. Where's the baby meme?
So at this point, he talks about practical theories on how a power should deal with dependencies. So how should the British, as the dominant power, have dealt with the fledgling America that was trying to break away? And there are two theories, and one of them basically lines up with Whig philosophy. The second one lines up with Tory philosophy.
Okay.
And the one that lines up with Whig philosophy is to redress the grievances of the dependency. You tolerate its errors. You understand its complaints. The other one, the Tory philosophy, is a firm and consistent policy. And so basically it's like appeasement versus enforce your dominance.
Well, they tried to enforce their dominance, right?
Well, this is the thing. Moldbug says that they didn't actually try to enforce their dominance because the generals of the British who were actually fighting the Americans in the Revolutionary War, they were all Whigs, and therefore they were sympathetic to the American cause.
And that's based on...
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, it is based on the fact that, for example, Lord Howe on the British side, he was a member of like the Whig Party in Parliament. Stuff like that.
Yeah, but I'm assuming they were still... Was the Whig Party in Parliament during the American Revolution like, hey, we should just give up?
They weren't like, hey, we should just give up. They were like, hey, we should listen to their complaints.
Okay, that's... Saying, hey, we should listen to their complaints, and hey, we should allow them to form a completely independent country are two very different stances.
Okay, so here's a modern equivalent. Okay,
right.
Think back to the war in Afghanistan. Okay, and you had for a while you had the Republicans who were going all hoorah, let's go, and you had some Democrats the Democrats were more skeptical about the war. Not right away, but after a while they became more skeptical about the war. Okay, this is like if one of your generals in Afghanistan was a diehard Democrat voter, and so he decided to sabotage his own decision making as the leader of a military force.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm saying, is there any proof that any of this happened?
Yeah, that's the proof. Is the thing.
He is. I think he's just relying on the fact that they were Whigs and that we have records of them being Whigs.
Yeah, but that's like. So there's a difference between someone who's a general who's like, okay, they're part of, like, if there's some Democrat general and he's part of the army and he's kind of like hesitant about going to, Iraq. I mean, do you think he's going to like say, I'm going to let my men fucking die by sabotaging like whatever they're doing? Of course not. That's ludicrous.
Yeah, totally.
Well, no, but what he might do is not send them out to apprehend George Washington when he's 20 miles away in Valley Forge.
Mm-hmm.
That's the implication that he's putting forward here.
I understand but I'm saying that you need some sort of proof to this claim.
No, I agree with you.
Wild fucking claim.
He doesn't prove the claim. He just says they're Whigs, therefore they supported the Progressive Project, therefore they didn't do all they could to actually fight the war, and the fact that Washington got away at Valley Forge is proof.
Right.
So, and of course, because he is somebody who believes that history is written entirely by the victor, that why wouldn't America portray its own history like this and kind of erase this connection?
Why would they care to? What is the point? What is the point of erasing this? What is the point of all this?
Yeah,
what is his point and what is America's point of all this?
Basically, it's to make the American Revolutionary War seem like a more moral event than it was, so that it can be like a founding myth for a new nation.
just because there were some people in Britbong land that were sympathetic doesn't really change the narrative. I mean, it would make the king look worse because it'd be like, oh, look.
Yeah, the generals aren't even on his side.
Right.
I mean, yeah. Listen, I know there's some weird
like,
stuff in
like
here.
So
like
weird. Like this, I don't know. It seems really stupid. But anyway,
any wig?
Any wig.
I heard you say any wig.
Any wig.
Maybe the mic cut off or something.
I say, yeah, there you go. Any wig.
Right. So yeah, he says when he abandons this line of logic and he continues on, he says, I will simply point out one undisputed fact, which is that two of the leading British generals, Howe and Cornwallis, were Whigs. In fact, Whig MPs.
The point of this Sitch is really to say, like, nothing can stop progressivism. Like, it's in the water.
Well, no, he's trying to use this as the example to say history is a lie. Okay, the whole point here is that he knows, because he's raised by dirty postmodern neo-Marxist. He's like, how do I get a bunch of people to basically accept monarchy when all of society and all of culture in America has been telling people that monarchy is stupid and terrible? Right. Oh, I know. I'll use my postmodern neo-Marxist, upbringing to say that's all just a trick. It's all a lie. Well, how do I convince them it's a lie? Well, let me concoct some convoluted narrative about how the American Revolution is a lie.
Well, he did get it from a book of a guy who actually did write in the era. So it's not like he just pulled this out of his ass.
No, I understand, but I'm saying he's trying to what is the point of all this? It's like how the socialists and the neo-Marxists, what they do is they try to chip away at everything. They try to deconstruct everything. Mm-hmm. And James Lindsay talks about this all the time. They try to deconstruct everything because they think from the ashes something great will come forward. But really, they're just trying to destroy liberalism so that whatever radical ideology they want can be implemented. And they're going to find little nicks and little grains of truth here, and then they're going to exaggerate them and hyperbolize them. So he's trying to find something he can pick away at in the founding doctrine of America. That if you actually think about it, you're like, who cares? How is this even remotely relevant to anything?
Well, he's constructing the ultimate argument, which is that everything Enlightenment onward is just progressivism, and we should reject all of it as being progressivism. So this is like a
stupider argument.
This is a component of that larger argument. That it turns out that this actually here's the true history of the American Revolutionary War as a component of the March of Progress through and the Whigs, and he's trying to create an alternate theory of history that basically discredits all political innovation since the Enlightenment.
No, right, but that's an even dumber argument because it's literally just like when we talk to someone and they said, "Oh, you guys are right wingers," and we say, "Well, wait, how are we right wingers? How are you defining that?" "Oh, anyone who's not a communist is a right winger." You're like, "Oh, well, you're just creating a weird term that defines people in a category." So if he just says, "Well, anyone who doesn't believe in monarchies is a progressive," well, then congratulations, everyone's a fucking progressive. I mean, you don't need to make an argument for it. You're just defining your argument into existence.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So okay, what's the point?
Do you find any of this persuasive, Dev?
This part, no.
Oh, okay.
No. This is yeah. This is oh man, it turns out that they were Whigs. Okay, you have to prove that they actually threw the fight, which he doesn't. He just says that they were Whigs. They might have been. It's like, come on. Okay. Mm-hmm. The next section of the chapter is okay. The example he gives is how the Democrats are aligned with Muslim terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And
true. That part's true.
And how terrorism is just theater for a political wing. Do you want to go into this a little bit? It's kind of dumb, but we're getting into some of the dumber stuff. Okay, we're getting into.
Let's skip to something more substantive.
Well, there's something here.
Well, okay, if you didn't want to add, then don't ask. They just
Well,
Whatever you want.
listen. Don't
I was
tell
hoping
me.
you guys would come
Listen,
with me.
listen, Dev. Don't say where do you want to eat, honey, and I say, oh, I want to eat at the sushi place, and you say I don't feel like sushi, and then I say where do you want to eat, and you say I don't know, but you do know.
Okay, so here, let's say here's the question. She says, "You hear that in country X, the government is fighting against an insurgency. You know nothing else. Which side would you bet on? The government, of course, because it is stronger by definition. It has more men and more guns. If it didn't, it wouldn't be the government." Yeah, that's a very not true.
Totally not true. If you know anything about Sierra Leone, it's like
there are absolutely insurgencies that have more manpower than the government, but the government's propped up with other foreign interference. There's a bunch of there's so much. So
yeah.
So he basically says that because of this false statement, terrorism is simply guerrilla theater. It exists as an adjunct to democratic politics, and it could not exist without democratic politics.
This guy doesn't know anything.
The goal of an insurgency is simply to demonstrate that the violence will continue until the political demands of its supporters are met. The military arm produces violence. The political arm explains, while deploring the violence, that the violence can be stopped by meeting the demands, and only by meeting the demands. And the issue, what he says is that this is actually a beautiful symbiosis because no one component of it is actually in charge. I think is the example.
So they're using terrorism to accomplish their legislative goals. Is that what he's saying?
He's basically saying that terrorists and certain components of democratic political systems are aligned,
symbiotic. Yeah. Well, I just immediately the school shooter situation comes to mind right now, and that doesn't make any sense according to that, because how are they using that political violence to achieve any sort of goal?
I don't think it applies there, but he does give one instance where it does apply. So, Sheikh al-Zawahiri, who was he's from the Mujahideen. Okay, so in 2006, the Democrats won a bunch of House and Senate seats in 2006, and al-Zawahiri said that it was because of the Mujahideen that the Democrats won those seats in 2006, and Marvin Yarvin says he was objectively correct. The Democrats won because their prediction that Iraq would become a quagmire for the U.S. military turned out to be true. Without the Mujahideen, who would have turned Iraq into a quagmire? So this is an example of two completely unaligned factions, the Mujahideen and the Democratic Party. They have a symbiotic relationship because their goals feed into each other.
Okay, so what's the point, I guess?
The point is that basically he believes that terrorism, insurgency, these uprising, these various militant groups, they aren't actually real revolutionary groups. They simply serve the ends of some sort of mainstream mainstream political agenda. Well,
what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
And
so it's
like terrorism was all the rage when he was writing this too. So that's important to consider.
That's true. Yeah. I think he's trying to say something like the American Revolution wasn't a true revolution. It simply served the Whig power game.
Right. I understand that. But what I mean is, so going back to the Iraq example. Okay,
yeah.
Just because in some kind of circuitous way, you could say the Democrats, in terms of gaining seats, they didn't win the presidency until 2008. And that was really more of Katrina, I think, than there was before. But, so the Democrats win some seats in 2006 midterms because the war in Iraq isn't doing well. And so therefore to say, well, that means that the insurgents in Iraq were helping the Democrats. And you say, okay. So in a weird circuitous way. Okay. But then you get into the underpants gnome scenario of then he jumps to, well, therefore those terrorists don't exist, or they don't exist as independent entities. Wait a minute. You're skipping a lot of steps here.
It's more that they exist as a form of political theater and not actually a real
No, but
way
that
for
doesn't-
Iraqis to gain independence.
But no, because the insurgents in Iraq
Are
are
struggling for
not
power.
doing what they're doing to help Democrats in America.
No.
That's not their goal. Their goal is we don't want to live under whatever the fuck governments, is going to be imposed once Saddam Hussein
Their goal is
is
to
dead,
take power, take political
And just
power.
because that ends up
Yes.
helping someone else doesn't mean that their own motivations, their own goals are nullified.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad parts of this argument. Yes, I agree with you.
I don't. That's so idiotic. I don't understand. It's like that's the worst fucking comparison ever.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, I completely agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
Marvin Yarvin.
Like it's not like it's like, oh, it turns out the Democrats were secretly funding the Iraq insurgency because they wanted the war to look bad for Bush.
Oh, that
like,
would look bad. That would
it'd be
look
fucking
super
crazy.
Bad. Why didn't he write about that happening?
Yeah,
I mean, he's just
So-
making shit up. He might as well make up something more
that's
plausible.
true. Make up something interesting.
Okay. So after this, he talks about anti-militarism.
Mhm.
So opposition to war, right?
Okay.
And he says that anti-militarism is actually pro-war, just in favor of the other faction, because it opposes the opponents. All right. So the example he gives is that, like, well, how do you actually stop a war that is currently ongoing? All right. And you're like a third party. Well, and all you want to do is just end the war as quickly as possible. You don't care about the ideology of either side because we're playing realist power games. What you should do is support the party that is most likely to win, and support them with as much force as you can bring so that you overwhelm the other side, end the war quickly and decisively, and stop the fighting. Okay? Okay. Progressives who are anti-militarists, which is a lot of progressives, they don't do anything like this. In fact, what they do is they try to weaken the side that is winning the war. So you see a lot of anti-militarists who are protesting the Iraq War. And it's like, well, how do you win the Iraq War? Well, you crush Iraq. How do you stop America from crushing Iraq? Well, you have a homegrown movement that is anti-war to, like, slowly hamstring the American response, the American ability to wage war.
Okay, what was the very first sentence of this section that you said something? That was the
Let me go
thesis
back.
statement to this.
Anti-militarism assists armed struggle in the most obvious way by opposing its opponents.
Okay, is he saying that that's intentional or unintentional?
I think it's unintentional. I don't think
Okay.
progressives know that this is the outcome of what they're doing. But basically, like,
Right.
if America could go in and crush a country and win a war instantly, but homegrown opposition to the war effort actually makes America less effective at fighting,
Mhm.
that will actually lead to a more prolonged war, which leads to more death and suffering.
I see. So he's saying they're just irrational and stupid.
Yeah. So when you have progressives who are anti-military, and they the people, I don't know if you remember this from back in the day, but they would say, like, support the troops, but don't support the war, that kind of
I
thing.
remember, yes.
Yeah.
Now they're real
that-
gun ho for the war because Ukraine is like they're all over
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
So that sort of attitude actually makes war more dangerous. And so if you actually were, the implication here is that if you were a more humane person, you would stamp out all dissent in the home territory and completely support your country when it went to war.
Yeah. If you're
Well-
more humane, you would totally stomp on everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
thank
I know.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's a very, like, ridiculous. Okay, I kind of understand, like, the logic what he's saying, but it's also like it's more like saying, oh, what's the better solution, that you wipe out more people quickly in the beginning to end the violence quicker, or that you just wipe out less people over time so the violence gets dragged out sort of over time. That's kind of what he's really talking about. Sort of what he's really talking about. And I'm curious if he would make this argument in today's world, where now the people on the right, especially his supporters, are the ones
all
that
the
are
reactionaries are against Ukraine.
all
Like,
against the Ukraine war, right?
Yeah. So he does point out that leftists during the Vietnam War actually did make this argument openly. Tom Hayden said, "We are all Viet Cong now." Stuff like that. You
Well, they
heard
were
that a
literally
lot.
socialists, though, so it's a little bit different situation.
Yeah.
We were fighting
I mean, they were
communism, and
actually
they were communists.
literally socialists, right?
Yeah. But the idea was that basically, because we view this war as unjust, then if we oppose the war, we must basically align ourselves with the people that our nation is fighting. It's something like that.
Yeah, but again, those people were like literal socialists. No one people in America that were like anti the Iraq war were not, pro the Mujahideen or whoever the fuck they were, the insurgents were.
Yeah.
So he says, this is how anti-militarism produces war. War is horrible, and no one is willing to fight it unless they think they have a chance of winning it. Anti-militarism gives the insurgents that chance because it hamstrings the government's response. And okay, there we go. So now we finally loop back around to the original question, which we've all forgotten about, which is,
of course,
what is the most successful Protestant denomination in the United States?
Oh God.
Are you ready to come back out of the rabbit hole a little bit?
Quakerism.
This question?
No, the Amish.
The Amish?
Quakerism.
Are the Amish even Protestants? I don't even know.
Let's see if I can find it, because Jesus Christ, this is a terrible chapter.
Who is it?
I'm trying to search.
So excited.
It's the Quakers. Just don't let me spoil it for you, but
the Quaker.
I mean,
listen, they make decent oatmeal, so
It's the Quakers. We're all Quakers.
He says,
now.
Oh no, he says the Unitarians.
Oh.
Sorry.
The Unitarians, are they the ones that are they're like the progressive denomination?
Yeah, the Unitarian Universalists.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
They're the crazy sect that is like, we're all religions.
Yeah, it's a form of Protestantism that basically says that all religions are valid and they can all be brought into this one universal religion.
Come on.
Well, then isn't it not Protestant? Isn't it not Protestantism then?
Yeah, it still comes from Protestantism.
Yeah.
I mean, everything comes from something. I don't like.
Well, yeah, Americans do view the Unitarians as Protestants. Yeah.
I mean, do they believe it?
It's the hippie church.
Jesus.
Yes,
I don't understand.
it's the hippie church. It's the hippie church. Yeah. Okay, so
here's
why he says that. Of course, it'd be the hippie church. Yeah. Okay. Here's why he says that. Okay. He pulls out a document. A document from 1942. Okay. It's called Religion, American Malvern. And this is like a document that was handed out at these church meetings for this group. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to read to you. How long is it? Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know you're doing a lot of reading here.
It's so long, man.
Good. Let's not read it. Let's just.
Okay. No, hold on. I will read to you a little bit of it. The important parts. Okay.
Normally we just want like the summary of the ideas.
What was the name of the Unitarian people?
Just the broad strokes. Like you're going into like epic amount of detail.
I want to Google.
I'm actually skipping over so much stuff.
I know.
I'm
Unitarian Universalist
Association?
Well,
it's an hour and 30 minutes of just,
nonsense.
Yeah, he doesn't make a lot of compelling arguments. That's why it's like.
Yeah. Okay. Here. So let me just read. I will be quick. Okay, I promise.
What is like the log line? What is the one sentence of this chapter?
The one sentence of the one sentence of this pamphlet, I can tell you that, is that basically everything that the World Economic Forum, or at least everything that right-wingers think the World Economic Forum is currently doing,
there
is at least like a little bit of evidence that they might be trying to do it. All of it was printed in this 1942 Unitarian pamphlet as something that they believed America should do, and that they had a religious duty to see it through because their religion also included the Whig March of Progress.
This is just such bad reasoning because in all of history, you've got tons of people writing tons of bullshit. And he's just able to go back to history and select the things that actually came true.
Yes.
Like it's basically, you know, the scam where you have a mailing list and you start mailing out stock picks,
Yes.
and you mail, this stock is going to go up to 50% of the people, and you mail it's going to go down to 50% of the people, right? So the next day, 50% of those people, you were right about the call. So you take half that list and you mail it out again. The stock's going to go up today. But soon you've narrowed it down to like 10 people that are like, oh my God, this guy picked it for like the last 6 months. This guy's a fucking genius.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, he's not a fucking genius. He just narrowed it down
Right.
to the certain people. Yeah. So look, you can look all throughout history. And this is my big problem with like Ben Shapiro's book, is because this is what the right constantly does. They're like, let me pick all the philosophers that got it right and ignore the thousands of philosophers that got it completely wrong.
Yes. Yeah. It's all survivor's bias.
So
yeah.
After about 30 pages of this fucking pamphlet, okay, Moldbug says this. He says, the program in the pamphlet is immediately recognizable as the modern progressive agenda. But that adjective, progressive, is not used, nor is the other adjective that is generally associated with the same program, liberal. Instead, what is the adjective used to describe this program? Super Protestant. In other words, we have a candidate, finally, for the most successful Protestant denomination in the U.S. today. That denomination is progressivism.
Oh my God.
So progressivism is a Protestant denomination, because Protestantism is the beginning of the Enlightenment, and you know all the logic already. You know where this goes, and it all leads to the one world order.
Of course. Which he wants, but just, under his monarchy.
Well, I think he actually wants things to be like hyper decentralized and like a bunch of small
globally, but then
fiefdoms and stuff.
locally everything controlled by them.
Yeah.
So
the
wait a minute.
Unitarians should dig up this pamphlet and be like, look, we totally nailed it.
So wait a minute. The original question was, he said, what is the most successful
domination,
group, right?
Protestant denomination,
Okay.
yeah.
And he doesn't define success, which is intentional, because basically what he did was as what Adam said. He went through all these different people that made all these predictions. Google. He found the one that matches like the progressive argument, and then he just built an argument around this. So this Unitarian Universalist church, which even though it's supposedly the roots are traced back to Protestantism, definitely was not Protestant by today's standards. It says according to their page, there's about 150,000 members in America.
Mm-hmm.
That's not very successful.
150,000 of all Americans, right?
How many Mormons are there?
So I guess
a great question.
Mormons.
Yeah.
So the thing is,
how many Mormons in America?
If you're defining success by how many people
million.
believe it.
Oh no.
Oh wow. So if you're defining success. If you're defining success by how many people who believe in it, that's true. However, I think he's defining success as like how far have these ideas penetrated into
it's almost like he should really define what the fuck he's talking about.
I know, I agree.
How helpful is this argument? How helpful are these ideas for making my argument? That's how he's defining success.
Right. Yeah, how many Baptists are there in America? How many Lutherans are there in America?
Oh, Baptists are way off, beat the Mormons.
That's upset. Like this is like insane. This is the most successful like Protestant group. What? It's not even Protestant, and it's like a tiny amount of people.
Well, he would call all the woke people, part of this religious sect, but they don't know it.
That's not true though. That's probably not even true, because I'm just looking through their little page. I mean, these people still believe in. They still have this kind of like completely. It looks like they believe in like everything. Apparently, I don't know what this is. Anyway, I don't know. This is a stupid argument.
Yeah. So, this whole chapter is just trying to establish an alternate theory of history from the Enlightenment onward,
right?
And trying to link up Protestantism.
There's 70 million Catholics in the United States.
My God.
Protestant. So this alternate history is an attempt to link up Protestantism and progressivism and Whiggism, and as this unbroken chain of of a civil war between the Whigs and Tories and the March of Progress. And
Well, doesn't it? I mean,
it's an hour and a half. Okay, if you listen to the audiobook version of this,
Yeah.
it is an hour and a half of him trying to construct an alternate theory of history.
but isn't this backwards? Because my understanding was that the Catholics were usually the more progressive politically than the Protestants ever were.
I don't
What he's
know.
talking about is that basically the Catholics, this is something that I actually do know a little bit about. The
Mhm.
Catholics are they're more conservative because they're like ritualized. They're all about, because the way that the Catholic Church functions is kind of like a monarchy, and that there is like it's not like the same kind of lineage, but there is a lineage, right?
I know that
it is a tradition. Yeah.
Right. I understand that,
Meanwhile,
like
when
the hierarchy of the Catholic Church and all that
Mhm.
stuff, right?
Yeah,
But I'm talking
it
about
functions.
in America. Okay.
Yeah.
And we talked about, we talked about this on Sunday. The KKK viewed Catholics as like the degenerate progressives coming into their country who believed in mixed marriages between the races, right? And believed in like, drinking alcohol. Like the Catholics in America were viewed as the degenerate progressives by the conservatives.
They had alcohol in their services. So
Yes. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. Like this seems to be very backwards from
So-
American history.
So, from the neo-reactionary point of view,
Mhm.
the KKK are progressive because they are a part of the Protestant.
Yeah, okay, so we're just
Yeah.
so words have no meaning anymore. Essentially, is what we're saying.
So basically, okay, fuck, I need to collect my thoughts here for a second. It's something like Protestantism, generally speaking, is a more theorized version of the faith because it's based entirely on the book and not the traditions and practices of the church, while Catholicism is a more conservative version and less theorized because it's based on the traditions and practices of the church.
Right. But
So in that
that's
sense,
right. I understand what you're saying.
what do you mean that's not switch? That's how it is. Yeah. So
well,
basically,
it switched from the
in-
KKK times, obviously.
No. We're talking about two different things. So Dev is saying that like the theory of how they practice the religion, the Catholics are more conservative in terms of keeping with the tradition of whatever the religion itself. Even though, from my understanding, the Catholic Church in America, or the Catholics in America, generally voted more progressive in American politics.
Yeah, they might have voted more progressive, but their method of religion was a conservative.
Was
method.
more conservative. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
that's
with the Protestants, because they're all based entirely on the book and no traditions, it's only the written word. That makes it more theoretical.
right. Okay.
And
I understand.
more theoretical means more progressive, means more intellectual.
Right. But see, but that's a huge mistake that he is making here, is that he's conflating just because they're more conservative in following their religion, that's going to have something to do with the kind of politics that's going to necessarily come out of that.
So something that I'm noticing is that, so for example, Moldbug is pro-gay marriage.
Mhm.
Pretty progressive opinion in 2008, right?
Right.
Doesn't
What
want to get
he-
canceled on the Nazi Wikipedia.
what he's trying to do is he's trying to say that like the actual policy positions you hold don't necessarily make you left wing or right wing or progressive or conservative or anything like that. What actually matters is the underlying foundation that justifies them. So how you arrive at your politics is going to be more important than the actual individual policies you want to see put into place.
Yeah,
Which is
and I
why-
understand it to some extent. There's some
So
truth to that, right?
Yes. So that's why he says I'm a right winger, even as I believe in these things that the mainstream thinks are left wing.
Right. But of course, his definition of right wing is not like 99% of America's definition of right wing anyway. So
Yes. Yeah.
it doesn't.
It's all. I mean, he does say at the start of the book that in order to understand this stuff, you have to learn a completely new like way of thinking about politics.
No, but
a,
this
a,
is
a new language of politics.
But that's
understand-
anytime someone says you need to learn. Okay, there's two types of new languages.
Yeah.
There's jargon, and then there's redefining words. So jargon is used for two things. One is because you're in a field that has a complicated concept that's not a mainstream concept, and they want to create a term shorthand that people know what they're talking about.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Or it's just kind of like a virtue signal, like to show like you're smart. Oh, I know all this jargon.
Yeah. Totally.
Kind of the gatekeeper. Okay, that's one way.
Standpoint theory.
Right. You need to learn like, you know, a completely new language, right? When you go into programming, they're going to be saying a bunch of shit you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? And then there's a different version of this, which is let me redefine a bunch of fucking words that everyone agreed on what they meant for my own political purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. And anytime anyone ever does that, it's to trick you.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they're doing. They're just doing it to trick you. They want to take what he's doing here is he wants to take like the words like conservative, which people in America who identify as conservatives have a positive emotional feeling with. And he wants to associate that with his fucking monarchy shit. And then he wants to take the word progressive, which conservatives in America don't like and have a negative emotional association with, and say, that's the Republican Party. You're all progressives. It's literally just emotional manipulation designed to trick people. I mean, that's all it is.
Wasn't Teddy Roosevelt a progressive?
Yes, but obviously this is you're talking about something completely different than what I'm talking about.
Okay, I got you.
We're talking about that's a completely different issue.
No, I'm just so I shouldn't have brought it up.
You shouldn't have brought it up.
I do think that Moldbug does both of these things. There's a few instances where he actually defines a new idea, but a lot of it is just redefining like Whiggism and conservatism and all this shit. Yeah,
right. No, having a new idea and coming up with a term for it is fine. It's when you're redefining words for emotional manipulative reasons that is not fine, and that's so much of what he's doing here in this conversation.
Marvin Yarvin, the manipulator.
Yeah. Because if he just, I mean, think about it. If he just wrote his book where every time he said conservative, he just said monarchist, how much, like, how he would lose.
Everyone would laugh.
He would lose 80% of his persuasive power in everything he's saying.
Yeah. People would laugh in his face. They'd be like, what? A king telling me what to do? I'm American.
Right. But this is his leftist, postmodern, neo-Marxist upbringing. He's playing these neo-Marxist word games.
You got to trick people. I thought we were getting rid of the progressives. Now we got a dictator.
Now we got a king.
So, if we're gonna jump over the progressive stuff,
jumping what do you mean?
The Protestant stuff and the Quaker stuff, because we're just gonna go over the same.
Well, if you have like if you want to just summarize it.
We just did basically.
Oh, okay.
Like there's always more detail, but we just basically did. Then he gets to the world peace question. Okay. The world peace question.
The world peace.
Yes.
There's Quakers in here somewhere. I do remember a lot of talk about Quakers.
Yep. He basically says that like Quakerism isn't like another form of Whiggism because it's like a more theorized. It's so tiring talking with this guy.
I love it. You're so worn out.
I am actually.
It's like pages and pages and pages of Quakerism, and I'm like, what does this have to do with anything?
Yeah.
This guy, did he like date a Quaker and she broke his heart or something? Did he have a Quaker girlfriend in high school and she
got poisoned by Quaker oats. You know, his mom made him eat Quaker oats every day, and he's like, "Mom, I want Lucky Charms," and she's like, "No, you're gonna eat the fucking."
I think
Quaker
he had like
oats.
a super hot Quaker girlfriend, and she's like,
That feel when no Quaker GF.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He was like, I wanted some Quaker oats. I didn't get shit.
So, world peace.
$1 million.
Let's describe what you
just let everybody do whatever they want, and it's going to be peaceful. Doubt.
Oh yeah. By the way, we missed this earlier. Sitch, Curtis Yarvin is Jewish. Sorry.
No,
he actually is.
Wait,
is this true?
Marvin Moldberg is Jewish.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
You can actually say
Marvin Moldberg is Jewish.
Yarvin is not Jewish. Early life.
Never look at the early life.
Wait a minute. His grandparents on his father's side were Jewish.
Oh, Sitch
wait, that makes him
Sitch is gonna disown him.
Okay, wait a minute. According to the technical laws of Judaism, if your mom ain't Jewish, you ain't a Jew. Okay?
Here it comes.
Well, yeah, but Sitch, you gotta follow the one drop rule.
Marvin Yarvin just got
disinherited. Is 1/4 Jew. Okay, and I'm kicking him out. I'm saying no.
Okay, so
Marvin Yarvin got his Moldberg card pulled.
He did.
So when he's defining world peace here, okay, and he says that world peace consists of two concepts that are not logically connected. The first one is a goal in which Earth is free from the state of human interaction known as war, and a strategy for achieving that goal. The progressive strategy for achieving that goal is pacifism, but pacifism seems to not actually achieve that goal because you just get overrun by somebody else, right? Okay, so he objects to pacifism.
Talk to me about Ukraine and the pacifism. So,
yeah, exactly, right. So he says that he wants a return for world peace instead of pacifism. He wants a return to classical international law. Classical means international law before World War I. And so the standard of World War I, he says, classical international law, while never perfect, was simply a beautiful piece of engineering. It solved, not perfectly, but quite effectively, a problem that today strikes us as unsolvable, enforcing good behavior among sovereign nations without a central enforcer like America.
I'm sorry, is he referring to the entire time of history where the European countries were constantly at war with each other? Is that what he's talking about?
Until World War I, yes.
And that was when, how was that a better system? I'm so confused.
Yeah, so he's saying that basically in terms of the goal of world peace, we were closer to that before World War I, in the entire history of the world before World War I, than we are now.
Yeah, everyone, the constant warfare in Europe is closer to world peace than now.
Yeah.
Okay, and what is the argument here?
See if I can find it.
I'm looking up the chart on Slate Star Codex because they have a great chart of this, how the war is drops off
I've seen
map.
it too.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so the idea is that every government is legitimate and sovereign. All governments are de facto. Their borders are defined by the power of their military forces. If two states disagree on their borders, they can settle the dispute. So basically, he's saying world peace will be gained through just direct conflict all the time until things are simply settled and settled decisively. Winners win decisively and losers lose decisively until that process is over. And then we have peace.
I see. Because we know in history, right? Whenever there's a dispute between two countries, they say, well, this is gonna be the last war to end all wars. And then they're right, and there's never another war again. Okay.
So yeah. All you have to do is go watch Kraut's video on realism to dispute this. But here, this will be a little bit another chunk of reading here, Adam. But I want you guys to hear this. This is how he would.
I'm going to listen very carefully.
This is how he would create peace in the Middle East.
Don't laugh.
Okay,
I really am going to listen very carefully.
Okay. Here's how he would create peace in the Middle East.
Here's the war chart. Look, it drops down to nothing in the 2000s.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I think this is just like in terms of him, it's just like
it's a coke spiral.
No, there's like a fallacy. What is it? Basically, you think that things are exceptionally bad because they are what you're currently experiencing, and you have no knowledge of the past because you aren't you didn't experience it. It's
totally.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah.
So, okay, he says, first, the borders between Israel and its neighbors are permanently fixed. They are simply the present lines of demarcation. In the West Bank, there's an area of fuzzy distinction. Israel maintains what might be called an imperfect occupation. Gaza is its own state. I suspect Israel would find it prudent to evacuate most of the West Bank and put it in the same status as Gaza, call it Ramallah. The U.S. is neutral. It gives Israel no aid. It gives the Palestinians no aid. It gives no one any aid. It does not have any friends or protectorates. It simply has the H-bomb for itself.
Wait 1 second.
The Middle East.
Did you bring up the war chart? I never saw it.
Oh, I took it down already.
Leave it up.
Oh,
you want
leave it
I want to see the war chart.
Okay.
More important than your tweet, Adam.
Right.
Here, I'll send you a link to the FAQ. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I have the FAQ open, but it's like gigantic.
So
yeah, it is.
The Middle East, specifically the area around Israel, is actually an area of great natural stability. The area is stable because the state which does not want war, Israel, is much stronger than its aggressive neighbors, Gaza and Ramallah. Therefore, there are two possibilities. One is that Gaza and Ramallah recognize that they live next to the 800-pound gorilla. They watch their steps. They do not shoot rockets over the border, and they prevent their citizens from doing so. And so there is no war. Two, Gaza and Ramallah persist in attacking Israel. Under classical international law, Israel exercises its right of redress and does whatever it takes to stop the attacks. If whatever it takes means that Israel has to convert the entire human population of Gaza into biofuel, then so be it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. So basically he's saying, yeah, if you are fighting an enemy that will simply not stop attacking you, you should genocide them.
So he's saying to genocide the Palestinians?
He's saying if you have to.
Well,
basically, genocide isn't off the table if they won't stop fighting a war.
Well, I mean, this is kind of where I was going when I made the argument that why don't we just nuke Russia? Why doesn't Israel just genocide the Palestinians?
Yeah,
because we live in a realist world. Why doesn't Israel just genocide?
Wait a minute. The argument he's making right now completely destroys all of his arguments he's made about liberalism and realism up to this point. Because if it's all just power games,
yeah,
then Israel would have just glassed them. But they're not glassing them. And the reason is because they're constrained by liberal values.
Yes.
Of morality.
I think he would argue that they're constrained by America.
But America is constraining them based on
liberal values. Yes.
Right? But it's not there's no power gained from having this.
That's true. So he's advocating for a return to a more purely realist point of view, where if your enemy is attacking you and will not stop, even if they're weaker, you should just annihilate them and leave none of them behind.
Right. He could be doing that, but I'm saying he's proving his original idea that, liberalism is fake. He's proving that wrong. This is a concrete example of countries being constrained, powerful countries being constrained by their liberal moral values.
Yeah. Where ideology is actually taking the place of, instead of power.
Yes, and it's not just quote unquote power.
Someone asked in the chat, is Curtis Yarvin pro-genocide? No, he's just not anti-genocide. He thinks that genocide is morally neutral and it should not be taken off the table in some dire circumstance.
Yeah, so basically he's saying like, okay, so if you're in Israel and
he's saying defensive genocide is permissible.
Right, but let's follow the train of logic here because I'm feeling he doesn't flesh it out here. Okay. Say you're in Israel, because that was the example that you brought up, and you have people on the Gaza Strip. Some minority amount of people in the Gaza Strip are attacking Israelis and shooting missiles at them, right? And so he says, well, even though it's like, say, 10%, let's just say hypothetically, 10% of the people in the Gaza Strip are engaged in militancy against Israel. Okay. He says, well, since that 10% is attacking Israel and they don't seem to stop, it's justified then to just wipe out 100% of the people in the Gaza Strip because the 90% isn't stopping the 10% from engaging in the militancy, right? This would be the argument that he would give.
I think so, yes.
Okay. That's the literal logic that Osama bin Laden uses to blow up the World Trade Center, and every terrorist uses in any terrorist action. They say there are no civilians, there are no off-limit innocent people because your country is doing something I don't like and you're allowing it to happen.
Yeah, that's the problem with genocide. You always end up killing innocent people.
So that's the thing, is that people like Osama bin Laden, they are actually working off of that older classical international law from before.
Right, and he wants to go back to that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We need to go. He's like, we need to go back to the terrorist model of thinking. Yes, thank you.
Well, I mean, it's less important that terrorists also think it. It's more important that like the actual flaws with the logic are not that like bad.
No, I'm not saying terrorists think it's so bad. I'm just saying there's a part of the reason that we designate people as terrorists is because they think that way. it's that thought process that is part of what gets you designated as a terrorist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did say that
So-
the progressives were using the terrorists. And now he's using the terrorists.
And so this is like the ultimate. It's not because realists also argue for restraint. Again, Kraut's video. But like, if you are dealing with an enemy that will not stop attacking you and will not respect the balance of power, then realism does call to wipe them out. So this is a realist point of view. But as you say, because liberals don't do this, even though they do have realist motivations to do so, that is at least some proof that his claim that liberals are simply hiding their realism is false.
Yeah, exactly.
And that liberal ideals do actually play at least some role in our international decision making, and it's not just a power game. It's not just a power game for us.
Yep.
So I like the conclusions of this chapter kind of they kind of ruin the conclusions of the previous chapter.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Mm-hmm.
You made an oopsie.
What's
Yep.
so
What's next?
the CEO
Is there
chapter?
anything- Is there anything more that's decent in this chapter? Or is that it?
That
I mean,
was
first of all, there's
decent.
nothing decent about any of this. So
Okay.
You're being
The
too
world
kind
will-
here.
World peace. So he's basically saying we can get world peace if we just go back to
Oh.
pre-enlightenment foreign policy.
Right,
where
because there
we
were no
just don't
wars
give a fuck
before
and
World
do
War One,
anything.
right? What a
Obviously.
peaceful time the world was known for before World War One.
Oh, you know what? Here, let's look at the final two paragraphs because
War
they
is
are
actually on the increase right now. Like civil war has gone up dramatically in the last 20 years, which is a little scary.
Interesting.
Autocracies are on the climb too.
Yeah, that does make
Democracies are
sense,
waning. Yeah.
Yep.
that is kind of spooky, but honestly, I think that'll be a trend that reverses itself.
You hope. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
I
I
thi-
worry
I
because
think-
of the
I think,
technocracy.
Oh yeah, that's in the next chapter. The techno monarchy. We're gonna hear about that. But
Whoa,
no,
the techno dictatorship.
I think it'll actually reverse itself, especially after Ukraine. I think eventually Ukraine will beat Russia after a long time. I do think so at this
Mhm.
point. And I think that will basically be like the revitalization that the liberal world kind of needs right now.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I don't-
I think it's more just when the economic conditions get better, when wokeness dies. Yeah.
Well, it's not just that, because like we had good economic conditions in the 90s and we still weren't like confident in our culture or in our values, you know. We were still subverting ourselves. I think I think with Ukraine, I think we will actually be like, oh, we'll finally be able to say again that we were actually pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you could be right in terms of that could like it's like a win that people need. But I think the hook, you know, obviously the subversion was, you know, been going on ever since the 60s and even earlier than that. But I think it didn't really sink in until the housing crash, which was, you know, not in the 90s. It was after that. That's kind of the wake up to people.
The final two paragraphs. Okay, there's two interesting claims in these two paragraphs. Okay, so first one. It seems that the Kuwaitis have noticed that they have democracy, that Dubai doesn't have democracy, and that Dubai seems to be rather better off for it.
I fucking hate this example.
Yeah.
Because he totally leaves out the fact that they like the resource disparity.
Well, he does say that Kuwait has way more oil than Dubai.
Kuwait does?
Yeah. I don't know if that's true. It might be true. But basically, he's saying the implication is that Dubai is better off because it's an absolute monarchy, and Kuwait is a constitutional monarchy, so it's at least partially democratic, and it's worse off because of it.
Because that's the only reason. That's like, right? That's the literal only reason, the difference in those two countries. Huh?
Worse how, though?
Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's obviously ridiculous.
Worse how?
He just says worse off.
Right.
That's all he says. He doesn't explain.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the poetic end to this giant shit show of a chapter. Okay. The great wave of wiggery has washed to the end of the world and the top of the beach.
I
know. Jeez.
Its source is
F,
not.
sir.
Its source is not moral righteousness, but mere power. That power is waning. It still looks like the future, but not as much as it used to. Patches of sand are starting to show through the water. Will another wave come, or will the water just wash back? And if so, will it wash back slowly, or will it all just disappear one day the way that communism did? So we'll get into this probably in future streams because there's only so much time. But basically, he believes that the progressive, Whig, Protestant, universal, liberal, democratic, capitalist, hegemonic world order, the entire Enlightenment,
communism,
the entire Enlightenment project will collapse the same way that communism did, and also that the collapse of communism was the first step in the collapse of all of it. Because the furthest along in the march of progress were the communists, and they collapsed, and there'll be the liberals, and then they'll collapse.
Bullshit.
And then after the liberals collapse, it'll be like the the old republic, the republics that were a bit more conservative than the liberals, but they were still like a new form of government. And one by one, the dominoes will fall, and from most progress all the way back to the Enlightenment, they will simply just fall in order. So liberals are next to fall.
Right. And so in 100 years from now, when we're all in our robot bodies, this will be one of those failed predictions, right? One of those failed. America's going to collapse any day. The dollar's going to collapse any day. Liberalism's going to collapse any day now. It's just like one of these, like, oh my God, we've never heard this before.
Yeah, these autocratic regimes, it's just they're founded on lies and just fraud. Total corruption. I don't understand. I guess people believe that the American system is founded on fraud and corruption.
Yeah.
I mean, there is fraud and corruption in the American system, but not to the same degree.
Mm-hmm.
So, chapter 6.
Right.
The Lost Theory of Government, chapter 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a laughable one.
Yeah, so this is where he talks about power distortion. Why does nonsense outcompete truth? Because of power distortion. Again, power over truth, realism. We know what's going on. Okay. So, oh God, he's still talking about wiggery. Wigga, please.
Yeah, he's big into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fucking hell. Okay, so
maybe he means it like Bobo means it. It's not like a race thing. There's your reference.
So here's his definition of government. A government is a sovereign corporation. It is sovereign because its control over its territory is not subject to any higher authority. It's a corporation because it has a single institutional identity. All governments in history fit this definition. And this is where we get into the corporate government. Okay. A government is a sovereign corporation. It is sovereign because its control over its territory is not subject to any higher authority. It is a corporation because it has a single institutional identity.
I mean, corporations have oversight over them. What does he understand?
That's what I mean. So a corporation that has no oversight, no government above it, that is a government.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Theoretically, though, the populace is the oversight in democracies. Autocracies, there's no.
Okay.
He doesn't believe that that's real, though.
Yeah, they don't. He's a elite theory guy. He believes democracy doesn't matter.
Essentially, what he just said was a group of people arranged in a hierarchical structure that have no one that can tell them what to do over them is a government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's something like that. Basically, I think like Elon Musk said on TV like last year that government is just the biggest corporation. And like the ANCAPs say this, that corporations and governments are the same thing. You know, government is a corporation is like definitely like an ANCAP or like a right-wing libertarian point of view.
Yeah. Big brain.
Yeah.
Big brain.
Well, no, I think you can conceptualize government as like a corporate entity. Yes. I don't necessarily know that you can conceptualize it as a corporation because you have the problem of the profit motive.
No, it's what I just said. Yeah. Right. The profit, well, they're throwing all that out. It's what I just said. It's just there's a hierarchical group of people
Yes. Yeah.
that don't have oversight over them. That's the government.
Well, they technically do have oversight.
Well, they do, but obviously from their perspective, right?
Right.
The oversight is the people voting them. So, and that's actually, you know, and I'm glad that you said that because that's a really sneaky concept slip that he leaves out.
What? That
Right?
there's a profit motive? I mean,
Well, no, the profit motive, but then also the fact that the oversight in our government is that they can be voted out of
society.
office.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Is society itself.
Power of society.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's not a corporation.
Yes. Totally.
So now comes in the fast food metaphor. Remember this, Adam?
I do.
Food?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and this is the problem that I have because he frames the state as like winning by making money, and I'm going, what? Like how?
Well, he's saying that that's how it should be. Yes, in his ideal world, the state would be run like a corporation and be for profit.
What? So what happens to the profits?
It's used for charity.
Okay.
Just like every, you know, good Batman style billionaire who uses all his profits for charity.
Thank you,
So
Yeah.
so
Okay,
it's basically exactly like it is. People pay taxes, and those taxes are used for social programs.
I found it kind of hard to find a difference between I found it hard to find a difference between what he theorizes and what is actually happening. But so he says if I'm in the market for fast food, I see a Burger King next to a McDonald's, I will go with the King. Why does it matter? So obviously he prefers Burger King over McDonald's. However, he says that if there is a fast food chain that is state operated, run by the state of California, called Cal Meat, okay?
Mhm.
It's the same kind of thing, fast food, another brand, but it's state operated. He would never go to a Cal Meat. No one would ever go to a Cal Meat over a McDonald's or a Burger King.
Mm-hmm.
Because the state of California could not possibly compete with these private companies the way that it's currently set up. Cal Meat would always be an overpriced, lower quality option compared to McDonald's or Burger King.
Yeah, your bias is screaming at me right now.
Well,
at the top of its
wait a minute.
lungs.
Like it could be worse because it's not competing, but it could also be cheaper because it doesn't have a profit motive, right? I mean, that would be the intention behind it.
Yeah, but he just accepts it as fact that Cal Meat would be worse than McDonald's and Burger King. So
because government is worse in every possible way. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, government bad. Yeah.
I just like the whole idea of the government. The government is selling hamburgers. They're in the hamburger selling business.
Yeah. It's just
I
an
mean,
example, right? Like,
okay.
Basically, like when the government dips its toe into the private market, it always provides an inferior service because it doesn't have to bow to competition pressure. And I guess, you know,
I would say because politics get involved is why it offers an inferior product.
Yeah, that too. You get like bureaucracy and like, there's multiple reasons that people has theorized this.
Isn't that destroy his entire argument about everything then?
What do you mean?
So he's saying government always does worse than the private company because government doesn't have competition.
Yes.
Right? And so he wants a system of government that has no competition.
Well, no, I think what he wants is a system of government where all the governments don't actually have some sort of oversight by, let's say, a liberal hegemony, and they're all in a state of constant competition.
Who's in the if there's a monarchy, there's no competition.
Yeah, you're taking the competition out of government. Right. Yeah.
Well, true, but like you have a bunch of different states that are all competing with each other. A bunch of different monarchies.
Yeah, but how you can't overthrow your monarchy except by violence. The competition in a liberal democracy is that you have multiple political parties that you can say, oh, I don't, like what my one party is doing here, so I can vote with the other party, right?
Yeah.
There's a competition element to the voting process.
And they're offering policies like hamburgers.
I think his argument would be something like even in a monarchy, if you do so poorly that the people want you out, they'll just behead you anyway. So like you're incentivized not to be that bad.
No, but the whole this came up in our conversation with Aiden about monarchy. The entire argument he makes, or I thought he makes, or at least that she was making that conversation about why you need a monarchy, is because having to be involved in all these power games, i.e., competition, is what leads to corruption. And so you need some guy who's magically above all these power games that, you know, can care about the people. But then,
that's coming.
Then that
that's
means
actually
that
coming.
there's just the government in a non-competitive market.
That's coming though. We'll get there.
Okay.
He solves this conundrum. He solves this problem.
I'm skeptical that this is solved.
He claims to, like, I understand what you mean, is that like you have to centralize power, which makes you not competitive enough, but that's how you also secure power. Like he does solve this, or he claims to solve it. We'll see his solution.
Okay.
Don't worry, this is a much shorter chapter than the last one. Jesus fucking Christ, it's like 1/3 the length. Okay, so he says the government should be secure, effective, and responsible. These are the 3 qualities it should have. So let's start with effectiveness. Effectiveness is the ability to accomplish what you're trying to do. Under what design is a government most effective? This is when he says good management.
He completely sidesteps the biggest problem of government, though. What to do? Yeah. Like he says, a government's great that accomplishes its goal. Well, what is its goal? That's the hard part of government.
I think he views the goal as like that's the idealist part of the conversation, not the power games part. So he just doesn't care. The goal can be whatever.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah. So
build more roads or build more nuclear weapons. Who cares?
So he says in terms
which
of
make more money, nuclear weapons or roads?
Probably roads, actually. Yeah.
Well, it depends.
Are they going to be toll roads?
Well, it depends.
Are you selling the nukes?
Well, no. Perrun had a great video recently where he was talking about how historically a lot of countries make money by essentially selling safety.
Weapons, yeah.
Not weapons, safety. And that the U.S. essentially has been one of the number 1 purveyors of selling safety. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, fair enough. Maybe.
But anyway.
Yeah. So he says effectiveness. All right. So what is an effective government? Effective government is good management. What is good management? Good management is like hiring the right people. He goes down the rabbit hole of effective. Like good government is effective management. Effective management is setting up like a corporation.
You'll love this, Sitch. It's just about getting the right person in that position. That magnanimous person.
Yeah.
That's not going to abuse their power in any way, shape, or form.
Of course.
Not going to go around raping all their employees whenever they get the chance, like in China.
So he says, in the military world, this is called the unity of command. In the corporate world, this is the CEO. Even in the most anarchic of human endeavors, the open source project, there is an administrator. Why does individual administration work? When the individual is a douche, it doesn't. Oh, okay. He says, there is no reliable formula for good management, but there are many reliable formulas for bad management. So he outright admits there is no way to get a good individual into the God King seat.
Okay.
There's no reliable way to do it.
Is there hope? Is it a step in the right direction?
He's
like, no, we got to get Steve Jobs in there. That's how we solve this problem.
Yeah. So he simply says, why does management so rather than saying, why is it that individual administration doesn't works, he asks instead, he deflects here. He says, why does management by committee not work? And he blames politics as a concept. He says that management by committee does not work because politics emerges when management breaks down. When you don't have a unified authority pointing in one direction and everyone marching in that direction, instead you have debate, you have factions, you have politics, you have disunity. So this is why in my 3 forms of fascism video, I said that Moldbug is the gateway to the post-fascists, because the post-fascists also believe this. They are anti-political. They want to abolish politics entirely, in so much as they don't want to. They want there to be no debate, no dissent, and unity simply for the sake of unity.
So, well, I mean, it's true that obviously, if there's not like one authority, that obviously, yeah, then it's harder for things to get done quickly and efficiently. I mean, this is sort of when we talk at these conversations with the socialists about, they want everything to be a co-op, and you kind of watch like, well, not everything can be a co-op. Not everyone's going to be knowledgeable about every situation. Sometimes you need someone to kind of be the leader in charge to make quick decision-making things. CGP Grey had an interesting video about pirates, where he was talking about basically pirates were run as co-ops, except that during times of battle, you couldn't mutiny because it's in the middle of a fucking battle and you can't really, raise issues and things of that nature. So yeah, I mean, that is true. But the question is, okay, but, well, first of all, he's kind of leaving out something, which is that a single ruler, if you have a king, can just as easily fall prey to political pressures and political factioning as can the collective democracy.
No, because they should all just agree with him.
But that's the problem, is they don't. Perfect example of this. Let's use everyone's favorite historical medieval fantasy show is Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
The entire thing is like, you have, all of Game of Thrones is essentially you have one king that's uniting this land of, 6 or 7 or 8 or however many fucking houses are in Westeros. But each house has different political machinations and is playing a different political game. And everything they do, it's not based on what does the king say. It's, well, what helps my house gain power? Yep. And so all these different political factions form. And this is happening in, the Game of Thrones prequel as well. There's all these political factions that gain under a monarchy. And this is just as how it works in history. All the different houses, they all have their own different machinations.
His solution is literally just to use the ultimate power of the state to align them all.
Yeah,
which is why this is the gateway into post-fascism.
No, but it's just the gateway into stupidity. There's literally like Game of Thrones is a perfect example of this. There's literally the scene where Tywin Lannister, the ultimate realist, is talking to Joffrey, the ultimate privileged child. And Tywin says, or maybe it was Cersei, I don't remember, but I think it was Tywin. He's like, what do you do if the North rebels? And then Joffrey, who doesn't know fucking anything, is like, well, I'll just take my army and crush them. And she's like, oh, really? Well, you're going to have your army march into the North, this giant area where it's completely foreign to everyone south of it. And you're just going to march in there and destroy them. And he's like, well, I'll order all the Northern soldiers to, turn over their lords. It's like, oh, you think all the soldiers are going to turn over their own lords to a king they've never met before? Like, it's just this completely detached from reality and the trappings of how actual power works when people make these claims.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is, he does get to it at the end. Yeah. That is another big criticism. He has a solution for it.
Well, and also this is part of why Russia's military is so shitty. Is because they have to have this ultra centralized authority, so that because no one has like the authority on the field to change or to adapt to these situations. They'll have to just listen to whatever the king says. And so what happens? And they're very slow to react. They, all the high officers end up getting killed off because they have to be like literally on the field to make decisions. Where when you have in America and other modern armies, there's lots of autonomy is given to independent squadrons to make decisions depending on what the fuck's happening.
30 guys.
Yep. This is where we get to the world's best CEO is Steve Jobs, and we live in Applefornia now. What would it look like if California became a sovereign, independent country with Steve Jobs as its president and CEO?
What's to stop El Chapo?
So much more woke.
What's to stop El Chapo from coming in and knocking off Steve Jobs and saying, "I'm the new king of California"?
I presume you'd have a military. I presume.
Okay.
I hope
but they'll all be like avocado toast eating hippies by that point. So.
I guess the point of view is that he picks out the world's best CEO at the time, and he says that because he's a good CEO, he would be the ideal political leader, and as long as the government were structured like a corporation. And so what that means is that, like, most citizens have no say on the workings of most corporations. And also, most corporations don't really care about most citizens. The government can also work in that way. Basically, they kind of don't meet each other at all. They don't really care about each other. They don't
That's
interact.
the thing. He completely takes away the power of society to evict the government. Like, it's not even like a corporation, because a corporation, you have voting rights.
Yeah, he actually gets into the voting rights. He says that it should have a board of directors which are elected by a body of shareholders.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So there is some democratic process going on. It's just a different democratic structure than.
How do you become a shareholder?
Presumably the same way that you do with any other corporation. You buy shares.
Oh, so if you don't have money, you're just fucked, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can buy shares of the government, and that makes you a voter who gets to vote on the leader of the government.
Right.
And the amount of shares that you have is equivalent to how many votes you get, just like with any other corporation. Yeah.
Right. So we want to go back to a caste system.
Well,
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I don't in government. I don't understand the for-profit government. I mean, he talks about that. He says, people shudder at the idea of for-profit government because they're worried, you're going to be extorted by the government.
Yeah. He basically says that you have to have a for-profit government in order to be able to afford any sort of social programs that help the poor. So you must think of things in the sense of the government making a profit somehow. Whether that be through like taxes or through like, tolling roads or whatever the fuck. The government has to make a profit so it can actually provide for the poor.
Wait, government doesn't have to make a profit. The government has to have productive citizens. That's a completely different idea.
He doesn't view it that way.
Okay, well, all right.
Yeah,
well.
He says that the government has to turn a profit so it can fund the various charitable programs that we all want government to have.
He talks about government making fat stacks of cash, and I keep thinking, I mean, money
Governments
is
print money. Yeah.
Money is a system. I mean, why are they? So they're basically selling a product. Never mind what is the product that they're selling. Like I said, that's the biggest question, because it's like how you devote resources. The private sector does most of this stuff. I guess the private sector is still going to exist in this world. So the government is just going to be one corporation among, is the corporate government going to regulate the other corporations?
I don't know. He doesn't get into it, as far as I can tell.
And if the government is making a profit, can't they just regulate their competing corporations out of existence and start giving
That's a great point.
Giving their whatever businesses. I mean, this is actually how the Queen of England worked. She gave out monopolies on all kinds of things,
which I thought were bad in our
bread
and
fabrics and whatever it was.
So he actually goes farther, and he says that you could use the profits of the corporate government to fund charitable programs, but you also, what you could do? You could abolish all charities entirely, and instead simply take the money that the government makes and just give it to people. And he says,
so he's doing like a UBI thing.
Yeah. If there's anyone who would rather have $100 worth of free stuff than $100, he's a retard. It's like, well, I mean, fair enough, right? If you abolished all other charities and just gave people the profits of the government, that would probably solve some problems of the poor.
Well, this is the toughest thing for me, and he never really elaborates on it. It's like, what is the economic activity that the government is doing that makes money? Because in the system we live in now, the government establishes safety and security and lets the citizens engage in whatever economic activity they are, so inclined. Obviously, there's regulations for for pollution and those kinds of things, right? You know, safety, don't kill anyone, those kinds of things. But I don't like what I'm assuming the government still has to engage in all those activities, correct? I mean, who's going to build, I guess, private citizens. He doesn't elaborate on any of this stuff. He just
he doesn't elaborate on any
He just
of
basically says, we need a king that is a CEO, and they're going to do a way better job. And a lot of people buy into this, obviously, because they're like, I fucking hate my politicians. They don't do anything for me. They're all shitheads.
Listen,
so.
I know you guys think that Disney is like a woke corporation,
Mm-hmm.
but I hope you guys are prepared because Disney is now the monarchical ruler of the state of Florida. So
Yeah.
do you didn't like the latest Disney movie? Well, guess what? You can't write a review about how it sucks because the monarchy of Disney says no, not allowed.
Well, what's the difference between this and China? You can't vote the Communist Party out. You've got Communist Party for life.
Oh, look, Disney Plus is part of the taxes you now pay to the Disney government.
Okay, so we finally get to what he calls his economic system. Okay.
All right.
And he calls it neocameralism.
Is this a chapter 7?
This is still chapter. This is the end of chapter 6.
Okay.
Okay. So, cameralism actually is a real economic system. Okay. And I'll just, if you want to go to the Wikipedia page on cameralism, you can. It's spelled camera-l-ism. Okay. So you can pull that up if you want to pull it up. But the Wikipedia page says cameralism was a German science of public administration in the 18th and 19th centuries that aimed at strong management of a centralized economy for the benefit mainly of the state. So this was basically when you had like what period would this have been? This is pre-Kaiser. Was this Bismarck? Basically, when you had like the highly militaristic authoritarian Prussian state coming into power before before World War I and in like the 1800s, that era of German history, it was a very centralized economy. It wasn't any form of socialism or anything like that, but it was like it was like a regulated bureaucracy that coordinated all economic activity.
Okay.
It was something like that. And basically it was extremely strong central authority. There was still capitalism in it because there was still like, trade and money and stuff like that. But it was all for the purpose of building a strong Prussian state. And he calls himself a neo-cameralist because he wants to bring back that model for his ideal society where the government is a corporation. But, okay, what does he say? Yeah, he says, the neo-cameralist state never existed before the 21st century. It never could have existed because the technology wasn't there. And this is how he answers all of your questions this entire chapter.
The
techno-monarchy. Yeah, the technocracy. So Sitch, you've been asking like, well, what is it like? What happens when, Joffrey wants to march north and tell all the Northerners to just give over their lords and stuff? His answer is that using the power of modern technology, their weapons would stop working. This is the Metal Gear Solid. All your guns don't work anymore.
This was your idea, Sitch. The bullets.
There you go. I thought he wanted each state to have independent power.
Yeah, but he's saying in terms of how those states deal with internal stuff.
Wait. Is each fucking state gonna manufacture their own smart guns?
I mean, I don't fucking know. Maybe this is like his one world order thing. So he says like, okay, in the world of today, the security of all governments is dependent on personal loyalty. The U.S. Army could take over Washington tomorrow if it wanted to. It cannot be compelled to obey the president, the Supreme Court, Congress, or anyone else. It just so happens that the U.S. military has a strong tradition of loyalty. Okay, so
No, see,
but that's
disagree.
that's the entire fuck. Okay, again, he just completely subverts his own argument. It's not that there's a strong tradition of loyalty. There's a strong tradition of believing in the liberal principles of a democratic election.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's what is
and the power
constraining
of
the military.
citizens to vote the bastards out of office in the next election.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
why would you use military force when an election is 2 years away?
Like the idea.
Well, I guess his view would be something like military force is always used all the time. It's just it's just the fact that the people align with the military or something like that. Again, realism. It's all power games. Like the logic at this point, right?
Yeah, but wait, I just want to say like the whole smart gun thing. This is so stupid. Because basically what he's saying is that every single government and every single state is going to have to build their own smart gun factories and say, oh, it's against the law for anyone in this state to have a gun that they get from outside the state.
Gun control. Wow.
It's going to be the most restrictive gun control ever, which first of all, we know is not going to happen because that's not how anything happens, especially if they're run like businesses. They need to be fucking, okay. You have think the local government is run like a business, so it needs to be profitable. So they're going to spend all this money making all these magic smart guns that each state has to make independently. Of course not. What's going to happen? One state is going to be making all the smart guns, right? Texas is going to be making all the fucking guns, and everyone's going to be importing their smart guns from Texas. And so everyone has to play nice with Texas because now Texas has the ability to turn off everyone's fucking guns.
Yes, and he actually thinks that's good. So
no, he does. But how is that good? Because then all of a sudden that means Texas has power all over all the other states, which violates their own sovereignty.
He says, he says in his ideal form of government, the sovereign decision and command chain is secured from end to end by military-grade cryptography. All government weapons, not just nukes, but everything right down to small arms, are inoperable without code authorization. In any civil conflict, loyal units will find that their weapons work. Disloyal units will have to improvise. The result will be predictable. So he's basically saying if there's a civil war, because the CEO of the company controls the code to all the guns, it won't be a civil war. It will just be a slaughter.
No, but there will, because what I'm saying is that, okay, there will be a civil war. There'll be because what's going to happen is if every state government is run like a business, okay, where it has to be profitable, it will be more profitable for them to buy guns than to make them, right? This is how industries become. Not every industry can be able to be localized, right? It's not profitable for every state to produce every resource that they need. They need to import things. And so this is why you get certain areas of the country, build guns, certain areas of the countries, build trains, certain areas of the country build planes or whatever the fuck's going on. And then, certain areas of the country raise cattle, right? And then we trade with other states. So under his theory, you're going to have one state or a couple states are going to be the people that make all the fucking guns. And so basically what's going to happen is, say, hypothetically, Texas is like the main exporter of these smart guns, which means once Texas has enough smart guns throughout the whole country,
we're going to shut all your guns off.
Yes. What if Texas gets into a dispute with Oklahoma and they over something? It's
going to be like Texas Ocean's 11.
You know what, Oklahoma?
We shut your guns off, bitch.
Yeah. You know what, Oklahoma? We think it's time that you no longer existed as a corporate entity. I think it's time for a hostile takeover of the state of Oklahoma. Oh, you want to fight back with us? Well, guess what? You bought all our guns. You bought all your guns from Texas, and we have the code to shut down all your fucking guns. And so basically all you're going to do is you're going to create a situation where whoever makes the guns takes over every other state in the country.
Can't wait.
So basically you'll basically centralize power into countries that are centered on who makes all the guns. And then once the dust settles, you will have your stable power balance and there will be no more war.
Oh my God, this is the dumbest one. Oh God.
Okay, so
this is so stupid. I can't do this.
Yeah. So he says, cryptographic command of the military has a critical effect on political dynamics. It makes public opinion irrelevant, which is true. You don't have to worry about the public revolting against you anymore if you can just turn off their guns. That's true. He says this is the final blow in the elimination of politics. Men enter politics because they have a lust for power, good men as well as bad men. And sometimes good men do lust for power, seize it, and use it to do good things. But it is an exception. The lust for power is a practical one. If there is no power available, no one will bother to scheme for it.
So the argument such bullshit.
The argument here is that the cryptographic code that controls all weapons will basically secure the power structure such that people will not like try to overthrow each other constantly to get at it. There will no longer be revolutions. There will no longer be civil wars. There will no longer be coups. It will all simply just be a clean, orderly process of the shareholders electing the CEO who holds the on and off switch for all the guns.
So what happens when who has the code? The CEO has the code?
How's the peaceful transfer of power happen?
Yeah, wait. The CEO has the code, right? Under the system? Okay.
Yes.
So, but does the CEO have to listen to the board of directors? Just like a corporation?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens when the CEO tells the board of directors to fuck off?
I mean, I think they also have the code.
So, so now we just, wait a minute. If they have the codes, okay, so if it's like a joint code thing, okay, all he's done is he's just reduced the political factioning from a lot of people to just less people.
Which is bad.
Yeah. All of a sudden, we're back in rules for rulers, dictators, handbook.
Okay, no. Here's how he solves it. Okay, he says that
I cannot wait to hear how this is solved.
The various shareholders don't have the code, but they do have the ability to renew or revoke the code of the CEO. They don't have the codes themselves, so if Steve Jobs has a code and they decide to appoint somebody else to be the CEO, they can revoke his code and then give a code to someone else.
But wait, who does this? You said the shareholders or the board of directors?
They're the same thing, I think.
Well, the board of directors would be the elected officials of the shareholders, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. So it'd be the board of directors that are elected by the shareholders. Yeah. So the board of directors, they don't have codes, but they can give the code to somebody else. They can't use it themselves, though.
Right. So, but that doesn't solve the problem. That's exactly what I said. All he's doing is he just took the political machination problem of like all these parties and he's just limited it to the board of directors, because now each one of them is going to be in a faction because they have the ability to turn the code off, right?
Yeah.
And so there's going to be all this scheming within the boards.
Yeah. So now
all the power being scheming among them.
Yeah, there'll be like a bunch of people of board of directors, and they'll be like, they'll have all their own interests, and they'll be like, okay, well, how about this? How about I support your guy being the next CEO if you make sure that we get this, and like they can, there's still gonna be cutting deals and stuff. Yeah,
exactly.
So aren't we back at square one with all the problems we're supposed to be trying to fix via having monarchy in the first place?
Idea that eliminating politics is a good idea. It just seems completely schoolboyish to me.
So. You're complete. All this is completely true, but with the added bonus of not being able to revolt against the system because you have no weapons.
Yeah, exactly.
People love politics.
Oh my God. The added bonus of not being able to do anything about it except through violence. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, here's the thing. Remember, in the previous chapter, he said that the only reason that insurgents, like the Mujahideen in Iraq,
right,
they actually fight is because they think they can win, and anti-militarism basically emboldens them. So if we make it such that no one thinks that resistance is possible, there will be no resistance and there will be no bloodshed. So it's the ultimate, like the all-powerful, godlike authoritarian state that can, with a snap of its fingers, crush all possible resistance, will lead to permanent peace.
That's
wrong.
Wow.
And also the idea that, I mean, it's almost it's kind of what the socialists do. They just completely ignore human nature. All of a sudden, the lust for power is going to go away because there's no way to get the power. Well, even though there is a bunch of ways to get the power. What are you talking about? You get on the board of directors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, so I think what happened was one day, I think Mencius Moldbug's a big Star Trek fan.
Yeah.
I think
Star Trek.
I think he saw the episode with the Borg. He's like, oh my God, I have it.
I
The
can write
Borg.
it.
This is the perfect solution to our political problems. You have this unquestioning hive mind collective that just overpowers the fuck out of everyone, just takes over everything, and it just overpowers you, and then it makes you one of them. This is it. No more war. Perfect harmony. Perfect peace. Oh my God.
Where's the Borg lady?
Oh, the Borg
yeah, and then
Queen?
the Borg lady comes in, right?
Is that who you simp for?
No, she's the perfect peace one. Look, it'll be so peaceful, Data. Just rule with me.
Oh man, have you watched Picard?
We can hump.
No,
We can hump like
Don't watch
robot
Picard.
Borgs.
Okay, so now we're at the end.
I heard
of
Picard
chapter
was
6.
actually good. I heard the new season is very good, actually.
The new season's pretty good. Season 1 or 2 are the worst.
I know.
TV I've
I
ever
heard
seen.
they're just
all right.
Dog.
Season 1 and 2 are like Holocaust levels of bad. Okay, they're really bad.
Wow, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. Okay, we're at the end of chapter 6, and I want to read the end of chapter 6. Okay, so he says, once we realize that 21st century technology is needed to implement the neo-cameralist design, we understand why good old cameralism, Frederick the Great style, was the best that the previous centuries could do. What the Whigs call absolute monarchy, and what non-Whigs call monarchy, collapse the controllers and the administrator into a single royal person, solving the decision problem quite neatly, and introducing a nasty biological variable into the responsibility mix. And so he believes that because, controllers and administrator, that is the board of directors and the CEO, the monarchy solved that problem by making the board of directors and the CEO the same person, which caused some problems, but in his opinion was a good solution. Now he's saying, oh, with technology, we can split those two things out, and now we have a perfect system of government.
Perfect.
Yep. And so he says, and also he says that it relies on loyalty, the loyalty of the armed forces, which sometimes the monarch doesn't have. But his system solves all these problems because you can now turn off the weapons of the armed forces, and there is no more politics theoretically.
Yeah, but
to actually appoint the CEO.
He's wrong though, because
I know he's wrong. He's a fucking retard.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, the old system he's talking about, it was separated. There was a CEO and there was a board of directors. It was just there was the king, and then there were all the nobles underneath it that controlled all the various regions they controlled.
Yeah, because if the king was absolutely terrible, the nobles could choose a different king. Yes.
Right, they would be scheming against him to replace him, which is literally what they did, all the time, right?
Yeah, he would be found having fallen down the stairs one day, and now his son takes power.
Yeah, isn't it like I'm trying to remember? I remember seeing this video, as an American. I don't know so much about the royal history of the Britbongers, so it wasn't until much later in my life I saw some YouTube video that was like going through like the royal lineage line. And it's like, so is it something ridiculous that like almost every single royal for England was like deposed or killed essentially, except like for like just like after one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other.
My favorite is when it's like like a 6-year-old, and the guy who is in charge of the 6-year-old ends up king. It's like, okay.
Right.
What happened there?
What is this meme you have up from? What is it?
Blaine's Escape Corner.
Blaine's Corner.
Blaine's Escape Corner.
What meme?
I brought a meme up. It's Molebugs magic guns, and the anime girl has her face covered, and then Sitch's magic bullets, and she's like, yeah.
What was the magic bullets meme?
No. Fuck you. Okay. First of all, fuck you, Blaine, and fuck you, Adam, for bringing this up. No, all I said was,
what's the magic bullets meme?
No, all I said was that if they had a way of making it so that they could trace all bullets to whoever shot them from forensically, that they should do that to help.
The magic
stop crime.
bullet argument is sound. Right. That's why this anime girl.
That's completely different than saying we need to have the government have a little button that controls all ability people to fucking fire guns.
Oh, also that anime girl is an anime boy, just so you know.
Oh, it is. Damn it.
There you go.
I just got trapped.
So fuck you, Blaine.
The final
Manning piece of shit.
the final paragraph of chapter 6, and the last thing we can go over today from this book. Was royalism a perfect system? It was not. But if we imagine a world in which the revolutions and civil wars of the last 4 centuries had never happened, it is hard not to imagine that world as happier, wealthier, freer, more civilized, and more pleasant.
Bullshit.
So, yep, he's saying that like if only the central authority of the royalists were stronger and absolute and godlike and unassailable by even the entirety of society, if only we had that, we would have peace, because no one would ever fight it. It's like a Hegelian idea. It's like he's like a right-wing Hegelian, where Hegel believed that like the ultimate good was the ultimate state, and that basically the perfect state would bring in perfect harmony, because no one could actually ever stand against it, so everyone would just align itself with it.
I feel like the state is set up to be the referee, and all the ways I can think of the referee making a profit are bad.
Yeah, see, the Hegelians, both the fascists and the socialists came out of Hegel. So the Hegelians didn't view the state that way. The Hegelians viewed the state as the source of morality.
But that all morality is the rules. That's the same thing. That's the referee, the one who makes up the rules.
Yeah, but the idea of the referee is that the referee is like the referee implements the rules, but is supposed to be impartial in terms of the rules.
They're literally law makers.
Okay.
That's what the purpose of the state is. Law making, law enforcing, law
hold on.
Adjudicating disputes about the law.
So liberals view the state as law making and law enforcing. Hegelians view the state as the law.
Oh my God.
So the law itself is the state.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Okay, so Sitch, we got to the end of the chapter. I don't know if you heard me reading out the end of the chapter, but basically
you didn't miss nothing.
Okay.
No, he is a right-wing Hegelian, and the Hegelians, you get the socialists and the fascists from them. You get basically like pretty much every single political ideal.
Thing.
Well, the Hegelians, like, descended from Hegel, are basically all the political ideas except for liberalism and conservatism come out of Hegel. But basically, yeah. So, Adam, you said that in the liberal point of view, the state is the law maker and the law executor, and it's supposed to do so impartially. In Hegel's point of view, the state is the law itself. And so, that's why like everything that comes out,
subtle difference.
Well, no, it's a pretty important difference, because everything that comes out of Hegel is totalitarian for this reason. Socialism, fascism, and this guy, he's a right-wing Hegelian. So, because the state is the law rather than the enforcer of the law, that is a huge difference.
What is the difference between the state creating laws and
the state being law?
saying the state is the law? What does that mean? The state is the law.
Carl Schmitt, most famous quote: "Sovereign is he who decides the exception." Okay, the idea basically is that you might have a bunch of laws. However, if you can decide that, okay, so this law, we're going to apply it, don't steal, right? So you have like 5 criminals, 4 of the criminals get hit with the law because they stole something. The 5th criminal, he is the friend of the leader, so he doesn't get hit with the law. There is no reason for the law to be applied differently. It is simply the exception. So if you can decide the arbitrary way in which laws are applied, and all laws are applied arbitrary because of realist power games.
There is no law.
Well, it's not that there is no law.
Yeah, it is.
It's that
if the law
is a tool used by rulers to enforce their rule, rather than something that is meant to be applied to all equally.
It's not the law as we would define it. Obviously, if there's not procedural fairness, I don't think in modern society you can call it the law. I mean, that's the whole law.
Yeah.
That's the whole argument over the Trump stuff. It's like, if you're going to apply the law based on political whim, then it's not the law.
Yeah. Yeah,
Anyway.
that's why his ideal system is one in which the government is so all powerful that even your weapons turn against you, and so there's no use to standing up against it.
Yeah,
And
this is like sci-fi nightmare.
It is.
Mhm.
But because no one revolts, no one fights, no one gets into any sort of war because the government is all powerful.
I can't imagine Americans not fighting this.
You have a peaceful world where, like, yeah, it's hyper authoritarian,
Of course.
but the eye of the state will not open upon you unless you actually do something wrong, and most people can simply go on their way. So,
Right.
here's a good example. Mr. Plinkett, you watched the episode 1, 2, and 3 reviews back in the day,
Of course.
and Mr. Plinkett says the average person living on Coruscant in the background, just flying by in his
They
car.
won't even notice the war happened at all.
Exactly. They didn't even notice a change in government.
Look, there's a
So,
galactic war happening, and all these people are just driving their cars to work.
yep.
They're going to work.
So these people,
Galactic
they are the
war.
ideal citizens of Moldbug's state, because they're simply living their life, and the state has no reason to impede them because they're not attacking the authority.
Oh,
And so they can have a completely happy, wealthy, free, prosperous
Oh
life.
my God. Is this why Carl was arguing that the Empire was justified in Star Wars?
Maybe, I don't know. I didn't see that one.
Carl.
I
We
didn't
had
see
multiple
that one.
conversations about this. I mean, he was being somewhat facetious, but somewhat not. Uh,
So yeah, there you go.
Funny.
So next time we talk, you want to do chapters 7 through 10?
I
sure,
guess
Sure.
we gotta
It's good.
do maybe.
How many chapters are there?
Maybe I'll
There
do the
are
summary of it because it's
14. Am I going too long, Adam? I'm sorry.
Well, no, I feel like you gotta really just nail it down to the synthesis and work out to the details.
Okay,
But
okay.
you tend
Here.
to start off with like every minute detail, and then by the
Not
time we
even
get,
close to every minute detail, my friend.
Well, no,
There's
but
so many I've skipped.
but once we finally get to like the synthesis part, it's too much. It's like
Okay,
you've just
okay.
watched a 5-hour movie and you're going, who am I supposed to care about in this movie?
Well, actually, here, what was your synthesis of these chapters?
The ridiculousness of how like a state can be a corporation. Just the idea. First of all, we have the S&P 500, which is 500 corporations that work to do all kinds of different things for society. What is the state going to be doing all of those things? He so doesn't articulate any sort of vision for what the purpose of the state is. And then to take away power from the people is just, I don't know, that's just a recipe for disaster. So I can just talk about that. The second chapter, I mean, I think the different forms of society are interesting, but I think obviously I kept saying, I think 2 and I think it's 1 and 2 are virtually identical. There's just a lot of things that I disagree with that I don't think.
Oh yeah, me too. Like there's so much here that's just, and I've also skipped over a lot of things that I wanted to talk about too because there's just not enough time.
No, if you want to, if there's something you want to talk about, bring it up.
Do you want to be here for 6 more hours?
Well, you're picking out things to read that I'm like, why do you find this interesting? Some of it I just think is like,
well, generally when I've read
purpose
something,
of this?
generally it's because it's either like a thesis statement or it's something really, really fucking stupid.
right,
Those are the two reasons that I read something. Yeah.
right. Yeah, the idea that you could get world peace from any of these ideas is just patently laughable.
Mhm.
I mean, the idea that people would be happier living under this kind of, I mean, there are a lot of people who are interested in politics. I mean, we don't have, I mean, voter turnout by comparison to what the number of people that can vote is kind of small. I think it's like maybe 60% of people who are eligible to vote actually vote. But in the end, that's just, I mean, that's like 150 million people. That's half the United States.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like this is the ultimate in sort of, you know, he's totally dominated by a fear of anarchy. And so he's like, just sell all of your freedom. So, because we have to be hyper order. We just need order, super order. Sell all of your freedom so that we can maintain order. Like he has like this one moral foundation that's just completely controlling his thought process.
How could you fuck over 150 million people who vote regularly in every single election? And just be like, oh, this will be better. We're going to take 100, like our society consults 150 million people for our leadership. And we're just going to say, nah, let's just consult a board of like 20 guys for our leader.
Because the fear of anarchy is so great. You
How
must sell
easy?
your freedom.
How difficult is it to bribe 150 million people? And how easy is it to bribe 20 guys? Look,
That's a lot of food stamps.
China could come in and bribe 20 guys. China can't come. Well, China with plus TikTok. Okay, maybe we're fucking with 150 million people's minds enough to sway elections.
Right.
It's hard to say. Yeah, maybe it's, I don't know.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Well, no, obviously this guy hasn't really absorbed a lot of the same ideas that we've absorbed, that we just like, the idea that somebody could think, oh yeah, if you take away, and he's, you know, he says people won't have a will to power. Won't they have a will to power in other ways? I mean, are there going to be, there's still going to be like movies and shit like that, right? And sports, stuff like that. There are going to be other corporations.
So again, it just seems like he's just so afraid of anarchy that you have to sell everything to maintain it.
Well, where are we on the verge of anarchy? Like I said, 150 million people vote. 150 million Americans are going to vote in the next election. 75 million of them are going to vote for Donald Trump.
But I feel like there's a massive bait and switch here. Like, I feel like this is really a trick for conservatives too, because his whole argument is like, oh, aren't you conservatives, you know, so unhappy with, you know, the march of the progressives? The progressives are taking over everything. Blah 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 blah. Why the fuck would this corporate structure prevent like wokeness from taking over?
Yeah, they've already won.
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like,
I think our Bud Light CEO should be our corporate leader.
Oh God!
Like we have a situation right now where the corporations are pretty fucking woke, and you have Republican, you know, governors and the Republican lawmakers standing up against that, and it's because there's the perception that that's the more profitable thing. And wokeness, I mean, under his, that's why this is actually doubly hilarious. We've said this a million times. Part of the power of wokeness is that politicians and cultures and societies can do performative virtue signaling, where they pretend like they're improving society, but they're not actually improving society, right? That's like a big benefit gain of wokeness. They can say, oh, we're fighting the systemic injustices of, you know, white supremacy. But what the fuck does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, right? You know, if you say to someone, hey, I'm going to give you a public option for healthcare, like that's a physical, tangible thing you have to provide, that someone could say you either provided it or not. If you say I'm fighting the systemic injustices of white supremacy, no one knows what the fuck that means. So they don't have to do anything. Yeah. And so in this like techno fucking dystopian future where the corporations control everything, it'd be so easy for them to placate half the population to say, look how anti-woke, I mean, look how woke we are. Look how we're fighting, you know, the evils of white supremacy. Look at all these black people on the board of directors that can turn your guns off. You know that we're not racist. Like, it's just, wokeness would be like the literal perfect tool for this technocracy to use to like placate the population.
Look, you need guns that turn off automatically when white people pick them up. That's what you need.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
That's the ultimate woke gun.
So I have about 15 minutes left.
That's it? Oh, we better read some super chats then.
Yeah, are there any super chats for me? Any questions?
No. I'm sure there's nothing for you.
Dev, you did a great job. I don't want to throw shade at you. You did an excellent job at summarizing all of that nonsense.
Thanks, man.
Zontar for 2 Canadians says, "Hi, Dev. Hi, Sitch. Adam, unblock me, you coward."
I already did. Look, I'm no coward. Must have been
you had Zontar blocked, eh?
Must have been some kind of miscommunication.
I didn't know that you were racist against the French.
Sometimes people joke with me, and I'm not in a joking mood.
I don't even know who Zontar is.
He's a viewer of mine.
Oh, okay.
I unblocked him. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but you know, be nice to me. Yeah. I was going to say something, but now I can't recall what it was.
David Kane for 7 months says, "These monarchists seem disingenuous to me. They are just being contrarians, not putting forth realistic arguments. A-team reigns supreme."
Woo! And exactly correct. Yes, of course you're on A-team because you realize it's really about the.
I mean, isn't A-team a monarchy team? I mean, your slogan is literally "reigns supreme," right?
It's true. Yes. A-team reigns, benevolent dictator supreme.
A-team is the neo-reactionary side, so there you go.
Not really, but I told you about dominance versus prestige. A-team reigns supreme because of our prestige, not because of our dominance. Right. Everyone knows this. It's now S-class. It's domination. It's all about dominance.
S-class is all about liberal democracy. It's just S-class was voted best in class.
Well, maybe
S-class is the best class.
Maybe the propaganda is sinking in.
Oh, it's the dirty, corrupt S-class propagandists. Okay.
Look, I think I'm actually an elite theorist now, and I don't think voting actually counts for anything.
Of course. It's just Avi for $5 says, "Yo, the video game talk was great. Do more of that in the future. More interesting than talking about Mencius Bulbug." There you go.
I mean, we got it. Yeah, we talked about movies and stuff like that too.
Bro.
The last stream that we did on this was actually very popular, and a lot of people were commenting and watching it. So
right, people were watching this. So
yeah.
Roadside for $50. Thank you, Roadside. Says all this is just making up your own definitions of words to dunk on the opposition. True,
and the easiest, lamest thing to do, actually.
Yes. The height of sophistry. Yes.
Ooh, did you just call Marvin Yarvin a
He's a big old sophist? Yes. Spooky, scary skeleton for $5 says creating a functional firearm isn't difficult. People will always find a way to defend themselves when backed into a corner.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, turn my Molotov cocktail off, bitch. Like, what the hell?
Right.
Turn this off.
Right.
That reminds me of something, actually. Let's see if I can.
You have a Molotov cocktail?
No. I want to. Oh, God damn it! Come on, internet. Okay.
Oh, you've got Canadian internet. I forgot. Yeah. That's that internet that's run by the corporate government.
Here, check out that comic there.
Are you sending a Stone Toss comic now?
No. It's an awkward zombie comic, and it's related to this.
How dare you?
Is it bad?
No, it's actually really funny and relevant to what we just talked about. So, just take a look. I want to get your reaction.
Can I bring it up?
That's funny.
Is it safe for work?
Yeah,
it is safe for work. Yeah.
Okay. What's the first panel here?
It's a guy saying, "Yeah,
A guy? What? This
I
is
never
from
played
Metal
any
Gear
Gear
Solid.
game. I
Are
never
you
played a
fucking
single
kidding me, Sitch?
Metal Gear game my entire life. I just
There is
know
a very
the
famous
name of it.
scene where Liquid Snake has control over all of their future guns
Okay.
because of this exact type of thing, where like with like nanotechnology and stuff.
Listen, all I know is that when you play against Psycho Mantis, you have to plug your controller into the other port.
Yep.
Your guns and your weapons are
no longer your own. Bang!
Bang.
And then they go, "My gun's broken. What's going on? I can't fire. What's happening?" And then someone
That's Meryl.
says, "He's got us shut out of the system. None of our guns work." Bang! And you see one soldier shoots him in the chest. And they say, "How? How did you?" He says, "I jailbroke my gun so I could play MP3s on it." And then they all cheer. He's dead.
So
yes,
listen, if for some reason Moldbug thinks there's not going to be jailbroken guns,
of course.
I
Guess I don't know the
jailbroke
fucking
my gun so I can play MP3s on it.
There you go.
Everyone should be able to play MP3s on their gun. That's fucking badass.
Bro.
You gotta have
Thank
Rise of the Valkyrie, right? While you're out there with your revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, literally IRS burger from The Simpsons. True.
Yeah, the fucking Cal burger or whatever it was.
Yes.
Cow beef.
Yes.
Oh, did he rip it off from The Simpsons?
He might have.
I'm assuming that Simpsons episode came out first.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, everything's from The Simpsons, as we learned from South Park.
Look at this. J-Mac wants in on the video game stream.
J-Mac for $20 says, "If you guys do a video game stream, I am so there. I love talking about that shiz. Side note, have you seen the new Mario movie? I have thoughts on it, but it seems I'm in the minority. At least people had fun, I guess." So actually, it's funny that you say that. We were talking about it before the stream started. I think only Dev has seen it. I have not seen it.
I'll go see it on Friday, Sitch, if you want to talk about it next week.
Sure. Because it's like now there's all I'll go watch it, because the whole topic now is it woke? Is it not woke? Tim Pool's saying it's woke. Other people are saying it's not woke. I think Crowder said it's not woke. So it's all the fight. Is it woke or is it not woke? Who knows? I don't know.
Sitch and Adam need to weigh in. We don't, if J-Mac, if you want to come on next week, I don't think we were supposed to talk to that socialist guy, but he wanted to put it off for another week. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was trying to get.
Oh, that's right. Deb, before you go,
we
have a talk scheduled with Sock Dem Left.
Yeah.
Oh, it actually happened, eh? Because you guys were saying that like he was like not replying, but he actually did, eh?
He did reply eventually.
We prodded him a little bit and he replied. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to talk to him. I'm going to talk to him about the centrist comic and what your argument was with him about Gramsci. So,
okay.
If there's anything you want me to ask, just
is it the new centrist comic, the one that's got over 3,000?
It can be about all the centrist comics, okay? Because they all mean the same thing.
Well, I'll make sure to watch and see what he says.
Right.
I know a friend of mine sent me like some of his old debates. He's been off the internet for a little bit. Like he only does like Substack right now, but he was a streamer a few years ago, and some of the things he said on his streams have been kind of wild. But socialist, that's just how it goes,
Socialism, that's how it be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll watch Mario and see what I have a feeling. I'm going to say this. I can already like predict my opinion. It's going to be it's a good action movie for people that want to see Mario.
I know. I'm probably going to love it. I love these movies. I smoke a big fatty. I go in there. I'm like, the colors.
Yeah, here's my prediction. It's a good movie if you just want to see Mario characters do shit, with very good CG graphics. And then the story is like basically just very flimsy and exists just to have things happen. That's my prediction.
It's definitely a kid's movie. Yeah, it's definitely a kid's movie.
Puss in Boots was great. Remember Puss in Boots? Look, we were talking about all the shit movies. That movie just came out.
Puss in Boots was good. I wouldn't say it was great. I'd say it was good.
Okay.
It dragged a little bit. in the middle.
Okay. I mean, I watched it in 2 sittings, so who am I?
Well, there you go. Right, exactly. I mean, the opening fight sequence is like so brilliantly animated. I think
Oh,
it kind
yeah.
of
Oh, it's amazing.
like everything, all the animation after that seems like, I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong. It was definitely good, but
Yeah.
definitely a good kids movie. Definitely solid. Not what you'd expect from a spin-off Shrek sequel. You would not expect that quality of movie.
No.
Kind of like the Lego movie. No one expected the Lego movie to be as good as it was because it's a fucking Lego movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Lego started selling a bunch of shit after that. They're like, oh shit, we're back on top. They need to do a Bud Light movie with Dylan Mulvaney as the star. Can you imagine?
Right.
That would be amazing.
Jesus.
It's a kids
Dylan
movie, not an excuse
Mulvaney
for
can
horrible
grow like
writing. That's true. That's true. Just saying something is a kid movie, not an excuse for horrible writing, but it is an excuse for a certain type of writing or a certain type of movie existing. I mean, there are good kids movies. Don't get me wrong. Like Puss in Boots is a good kids movie. Into the Spider-Verse is a good kids movie. You can have, it's interesting. There's a thread on Twitter the other day that was talking about like a lot of people remember the original G.I. Joe movie cartoon because it was like had like all this horrific, crazy shit happen in it. And I was thinking about how, so many people like Final Fantasy VII is like their favorite RPG. And I think it's because it was like the first time they witnessed a complicated story with complicated motivations where a main character dies and is killed by the villain. And I think one of the 6 tricks to success for kids and for kids stuff is you don't want to talk down to children. I think you need to talk up to children.
Totally.
Yeah, I think kids understand stories way more complicated stories than people give them credit for, and those are the stories that stick out in their minds as they grow up and grow.
Yeah, there was that clip that went viral a couple weeks ago, and it was from the old '90s X-Men cartoon. Did you see this? It was like Beast was locked up in a jail cell, and Magneto comes and breaks him out. And is like, and they have this discussion where Beast is like, no, I need to show the humans that
he's going to stay in jail.
Yeah, I'm going to stay in jail. I'm going to go to trial and prove my innocence because I need to show the humans that we aren't a threat to them. Right. And Magneto says, no, we have to fight back because they're going to wipe us out, and I'm going to like defend our people. And neither of them is strawman. Neither of them is really showed as evil, but they both have good points. And I was like fucking 6 when I watched that or something. Yeah. Right. And yeah, it was man, they don't make shows like that anymore. Fuck.
Yeah, they do. It's called Steven Universe. I'm just kidding.
Fuck. You know what?
Kidding.
Okay. You know what we were talking about like 6 hours ago when I said that media has gotten worse? That's a prime example. I know, they don't do shit like that anymore. Right. Yeah.
Right. No, I mean that's part of why people really liked, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Because it didn't, it had stupid shit in it too, but it didn't talk down, I don't think, to its audience a lot of the times. It had complicated moral, questions being posed, very complicated characters being posed to the audience. So, yeah, definitely. Gray Poupon, hey, watched your video the other day. Said your debates with AF and OC inspired me to make a video about their pattern of behavior center they use. Now I'm going to debate OC on Thursday. Oh no! Well, good luck. Well, send me a link when you do. Definitely check it out. So. I think, did I watch your video on their pattern behavior? If I didn't, I'm going to add to my list. Yeah. The video you made the other day that we watched was fantastic.
They're labeling Amazing Atheist meme as sensitive material now. The following media includes potentially sensitive content.
Who did?
Twitter. It's the...
What is the basis for that?
I have no idea. It just came up that way. He's up to 15, almost 1,500 likes, and the redo is at 3,000. So
interesting.
A decisive win for centrism today. But
good job, boys.
Under his, it says the following media includes potentially sensitive content.
That's weird. Well, I put a link to Gray's channel in the chat. If anyone wants to check it out.
Whose channel is that?
Ray Poupon. We watched the video on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
OC saying that there is not OC, or I always get them mixed up. Dane saying that there's no neutral position in his Captain America tampon mask, and then not saying that in our conversation.
Right.
Remember?
Yeah. I do. Yeah. It was a great video, great compilation. Nailed Dane to the wall. Well, I'll try to get Dane and Bob back on again. I messaged him after the debate and said, thanks for coming on and everything, but no, they never responded to me. So
I think they were very triggered after the conversation. But
I mean, I don't know why. I mean, we made them look like total idiots, but
maybe that's why. Mystery Guest 01 for $200. Thank you so much, Mystery Guest.
yeah,
Our surrogate uncle, Mystery Guest.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. No,
Dev came back.
It
He's
is.
like,
It is time for me to go. It is
Okay.
finally time for me to go.
No.
Well, thanks for coming on, Dev. It's always great.
Yeah, thanks very much. Listen, J Mac, you'll see what your $500 bought tomorrow. I'll put the video up tomorrow. If
what
you want to see
time?
my
Look,
my
I might get
mohawk
up
head.
early. I might get up early for this video. Are you setting it to? Can I be in the chat? Is it going to be premiered?
a premiere? Probably not. I'll probably just upload it. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But
Okay.
basically my girlfriend shaved it. We got a video of that happening. So
Nice.
you'll see. Yeah, you'll be able to see my shaved head
Sweet.
happening on the video. So thanks very much. And remember, $5,000 in my girlfriend shave her head too. Remember.
All right.
Stop trying to milk our sugar daddy for your causes. Okay.
Here,
How dare
all
you.
of the viewers can pool into one big $5,000 donation.
Should we crowdfund it? Should we see if we raise the money? Dev's girlfriend shaves her head.
I don't want to do that to your girlfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on. We'll do the next few chapters. I get probably another couple weeks, eh?
Yeah.
Sure.
Whenever.
No, let's do them tomorrow.
No.
Let's just do nothing but mold bug streams for the next.
No. We got to see. We got to check out how people respond. They might be worn out of mold bug. We might have to do. Might have to hold off a bit.
We'll do a Mario stream.
A few more weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a Mario stream, I think, next week. So
Nice. All right. Well, I'll see you guys later. Thanks a lot.
take care.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Okay. Goro Sarah, let me start from the top. Goro Sarah for $5 says it's been 11 months and 30 days. Where's my cool new badge? Also, philosophy is boring. Let's make this a Mario Tuesday. There you go. Mario.
Oh wow. So you're on the cusp of the 1-year badge.
Yes.
Sweet.
Impressive.
I'm so far away because YouTube tricked me. They gave me like free emotes forever, so I never signed up until the emotes went away. So yeah.
Cameraman. Oh, I read that one already. Nilo, thanks so much for being 12 months. Thank you so much for being a year-long member, Nilo. Says, as long as Molebug hasn't signed off on murdering families for DDoS attacks, I'm on the record for the average streamer being less moral than Molebug. Well, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure Molebug would completely be in favor of doing that. So,
Oh yeah.
I mean, it seemed like he was in favor of doing a lot less moral things. So, I mean, he's literally advocating for genocide. So, peaceful genocide, right? So,
The peaceful genocide.
Peaceful
Did you really
genocide,
just say
yeah.
that?
yeah, that's the Molebug tradition, the peaceful genocide, right?
Oh,
You bring the
man.
genocide and then there's peace.
Okay. That's not the kind of peace I want to be.
That's not the kind of peace. Well, no, maybe they got confused. It's like the peaceful genocide is that you're going to, bring the population into pieces via genocide. So, Christian Baller for $5. Oh, you said it, Christian. Christian said all these monarchs don't actually want a king; they want Dr. Manhattan that just believes all the things they do. Very, very true.
Yep.
Very true.
That'd be
Rose
fun.
Ross the Ninja. Thanks so much for being 5 months. Free Will Seeker says Luigi Mario and Mario have a Japanese brother called Itsame. That's not true.
It's me.
Oh, I get it. It's a me, Mario.
It's a me.
Itsame. You got me, Ross. You got me.
It's a me.
Itsame. Doomer Media for $2 says, hey, Doomer says, Dev, send analytics, you cringe lord.
What's the analytics for?
For re-uploading Doomer's video.
Oh.
Vosh is unironically evil.
Hilarious.
So.
You gave us $2 to tell him to give you your money. I think you got a bad business model here, Doomer.
You should have left that video up, Doomer. You fool. You fool. JMac for $10 says it's because Pauline used a lot of skincare and has a bunch of cosmetic surgery. She's actually in her 60s. Wow, Pauline is total gilf.
Yeah. Is that the... Who's Pauline? Is that the...
That's the in Mario Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
You see Princess Pauline.
Sexy.
There you go.
Pixelation, really.
Roadside, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Local Raven for $5 says, back in the day, school gave all boys ADHD pills and forced us into tight controlled curriculums to be safe and dead ends. Oh, wait, it's worse now. There you go. Yeah, the ADHD pills started in my time period. But I was kind of like at the tail end of that.
I never got the ADHD.
That was before your time, yeah.
I know.
Damn. I mean, I'm not sorry. I was kind of like, that started when I was sort of like almost done with like high school, I think.
Everyone had prescription speed and you're like, damn it, I'm done with school.
Well, because I remember like way more people having like ADHD medicine hookups in college than they did in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember college, everyone was like fucking jonesing for that shit. But in high school, it was kind of like, I don't remember that so much. Like some people had it, but it was much less. Silence You Idiot for $10 says, Sitch, I lived under a rock during Gamergate as a normie gamer, and then suddenly went, oh no, JonTron is getting removed from Hat in Time? That's weird. So go ahead, inform me, a 28-year-old. Well, I guess you'll have to watch when we talk to Brianna Wu, because we'll go over it.
Yeah.
Or you can just watch my video. Okay.
Watch the video. It's great. All
Type in
Sitch's
Gamergate
videos are
Sitch.
amazing.
Pop right up. Blaine the Scapecorder for $5 says, just found out Vosh was at SakuraCon. That's the highest non-zero chance of us meeting in IRL has ever been. Con was fun. I ran 2 panels of vids coming. Well, there you go. Cool.
Sweet. Yeah. I'll check it out. I'm subscribed to your channel. I think Sitch is like, I don't know.
I'm not, because you made that meme. So.
It's the meme? Oh, it's Blaine. Sorry. I got you in trouble, man.
You did. I know. Was SakuraCon the con that there's that video of the girl kicking that guy in the balls that was like going around?
I didn't see it.
There was like a guy who paid a girl in cosplay to kick him in the balls that everyone was like retweeting.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. So I was like,
It's been a while since I got kicked in the balls. How about you?
Really? You feel like you have to get kicked in the balls regularly, Adam? Like it's just like a thing. Like it's been too long since I've been kicked in the balls. I need to re-up it.
I mean, the last time I got kicked in the balls, I might have been like in 6th grade, I think.
Wow.
I don't think I've been kicked in the balls since 6th grade.
There you go.
I kicked him back. It was the guy. It was the guy that lived down the. It was the guy that lived down the street from my house.
Yeah.
We got a little nut kicking contest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I won though because I went second.
Okay.
What like once you go like after the first nut kicking, you're like, okay, that's the way it's gonna be. You're like, I'm going nuclear winner here on this kick.
I don't think I've ever been kicked in the balls. I've been hitting the balls.
Really?
I've been hitting the balls by accident, like during sports and stuff. I've never been like, no one has intentionally kicked me in the balls. No.
Oh, okay.
So.
I'm trying to remember that kid's name. I think it was Mikey.
Fucking Mikey.
I know. He had to go there.
Red Toa for $10 says, Sitch, you should start a collaborative Let's Play channel with fellow people of Shadow, ER, and Literature Devil where you all play FromSoft games. You can call it Dark Souls, Shadows Die Thrice. That's a great idea.
Ooh, that is good.
Great idea. Yeah. The Hylian, sorry. So sorry, Link. The Hylian Juggalo for $5. Says, can someone please give me a rundown on Moldy Dish's core idea? I'm too smooth brained. Also, don't bully kids for defaults. Bully them for playing Fortnite. Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Well, I feel like by now
What's
you probably
wrong with-
got the rundown.
What's wrong with Fortnite? You're not supposed to play Fortnite now?
Fortnite forever.
A friend of mine called me up and wanted me to play Fortnite with him, or texted me, but I was like, nah, I'm busy.
Like recently?
Yeah.
An adult texted you and said, Adam, let us play Fortnite together.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my friends.
Interesting.
I have never played Fortnite, but I mean,
I've never played it either. No. I'm sure I would have been very addicted to it back in the day.
It's a first-person shooter, right?
Yes.
I think I would like Fortnite, actually. I mean, I like first-person shooters. That's my jam, so.
Yep.
FPS.
You probably wouldn't like it, though, because I don't know what, like back when it became popular, the mode was when you die, you had to wait for the round to end. You didn't respawn.
Oh my God, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I see. I knew you wouldn't like that.
Bullshit.
Right. It was arena where you could build shit, and it was last man standing. So
bullshit.
There you go.
Last man standing.
I used to play that all the time on TF2, that mode. But that and Capture the Flag.
Capture the Flag does the same thing, and it's nonsense.
Well, not on TF2. I don't know what game you're talking about. But...
Well, yeah, you can. There's different modes, obviously, right.
But. Galaxy Dragon 87 for $2 says, as a Gen Z, this generation has always been cringe. True.
Yeah. All generations past X are cringe.
No, it's not first person Sitch, you liar. Listen. I didn't want to ruin Adam's fantasy. Okay.
What is it? Third person?
It's like over the shoulder, yeah.
I mean, that's close enough.
It's close enough.
Does the character have a nice behind that I can look at while she runs around?
Of course, you can play the girl characters.
Nice.
All sorts of girl characters.
It's not woke. It's not like a... It's not Lizzo, right? Running around in front of me.
I mean, it could be. It could be whoever you want to be, Adam. But...
Can you imagine? I'm playing the Lizzo skin. Look, it's Lizzo in her thong. Do they have a Lizzo skin?
They probably do.
Do they have a Lizzo in a thong skin?
They do.
In Fortnite?
They do. Yeah.
No, come on. They don't have that.
God's Joke for $5 says, guys, you should do a clip video of the asexual conversation you had with Sammy G some time ago. A semi-woke friend of mine might relate. S-Class is the best class.
Well, CT's doing our clips, so message received.
Okay, we'll think about it. It could be a good idea. The Hylian Gigolo for another $5 says, don't forget the Invader Zim emo aesthetic. That was all the rage. True.
Yeah.
Well, that actually, okay.
Sitch still loves that aesthetic. That's like his jam.
Let's pause for a second.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in school, the goth aesthetic was very popular. But Invader Zim didn't become popular until it was off the air.
Really?
Years. Until Hot Topic. It was like 2 or 3 years after Invader Zim was off the air when Hot Topic became popular, which I was still in school for when that happened. And Invader Zim all of a sudden became popular because everyone wanted the merchandise. So
you lie.
You lie. XSL for $2. It says bring Ricada to debate lawyer versus atheist versus Jew. Okay, that could be interesting. PC for $2 says coming to a screen near you, quote, optimized AI content. True.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says you guys are describing Skinner boxes. I mean, yeah. That's what video games are. Essentially.
Skinner
you just push the button and you get your little pellet.
Oh. I like those.
Yeah. What's your first thoughts for 11 Canadian says, hey, Sitch, you should have a debate with Nerdrotic on the importance of nerd culture in society. That could be great. Fun show, guys. What's his take on the importance of nerd culture in society? What's my take on
I'd
the
just be
importance of nerd
down.
culture in
I've
society?
been on, I could hit, I've kind of had in my mind that I was going to hit Gary up once the comic is done, so we could both go on Friday Night Tights and
Nice.
pitch the comics, sell some more comics before we
Right.
deliver the thing. Yeah.
Right.
So you've never been on Friday Night Tights, so
I have not. No.
I went on I went on at the same time as Mahler, so
Nice.
I
It
was
wouldn't be a
hoping,
debate, it'd be a conversation. Or
I don't know
discussion. There you go.
I mean, Gary's cool. We can debate.
Seems like a very chill guy. Yes.
Yeah. I love no homo or anything, but I love Gary. Gary
Listen,
is
no homo, but I want to kiss him right in the lips.
well, that might
No
be a
homo,
bit
but I
too-
want him to like hold me and cuddle me in his arms.
Well, I
No
mean,
homo, but I just want to like carve out his chest and like live inside of it.
look, no homo.
No homo, though.
But if we had to share a tent camping, we'd probably stay up and smoke some weed and talk. I mean, no homo, but
Okay.
just Gary.
Okay, Adam.
Like Gary's just an interesting character. I think like he's been in jail for doing drugs and shit. So I
Oh,
feel
really?
like
I didn't. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right. Wow.
he owned his own comic shop. He's got just a fascinating backstory. He's kind of like J-Mac. He's like done a bunch of shit and always
Right.
has an interesting tale to tell.
Interesting.
Yeah, so yeah. That's why I love Gary.
Nice.
Dane needs to understand, man. Gary's cool. Why is Dane on a mission to like destroy Gary?
Because they're super far leftists and they want all this woke socialist indoctrination in media, and they view Gary as a fascist.
That's so ridiculous.
Well, when you're a socialist,
Look, how many fascists do you know have been in jail for drugs?
Hitler was in jail, Adam. Hitler was in jail.
Oh, you're right. He was in jail. But wasn't he in jail for like trying to kill the chancellor or something? I mean, there was like a beer hall putsch. And shit.
No, listen, that's why it's called the beer hall push. He was just getting drunk with the boys
No, he
at
was
the beer
trying-
hall.
Look, he was trying to kill the chancellor.
He's probably just drunk. I don't know what you're talking about.
Gary, there's no chancellor killer in Gary. Gary's just like a friendly soul.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Pobaxi for €5 says video games equal a platform for monetization systems. For some of them, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, that's the gotcha game, collect them gotcha games, whatever the fuck they're called. Those collect games are just that, essentially. Those games are literally evil. Andrew Clark for $2 says, bring on Doomer to talk about story and video games.
I was worried Sitch was going down that path. I've
How
played
sweet.
video games for 30 years.
I mean, I was making the exact opposite argument that Doomer was making, though.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But you did say,
Mm-hmm.
I've played video games my entire life.
First of all, I didn't scream it. I was just saying that because people were like getting mad because they're like, you're dissing video games. I'm like, no, listen, I'm not dissing video games. I'm just explaining the dark side.
I don't feel like you were dissing video games.
Some people felt
where
that way.
was
They
the
become very
dissing?
defensive. When I was talking about how like the reason that video games are addictive.
The way that video games turn you into a
By basically tricking you into thinking you're accomplishing something. Yeah. People don't like that. Some people don't like that. Listen.
I've spent
It is what it is.
too many Saturdays drinking beer and playing video games. so
Exactly.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But
yeah.
different
I
place.
mean,
in
everything's
my
fine in
life.
moderation.
Well, I mean, I drink like a whole 12-pack. So
Okay,
there was
that's
no-
not moderation. You shouldn't drink when you're alone. That's a really horrible habit to.
Look, I was playing
Sorry.
with all my. Look, I had a clan and everything. We were playing capture the flag and shit.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't
Well-
know any of them in real life or anything.
Yeah.
But it was my online class.
That counts as drinking alone.
Damn it.
Lord Cameron for 2 Canadian says playing video games is like dancing, playing music, not dopamine. I completely disagree with you. That is not the case. Well, there could be some games that exist in that same realm. I don't disagree with that. But I think overall, that is not. I think games function completely differently than playing music and dancing. I think they do a completely different thing. They invoke a completely different feeling. They act very differently in your brain. I mean, when you're just like listening to music and dancing, you don't think you're like accomplishing anything, right? Unless you're like in a dance competition or something. But like normally, like if you're just out with friends dancing, there's not like a sense, the good feeling you get from doing that is not from like tricking yourself into thinking you're accomplishing goals, like small goals. That's not so I don't agree with that at all.
I mean, working on the comic, you do. I mean, I literally am accomplishing stuff though. So I do
Right.
feel that, oh my God, this page looks amazing. This is
Of
going to be
course.
so badass.
Right.
People are going to love this.
Of course. Yeah, but that's not the same sensation you get when you're like, oh, I really love this song, right? It's a completely different sensation.
Yeah, I have noticed. I've been listening to the new Melanie Martinez album. It's pretty good. And I have this urge to experience it with other people. And I was thinking, this is why concerts are so cool, is because
Right.
like you really like music, but it's such a more intense experience when you're experiencing it with other people that are feeling the same emotion as you. Just listening to it
Right.
on my headphones with nobody, I'm kind of like, this could be so much better.
Yeah, I think you're feeling kind of like this innate sense of wanting to be part of a collective, have
Yeah.
everyone kind of like in sync with each other,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Which I mean, you can get that experience. You could be playing a multiplayer game and get that feeling of in syncness
Oh yeah.
with people. I mean, that can definitely happen.
Most
so.
games are multiplayer these days, right?
Yeah, a lot of games. I don't know if most, but like definitely multiplayer online games is like totally blown up. So
Is that Melanie Martinez take for real, or is Adam joking?
I don't even know who that is. Is that so? I can't comment on her music.
You
but-
listened to it and you said it wasn't. You were like, "This is not very good."
Oh, okay, that was that person. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't like that. C Paffy for $5 says it was Skyrim. Skyrim ruined games. They're all just Skyrim clones. I mean, yeah, I know you're being hyperbolic. Skyrim definitely had a massive impact on making a lot of games become open world RPGs, nowadays. So
I can't believe you don't like that Nymphology song, man. That song is
No, it's
so
bad.
dope.
CT for 2 Canadian says I made the server watch Step Brothers and they hated it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hold on. Someone in the super chats said that they didn't like my movie takes. And I kept asking them to name their top 5 favorite movies because,
Right.
throw it back in their court. I mean, I do have some relatively strange movies that I enjoy, but I realize that these are, they're an eccentric kind of taste that most people don't have. I mean, I'm sure you have that, right? You have any eccentric movie taste?
Of course. Of course.
Nobody likes this movie, but me.
Yeah. I mean, I try to separate my taste of like things that I think are good that I like and things that I know are not good, but I still like them.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good way to look at it.
That's the way I like to do it.
But I mean,
Like I like
I like popular movies.
I really like Umbrella Academy, but I know it's not good,
Mhm.
but I like it. But I acknowledge it's not like it has so many plot holes in it. It's like riddled with plot holes. But I still like it.
Contrast says Rubber. Yeah, perfect example.
Rubber is a bad movie. Yeah.
There's another movie that same guy made where a guy gets his dog kidnapped and he's looking for his kidnapped dog, and it has the same kind of David Lynch vibe to it.
I think I know what movie you're talking about, and if it's a movie that you think you're talking about, I hate that movie.
You don't like it? Oh, okay.
Is that the movie with like the scriptwriter gets his dog taken by like the gangster?
Yeah, I think that's it.
I fucking hate that movie.
God, you just hate everything.
I do. That is true, though. I do hate everything.
Quentin Dupre, is that the guy? Quentin Dupre. Dupuy.
CT lying with her $2 Canadian super chat says Sitch loves Repo the Genetic Opera. Loves it. Fucking hate that movie so much. Oh god. 7 Psychopaths. Thank you, Vinny. That's the movie. Yeah, I don't like.
Oh, that's a good movie, right?
I didn't like that movie. Isn't that the movie you're talking about?
I thought 7 Psychopaths was pretty good.
That's the one with the dog gets stolen, right? Or am I thinking of a different movie?
That's not the movie I'm thinking of, but
oh, that's a movie I'm thinking of. Thank you, Vinny. That was a movie I was thinking of. I did not like that movie at all.
I'm looking for the movie now, but we'll see if I can find it.
Dirty South FGC for $5 says, if you want to talk about game psychology, look up Core A Gaming. It's a video about thinking fast and slow in competitive games. Well, that's interesting. I'll check it out. Lord Cameron for 2 Canadian says, Sitch, look up epistemic and ludic play. You're epistemic. Huh. I don't know what those terms mean.
He did a movie called Wrong and a movie called Wrong Cops. I mean, why would you do that?
Epistemic play is when children use to satisfy their curiosity and learn about their environment. Ludic play is when children use their imaginations to create fantasy and amusement.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, and then it says the third option, games with rules, which compromise structured activities usually governed by negotiated rules. I would say that most video games are a combination of those 3 things. I don't know if you could strictly say one game is one thing. What game? Yeah, you have to give me an example. Give me an example. What's like a game? If you have a problem with sort of me talking about like games tricking you into thinking you're accomplishing things, like give me an example of a game that doesn't do that. Like what game are you referring to? Because there's some like, artsy fartsy games where you just like walk around and look at, pretty trees and shit. But most games are about accomplishing a series of goals.
Isn't like a puzzle literally the same thing where you're just like putting together
the pieces? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you accomplish something, right?
Yeah.
That's literally what it is. Yeah.
A puzzle is just like a form of accomplishment game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are just environmental like exploration games that can fall outside of that to some extent.
Man,
I haven't played any of these games, so
every time I look for this movie with the dog, it seems like it's just.
So out of all the games you listed, Minecraft is not one. Minecraft is not one of them at all. Minecraft is literally about accomplishing goals. It's just that you have to set the goal yourself. That's literally what Minecraft is. Minecraft is all about you setting a goal for yourself and then doing it. Like you can play Minecraft at first and just explore, but you'll get bored of that you'll get bored of that after a while. Like pretty quickly. Who are the people that play the most Minecraft? Is it the people that just want to like walk around and just explore and do nothing? Or is it the people that want to build some like crazy structure? People that want to build the crazy structure. They want to accomplish something in Minecraft, right?
Yeah.
I think Zero Punctuation said it best. He said Minecraft is like modern day train sets. Someone spends all this time building this very complicated train set and they try to show it off to everyone to make them feel like they've accomplished something.
True.
Yeah.
God, I could just watch Quentin Quentin Dupre movies.
Gallus, who seems very upset at me in the chat, says Sitch is literally being obtuse at this point. People don't play video games to be tricked into doing something. I never said doing something. I said to feel accomplished. This is such a dumb way to view the appeal of games. Well, what is the appeal? Tell us, oh Lord Gallus, what am I missing here exactly? Now, obviously, there's a social, like if you're talking about multiplayer games, obviously there's a whole social element to multiplayer games, like playing with your friends. But then that's providing activity that you and your friends can play together to create conversation, to feel like you've accomplished something as a group, or to compete against each other.
It's called keeping the channel open, Sitch. That's what it's called.
Right.
Keeping the relationship alive.
True. That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. The children yearn for the mines. That's true. That's true. League of Legends would be a game where the accomplishment is not the name of the game. What are you talking about? League of Legends. What do you think? The whole point is to beat someone. What do you what do you think competition is? It's the competition. Wait. Okay, maybe there's just like a communication breakdown here or like a definitions problem. If you're playing a competitive game, the pleasure you derive from beating someone in the game is a misappropriation of the pleasure of the evolved tendency of feeling like you're climbing a social hierarchy. You understand that, right?
That's okay.
Am I wrong?
Adam
is like not paying attention at all.
I'm looking for this movie. Say it again. What is it?
If you're playing a competitive game, and you feel good about winning in it like a competitive video game, it's playing off of your evolved tendency trait to want to feel like you're climbing some kind of social hierarchy or a status hierarchy. Right? Yeah, of course. That's the that's the goal. You're tricking yourself with a feeling that you're climbing some kind of important hierarchy.
We do it on the show all the time. What do you think S-Class and A-Team are? We're pretending that we're accomplishing.
Well, that's a little different.
Status hierarchy.
That's more like we're creating like fake teams, right?
Yeah, but it's pretending.
We're not really competing per se.
Oh, we are? Oh.
Right.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
Did you see Thought Time's video where he said
it's people would...
Did you see Thought Time's video where he said people would do long haul trucking and farming for free in a socialist society because they have farming and trucking doesn't seem? I did see that. We have to watch the video on stream. It's like totally insane.
Maybe can we do it on Sunday?
Yeah, maybe. It was like the worst argument ever. He literally said that. He thought that video games prove people don't need profit motive because people will spend hours playing farming and trucking simulations. So that proves that if you didn't pay farmers and truckers in real life, they would still go do those activities.
Well, that just, as soon as you get paid to do something, immediately it's just ruins it. It just totally ruins it.
Right. It's just like,
wait, how do I pronounce this name? Look, I just put it in chat.
Right.
You got some eyes on the chat.
Quentin Dup. Okay, I don't care about this movie. Quentin Dupree movie. You're so blessed with.
Dupuy? Is that it?
I don't fucking know.
Dupuy?
Right.
Anyone? How many French people we got?
No one cares. We're talking about video games, you boomer.
Look, this movie is like a video game.
Well, contrast. Maybe the problem is people get triggered by saying tricked. It's like, yeah, it's not. I'm not saying that like, you as a person are getting tricked. It's that the unconscious processes in your brain, the Skinner box, the unconscious processes in your brain are being essentially tricked. Everything you're doing, everything people do. There you go. Everything people do, and we've talked about this a million times, and unless you're like a socialist, most people agree. Everything that we do has some sort of evolutionary basis for why that action is being done.
Even Depew?
Even Depew, yes. Even Depew, right.
Depew especially has evolutionary action, right?
So.
Don't argue with contrast, okay? He's one of our oldest.
I'm agreeing with. I'm literally. Well, first of all, I can argue with contrast whenever I want, because he thinks the movie ending of Watchmen is better than the comic ending.
What?
But secondly, I wasn't arguing with contrast. So.
Where's the tick?
It's an extremely cynical view of video games. I'm intentionally reducing video games to an extremely cynical view. I'm not saying you shouldn't play them, and I'm not saying video games are inherently bad. I'm just telling you the underlying. I'm just saying if you see the matrix of what's actually happening, that's what's actually happening. And I know that it might bother some people. But
you are kind of saying it though. You are kind of.
But that's what's going on.
You're calling everyone who loves video games a loser.
Right. That's exactly what I said.
Why are you doing that?
Right.
I feel like
we're all losers together, Adam. We're all losers together.
Look, I feel like we're on the verge of Gamergate 2 here, and you're going to be the cause of it.
Shinto for 7 months says, I think the issue is saying the point of the game is to trick you into thinking you're accomplishing goals. It implies that the player is unaware. Well,
Oh yeah, you call them stupid and lazy.
I think people are letting their egos get in the way.
Oh
which
my
I
God, you're
understand to
calling
some
them
extent.
egomaniacs now.
Well, you're making it so much worse.
This is
No, because
just getting bad.
that's I'm just explaining. You have
Sitch
to
doesn't like
question.
fun. Sammy
You
G
have to
says.
question yourself if you want to. You
Well,
don't have to
that's
do this.
true.
But I'm saying in this conversation, you have to question yourself and say, why do I enjoy doing certain activities? From an evolutionary perspective, what is it? Why am I enjoying to do this? Why do I enjoy? And you're talking to someone who stares at the screen all day too. What's the point? Why do I enjoy staring at a screen all day? Why do I
Well,
enjoy playing a video game? What is actually happening while I'm doing this?
I enjoy learning. I'm a completely curious person. So
Yeah, but when you're
when
playing
I'm staring at a
Carmageddon,
screen,
when you're playing Carmageddon, are you learning?
God, I love Carmageddon.
Are you learning something while you're playing Carmageddon?
I mean, not really.
Yeah, okay. So obviously something else is happening there. Now, some games are about learning, right? And as I said earlier, early RPGs, a lot of the reward was learning new information about the story.
Oh yeah.
So that can definitely be part of it.
My wife made me play that whole Prince of Persia game, that stupid game, because she got hooked on the story, and I was
You
like,
like the story, right? I like Prince of Persia. Not the first one. That's like the ancient one. You're talking about the one for like PlayStation.
PlayStation 2, yeah. It's
Right.
like super ancient.
You didn't like Prince of Persia? That's fun.
I mean,
like backwards in time.
Got to hang out with my honey, so that was cool.
Adam's like, I don't get to shoot anybody, run over pedestrians. I don't like.
Well, you got the knife thing. You get to knife some people.
Okay.
That's always fun, right?
That's true. That's true.
Oh my God. My meme's amazing.
I just realized Discord isn't open. I hope Doomer hasn't been frantically demanding to come on this whole time.
Why? Send him the link.
Be funny. I don't know if yes, I don't have Discord open. I'm immune to his whining when I don't have Discord open.
He whines a lot on Discord. Is that what you're saying?
Of course he does.
You're Suindre.
There you go. He sent me 4:30. Why do you have a Nazi guest on stream right now?
You're Suindre.
Suindre, yes. There you go.
Suindre.
Thas sent me some article. The Bartle taxonomy of player types. The Bartle taxonomy of player types is a classification of video game players based on a 1996 paper by Richard Bartelt according to their preferred action within the game. Classification originally described players of multiplayer online games. And the four subcategories were killers, achievers, socializers, and explorers. Right. So I don't have a problem with that. That's definitely those four quadrants are definitely someone who played a lot of WoW. Those four quadrants of type of person are definitely real. But they're all about feeling like you accomplish something. It's just they're accomplishing different things. So
I always played Multiverse of Warcraft. Way better than
you played Multiversal Warcraft?
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
Way better than World of Warcraft. Because it's
Multiversal Warcraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are just words you just made up together. That's not a game.
Oh, really?
That's not a game. No.
Look, World of Warcraft. It's just one world. That's kind of boring.
You would think that World of Warcraft was way too boring. You would never have the patience to play.
I know. That's why I play Multiverse of Warcraft.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
It's like way more interesting.
I understand.
You go all over the multiverse.
Right.
It's like Multiverse of Madness, but with Warcraft.
I'm trying to imagine Adam playing original vanilla WoW, where he had like levels up, and then he has to hearth back to his the capital city to learn his skill, and then he has to spend like another 10 minutes flying back out to where he just was on the little bat.
Is there Newcastle involved? Because I might give it a shot.
And then finally when the bat lands back in Stranglethorn Vale, he immediately gets ganked by some shithead, Night Elf rogue.
Oh man.
Who's camping, the area, who's level 60.
Evil.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Anyway, C. Paffy for $5 says,
Yeah, read the super chats. What's
Obviously,
taking
The
so
Princess
long?
Bride is the best movie of all time. There you go.
I love The Princess Bride. So
True.
look,
True.
look, we have a movie in common. Now you can't say my movie takes are bad because I like The Princess Bride too. Sitch's favorite movie is My Dinner with Andre.
I've never seen that movie.
Then why is it your favorite movie?
It's not. I don't know why you just made that up.
Because it's boring.
Oh,
Sitch's
okay.
favorite
Thank you.
movie is The Artist, Academy Award winning movie The Artist.
I never saw that either.
The movie is so bad.
That's the black and white movie, right?
Yeah, and it's just like a silent movie. It is fucking garbage.
No.
It
Terrible.
is. That is the most pretentious movie ever made, and I can't believe it won an Academy Award. Oh God.
Do you think I hate boring? Listen, I'm the guy over here that's like, I hate 2001
Yeah,
because there's nothing happening. And this may actually have to do with what Lord Cameron's talking about. For $2, says, do you stare at a painting to feel a sense of accomplishment? Of course not. No one stares at a painting to feel accomplishment. No. You stare at a painting to invoke a feeling. But let me ask you this. This is why I know it's weird. People don't enjoy paintings the way they enjoy most video games. There's some video games where they're like, oh my God, it's like I'm in a painting, right? There are the walking simulator games, but the average game that you're playing, it's not, you don't get the same sensation. Like you'll sit on a computer screen and you'll play a game for hours. How many people are going to sit down and stare at a same painting for hours and just stare at it and get lost?
I mean, it
in the
depends
painting for
upon the
hours,
painting.
right?
There's like
How many people do that?
Some artists.
Yeah,
you
there's
can
some fucking
definitely do
weirdos
that.
will go and do that, right? Does the average person go and sit down and just stare at a
Robert
painting
will.
for hours
Williams,
and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and go,
Look,
oh,
not like 15 hours. Jeez.
listen, guys, how many hours do you have on the Mona Lisa? I've got 100 hours on the Mona Lisa. Oh, you've only got 10 hours. Those are rookie numbers.
You don't even know what's in the background.
Right. You got rookie hours on the Mona. What about the persistence of memory? Oh man, I got 300 hours on the persistence of memory. What do you got? 5? Oh, what a
I've
baby.
seen the persistence of memory in real life. I've seen the real life painting.
Look at you.
Have you?
I have, and I have 300 hours on it.
Bullshit. There's like a massive crowd in front of it. You can only
I
look
have
at it for
300 hours. Listen, what I did was I took a picture and I just stared at it. I just stare at the persistence of memory.
There's always like
okay.
a crowd of 30 or 40 people around it. You can't like once you get up to the front, you're like, oh look, it's great. Move. My turn. It's actually quite sad.
I got 300 hours on persistence of memory. Okay.
You were like doing the rounds. You're like in the loop.
So I love me some mountain clocks. All right. I see those mountain clocks and I just, oh man.
Oh yeah.
I feel very accomplished.
I'm with you.
I feel the accomplishment of time passing me by as I stare.
I think the best part of the persistence of memory is it's like as big as a fucking trading card. It's like tiny.
I know, it's so small. It's so sad.
Yeah.
That's such a great painting.
It's like blow this shit up.
I know, right?
Why are you painting so small, Dolly? Lazy bastard.
Your most famous painting is this fucking tiny thing.
Yeah. It's like a stamp. Well, you just lick the back of that thing and put it on the post.
Anyway. Dolly was pretty based.
Dolly was very rich. A lot of people think,
Shoesington for $10 says, hot take, Adam has terrible taste in movies. I mean, that is true.
That's the one. That's the guy that I kept asking for what the movie was.
Oh, okay.
What are your favorite movies, guy? Come on. Let me know. Don't do that. Don't be a hater. Look, I like Step Brothers. Deal with it.
Oh my God.
I like Nacho Libre. Deal with it.
Well, I'm glad you're confident.
I've seen Talladega Nights at least 17 times.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, Dev, where's the trucker video? Even my lord can't seem to find it, and that squirrel's everywhere. F-Team is fabulous. Best F word I can think of. LOL.
Nice.
Yeah, where's the trucker video, Dad? What the fuck?
Yeah. Why didn't you go out to the trucker revolt like a good Canadian and
Like a good. Didn't he? He didn't
show
do a
your
trucker video. I feel like he
solidarity?
did. Right.
He was probably a coward, afraid that he was going to be incarcerated.
Adam Milne for 250 Canadian says, "Have you heard the C.S. Lewis quote about childish things?" No, I haven't.
Put away your childish things.
He said, "When I became a man, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up."
Based. Is that really what he said?
That's really what he said. Yeah. Well, considering he wrote children's books, I mean, that's an appropriate take for him to have.
I doubt C.S. Lewis said that.
It is. Why do you doubt he said that?
Look, we're comedians. We're supposed to say childish our entire lives.
Okay, true. There are both benefits and negatives to being childish. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence
What are the
that when
negatives?
you domesticate animals, they retain their childishness in order to be social.
Of course. Yeah, we're basically like domesticated animals here.
Yes. Yeah.
We're here for your amusement.
Not quite what I meant, but okay. Van Darian 29 for $5 says, "This has nothing to do with the discussion about Mr. Molbug, a Boogaloo's breakaway crypto-fascist theocracy, so read my next super chat later." Oh, well, here you go. And for $10, thank you so much, says, "I'm engaged in that innovation Adam's always talking about. Got an investor, and I'm opening a Norse-themed tavern-style board game cafe in Birmingham, Alabama. Sitch, I've got your free meat if you come up here."
That's awesome. So it's going to be beer and games? That
sounds really cool. Well, I'll listen. I'll check it out if I'm ever in Birmingham.
There was a place in Pasadena where they do D&D and stuff. It's like a big game store. It's pretty badass. Yeah, you drive by there and there's all the nerds and geeks playing games and stuff, and it looks like a hell of a time. Looks awesome.
Okay.
There's another game. There's a bunch of game stores in Southern California.
Doug for $5 says, "Speaking about power, I listened to a Sam Harris podcast years back where he talked to some feminists. The amount of times she said power, ... Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes. It's all about power.
It's all about power. Dirty Fire for 3 Canadian says, "Sovereign citizen, not driving. I'm traveling. I'm traveling, yeah. Sir, I do not need a license to travel. I am traveling." God, we need more sovereign citizens videos. We need more. Those are my favorite videos.
No.
I love, oh my God. I will spend hours not accomplishing anything.
I've watched quite a few
feeling no sense of accomplishment. Watching sovereign citizens argue with police officers.
I've watched several thousand sovereign citizens.
I love those videos so much. I don't know why.
They're so dumb.
I know. That's why it's so funny to me.
And the cops are just like, nah, I'm not.
They get away with it sometimes. Sometimes they get away with it.
I've never seen one where they got away with it.
Oh, there's compilations of like them succeeding where the cop lets them go because they just don't want to be bothered, essentially.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, that's usually what happens. The cop has to make the decision. They say, "Okay, am I going to drag this fucking guy in? Well, I don't even think he's probably not doing anything wrong. He's just being a fucking asshole,
right?
And like go through all that annoyance of whatever comes with dragging this person in, or am I just going to say it's too much of a hassle and let them go?"
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You're like, I kind of want to go home early tonight. I don't want to deal with this fucking.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh my God.
I mean, it's not like he's pulled a gun on me or anything. He's just being a dick.
The sense of accomplishment. CT says the sense of accomplishment comes from saying to yourself, "At least I'm not this dumb." There you go. There you go.
Oh, on the sovereign citizen
on
videos?
The sovereign citizen.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a persuasive argument. Maybe so.
You're like, why do we enjoy watching? Why is it funny to us to watch people do stupid shit? I don't know. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $2 says Bill of Rights remove some things from democracy. That is true.
Yeah, that's an important aspect of it. But I don't know if that's going to be the case in the corptocracy.
The corptocracy.
Yeah, the kleptocracy.
Stug for $5 says the best sovereign citizen video was the Daryl Brooks trial in like a morbid kind of way. That is true.
I almost brought it up and I didn't because I was like, it's so sad.
God,
it's
that
like
was fucking. That was like painful though.
When the woman who, like, he basically ran over her kid. Thank God the kid was alive still.
Yeah.
But she's on the stand, and when he's questioning her, like acting like she didn't get a good look at him in the car, I'm like, you're just a fucking dick. Like, I can't believe this is happening.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the Daryl Brooks case. For those who don't remember, he was the guy that drove through the parade.
Yes.
In Waukesha. And during Christmas, like, you couldn't really watch his stuff and laugh because what he did was so bad,
so horrific. He killed a bunch of people.
He killed like a shit ton of people, and what he did was so evil. And he himself seemed to be such a terrible person that like the ridiculousness of what was happening wasn't funny unless you're one of those people that can just like desensitize yourself from it. You know, you could laugh at it, but I couldn't. I was just like, oh, this is just like, it's just painful. I can't watch it. You know, with the other sovereign citizen videos, you're like, no one's dying. It's just an asshole getting like, arrested. He doesn't want to show a cop his driver's license. But
a lot of them don't have a driver's license.
Or they don't have one, right?
Yeah. So can't show them what you don't have.
True. Stug for $2 says Sitch slap. What were you slapping me about, Stug? This was
probably your bad.
Oh, this is when I was talking about BioShock, so I assume something about BioShock.
Maybe your bad movie takes.
CT for $2 says counter argument in favor of Rapture. Bee hands. That's true. That's a strong counterpoint. Would you want the ability to shoot bees out of your hands, Adam?
Oh, I would take that in a hot second.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be able to shoot bees out of my hands. I think there are more.
Can I upgrade
more
the
better
wasps?
things I could?
Wasps
no,
can
bees.
continually sting. Bees, they sting once and they're done.
Yeah, but you shoot them out of your hand, so you can just create more bees out of your hand.
Yeah, but why not wasps? You reach like critical mass and they're just fucked.
I don't make the rules to bee hands.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't make the rules to the plasmids in BioShock. Okay. It was bee hand. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't bee hands. It was hornet hands.
Wasps. Ha ha ha.
What's the difference between a hornet and a wasp?
Nothing. One is
Major difference between hornets and a wasp is the size.
Oh,
there you go.
Hornets are bigger.
Wasps are about 1/3 inch to 1 inch, and hornets are larger. Hornets are larger. So there you go. There you go. So it's hornets. Hornet hands, not bee hands. I would take telekinesis over wasp hands. Okay. I think I would take telekinesis, electric powers, hypnosis powers, fire power. I think I would take most of the powers over hornet hands. I'm not a big fan of shooting bugs out of my hand.
Why not? Could be fun.
Because it's gross. I don't want bugs coming out of my hands. That's not hygienic. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $5 says, I was audited when I turned 19, and now my food truck is waiting on miles of state red tape. Libertarianism was branded on me. There you go. True.
Oh,
true,
yeah,
true.
yeah. J-Mac is right about that. As soon as the state comes in and totally screws around with your permits or whatever. Ugh.
Soapy Cappy for 3 SGD says, wow, short flat otaku. There you go. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, thank you, Chank. Says, I know many of you don't care for me and my co-host at TYT. We are currently at war with Lance of the Serfs. Please support us in this fight.
Oh, really? Is that true? Lance is going after him now?
Yeah, we can watch a clip of it.
Is that because of Anna Kasparian is going nuts on the trans people?
I don't know. I'll send to you. Sean just retweeted some clip out where he says, not only did Chank appropriately call out the serfs by name, but Anna Kasparian highlights exactly how weaselly Lance is by using TYT to grow his brand. Instead of vouching for it, he then abandons that the help with his own brand. Anna is right. Lance is just scummy.
Let's bring it up.
So we can bring it up. Interesting. I don't know what they're fighting about. Did was he on one of those? Was he on like that Matt Binder leftist mafia podcast, or were they shit talking TYT or something?
It's got to be. Look, Anna has been tweeting out nonstop on the birthing person thing. She's going to fucking war over this birthing person stuff. She's like, no, fuck you. I'm a woman. You call me a woman or I'm going to kick your behind.
Right.
It's great. I love it.
Right.
Don't you? I mean,
I do.
Woman has a nice ring to it. Birthing person, not so much. Ready to go 3, 2, 1?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm ready. Let's go.
So maybe you don't see that, so you think like, well, what is Jenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these names and they feel super proud about it, like, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like, how could you insult us? We were just, all we were doing was punching you in the face. No, that's a right-wing position. You punch, then you gotta expect that I'm gonna counter, right? I don't mean you kid tested. I mean, for folks who are out there, here, I'll name a name. Lance from the Serfs. He's on here all the time on the power panel, right? And he comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and, oh yeah, the Young Turks, correct? No, Lance, you're not goddamn correct. Nobody elected you. The polling shows no one agrees with you. Your 12 buddies online, I don't care, okay?
Oh my God, yeah, I love this.
He's, I'm 100%, he's 99.95% correct. Oh, I'm gonna correct him. No. So don't, look, you wanna say, hey, I don't agree with you? God bless. You wanna say, Jenk, you shouldn't say anything back because you're being rude? Come on, brother, or sister, I don't know what your
I just gotta be honest, I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
That's where I'm at, because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are. As if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political values are. So I don't, Jake, I never want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
All right, last thing I'm gonna say on it, because you brought it up, is that I'm not the kind of guy to back down. And just constantly saying that you are correct, that I am incorrect, is not 1% persuasive, not 1%. So sorry, that's my real opinions.
I want to frame this clip, Sitch. I want to frame this clip and hang it in my living room.
Hilarious.
This clip is amazing.
That's so funny. So is this about the trans stuff? What is it? What is it about?
Who cares? They destroyed Lance.
I mean, they did. You know. Oh, look at this. The Humanist Report replied, "This is fucking bad faith. When 99% of the left, and specifically trans people, disagree with you, and right-wingers and TERFs are cheering you on and retweeting you, maybe try to be a tiny bit introspective for 2 seconds. Lance tried to engage respectfully."
Who said that? The Humanist Report? The
Humanist Report.
That guy's so full of shit.
He's like peak neckbeard. So
that guy's so full of shit.
Yeah, because I went on Lance's timeline because I was trying to see like where was the origin point Because yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's over the birthing person shit.
Of course it is.
Listen, these people are gonna bring about the whole, socialist revolution. They can't even fucking give someone. They can't even agree on birthing person without like throwing someone into the wood chipper.
Yeah, what was Marvin Yarvin talking about? How come there's never any left-wing factions? You ever think of that? No, I haven't ever thought of that because
can't agree.
all I ever see is left-wing factions. Yeah,
Right.
they can't even agree on what to have for lunch.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Left-wing Chank says left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. 66% of this country is left-wing, according to polling on policy issues. They don't believe in defunding the police or being called Latinx or calling women birthing people or abolishing prisons. Anyone who claims they do is lying. Interesting. So basically what's happening here is I think it seems like Chank and Anna are trying to go into the whole, like, we're just about leftist economic policies now. And they're finally waking up to the fact that the albatross of woke culture wars is just going to drag
their neck.
Yes, it's just going to drag leftists back to the bottom of the ocean.
That rotting, stinking corpse of that albatross you had to kill.
Right.
Couldn't just let it be. Yeah.
Oh, what's funny? You know who? Okay, so the tweet I just read you, which was Chank. So the serfs replied by saying, the birthing person is an exclusionary term for trans men and non-binary people who give birth. No one is saying women can't be called women, except for right-wingers, the trans women. This is a non-issue that's being elevated as a real one. So that's peak. They're not doing it, but if they're doing it, it's good.
Right.
And then
they're doing it in legislation. That's the thing.
Right. And then, here is Emma Vigeland of Sam Cedar replied to this too.
Oh, really?
Saying, isn't your point contradictory? If that number is correct, that means that any aversion to inclusive language is marginal compared to policy sets. Democrats have been doing well electorally as well. Nobody's making voting decisions based on clumsy activist medical language.
Oh, that's another thing they keep saying. It's like, it's medical language. It's in the bill. It's medical language. Right. It's like, how's it a medical language when it's a fucking legal bill?
I know.
It's the law.
What helps the right here is ceding ground to them and not being proactive and reframing the debate around these phrases, which we have to do on behalf of this country's most marginalized groups. If people prefer inclusive language, shouldn't we listen and make the case for them? So essentially what she's saying is, I need to take, well, here's the problem. She's completely mask on socialist at this point because she believes in all this woke garbage. So she's trying to make this bullshit argument that in order to defeat the right, we have to take all the garbage that leftist woke people peddle and just reframe it to win arguments.
Yeah.
Essentially what she just said.
You have to basically trick. That's the problem with George Lakoff. You've never read George Lakoff, but George Lakoff basically convinces every single leftist that you just have to use the right string of words together and you're magically going to get right-wingers to adopt your policies.
Right.
Oh my God, yes, you did. Look, you framed it in family terms. So now I'm totally on board.
Well,
it's bullshit.
It's hilariously ironic because everyone that's responding to this is strawmanning the fuck out of Chank. None of them's actually addressing his point. His point was, he's saying left-wing extremists help the right wing because, under his estimation, the majority of people in the country, according to polling, which you might not disagree with, which is fine, but according to Chank's point, he believes that the majority of the country is in favor of left-wing economic policies, but all the hyper woke shit like defund the police, Latinx, birthing person, essentially just creates a culture war issue for the right to, hit the left over the head with and thus win elections based off of fighting the culture war.
Right.
And thus not getting left-wing economic policies in place. That's Chank's point.
Yes.
And no one's actually addressing that in these replies.
Because that point is just epic. You can't, there's no rebuttal to
Because it's obviously true.
Right. You need to build a coalition.
Right.
Like it's to the point where, you know, they hate centrists and moderates and independents so much that, you know, they literally don't even want them to vote with them, even if they could win a policy fight, which is stupid. Stupid.
So I keep saying the socialists team up with the fascists far more than they team up with the liberals.
Oh yeah. They're both playing the same game. It's like the two divorce attorneys, you know, working together to fleece the couple blind.
Oh wait, so Cenk and Emma got into a Twitter spat.
Oh, Emma? Oh, Emma's from Sam
Cedar. She was the one that read the tweet or wrote the tweet I just read out.
Oh, okay.
So Cenk responds by saying, Emma, I see leftists using this language, the birthing person language, outside of clinical context all the time. This new excuse that no one was using it anyways is bullshit. But I'm happy about it. If everyone wants to retire these terms to just clinical context, great, I agree. Of course. Emma responds by saying, I guess then the question is, why the repeated emphasis on this, especially when no examples of electoral fallout? Why do leftists have to bend language to appease the right?
Oh, she's saying you're giving in.
Oh my God. What a dishonest fucking person. Hasn't the TOIT mantra always been fighting and being the right into submission metaphorically? This is what they always do. The leftists will try to beat some sort of new definition in, and then they say, why are you doing it? She's like, why do leftists have to bend language to appease the right? What are you talking about? You're the one that's trying to redefine the term fucking mother.
Yeah.
You're the one that took the term mother and you're like bending it and raking it over the coals and twisting it around to birthing person. Jesus. Why
do we have to look? We want to change the language and we want to hit the right wingers over the head with it. Why aren't you with us?
Yes. And then they accuse you if you're the one doing it.
Yeah.
God.
One sec.
Cenk responds by saying, now Cenk's one of those people, I hate people that do this. So Cenk automatically loses points. One of those people that replies to every reply with a quote tweet.
Oh, yeah. I only do that for special ones when I want people to go beat up the person.
But that's the reason you want them to go beat up the person.
I feel like I probably shouldn't say that because that's the secret.
But that's literally, you're being honest. That's literally the only reason anyone ever does it. There's no other reason to do it.
Quackademic Agent does that every single one.
I know. When we got on a Twitter spat, I made fun of. I called him out for doing it, and he threw a little hissy face, like, "You will not dictate the terms of our conversation."
Hold on.
I was like, okay.
Can you read a super chat? I'll be right back. It's just one thing I got to do, and then because I don't want to miss out any of this Tasty J drama. Okay. So
I'll read a super chat instead. You go.
I'll be right back.
Do whatever you're gonna do. Okay. Stug for $5 says 2 things can be true. 1, the WEF is a weak, overhyped threat to any nation's sovereignty. And 2, it is the World Economic Forum, I assume. And 2, it is run by a bunch of weird fascist conspirators. There you go. Sitch. For the last try. Oh, I haven't been looking at the chat. Playing a video game is a form of self-expression.
I'm back. I'm freaking starving.
So what?
I had to go get some beef jerky.
Oh, okay.
I got 2 different kinds now.
What is the purpose of self-expression? Why do people feel the need to self-express? Cameron.
Raise their status.
There you go. Not always, but very often. I feel like you got to just keep asking the why question here. Anyway, Cenk continues. His response was, we didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which now a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. Then leftists lost their shit and started saying it was an attack against trans people. There's absolutely no question about who started this and made an enormous deal out of it. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they're more holy than us, when no real voters on the left agree with you at all. Please don't pretend now that we're the ones making a big deal out of it. Wow, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Jank.
Jank is being so based right now.
God.
I can't believe this.
I know, this is shocking.
Anna must be winning. Remember we were talking about how Anna was pulling away from the Young Turks? It sounds like she's winning some of those secret meetings in the boardroom.
I know. God, look at this. Look at this. Totally calling out Emma for being a total woke iron law of woke projection. 100%. Emma responds by saying, the repeated emphasis and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you even though it's uncomfortable for me because I love you guys. And I want TYT to be on the right side here.
Oh my God. Threatening him, throwing him out of the tribe.
Be on the right side. Ridiculous. Chank said, good news. We're on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now let me talk to you in a patronizing way about all of your opinions I need to correct.
Oh my God. Jank based again.
That's hilarious.
Slapping her in the face.
Right.
Listen, you petty bitch. Get off Twitter. Put the phone down.
Yep. Interesting. I can't believe they got all this fucking drama started from fucking Anna Kasparian saying how ridiculous it was for them to write birthing person.
I know it's been going on for like weeks now.
I know. I can't believe it's still happening. Anna tweeted yesterday. She said, LOL, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who's had a fucking lifetime of being told I'm less than. I'm a woman. No apologies.
I retweeted that one. I swear that was like a few days ago.
There you go. Oh, wait, here's the clip. Someone sent it to me, so I'll send it to you. This was someone said we should watch the whole podcast. It was that podcast that was streaming. Yeah.
I retweeted.
The leftist mafia.
I retweeted that when I said, shouldn't economic issues take precedent over language games? If the Democrats' main political concern is creating new non-offensive language, isn't it safe to assume that they're the party of the wealthy voters who are not facing any tangible or pressing economic concerns?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was like, don't you like the subtext here is like, man, don't you? I thought you guys cared about economic issues. What the fuck? Anna responded, that's right, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to see my new skirt?
I mean, I wouldn't say no, but
okay, bring up the video.
Where's the link?
I DM'd it to you.
Okay. DMs.
So the context to this is...
Oh my God, this show is so cringe.
I know. We have to watch it at some point.
I do cringe watch this show from time to time. I don't know about you.
I've never seen it before, this clip, so I'm excited. But the context for this...
This is like the dum-dums. It's like...
This is... Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But the context for this is very funny because... So the lady in the clip, Olay, the bottom right, on Twitter, she tweeted out, the internet is filled with hating-ass people, and no one can convince me otherwise. And then Anna responds to that by saying, oh, Olay, do you mean people who demand people cook their friends? Those kind of haters? Laughing, crying emoji. Olay responded with a question mark, and then Anna dropped this video link.
Oh, no. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
And you should be able to mention those.
Hold on. Messed up. 3, 2, 1, go.
And you should be able to mention those without like having to classify it as, but you shouldn't get mad at her for this because of her history. No, I mean, no one's mad at her for her history.
I think it makes sense if you want her to change her mind and to understand what she did wrong. Because if it's just, if without that context, like, again, that's why it's important if you know her that you do include that context. Because she has to understand these disagreements are coming from an honest place, and we're not just doing it for clicks, right? Like that's so.
No, of course,
but that's not the same. That's not the same, though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my God, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, Twitter, cook me.
Right.
She has yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear. She has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
She hasn't deleted it?
You know why? Because at the end of the day, she took a 106,000 like tweet. She didn't even get ratioed. She didn't even get ratioed. She'll be all right. All right. She didn't get like, oh my God.
I saw that Majority Report video that went up. It's exactly what Emma said on the show earlier today. And when I heard Emma say it, I was like, Emma put it great. And then I saw them put it up with the title that says Anna Kasparian is not anti-trans. I'm like, that's not the point. Why are you putting that as the title of the video? That's not the point.
She's
this
not
is where
anti-trans.
and then
the concern. It was an anti-trans take.
The substance of the viewpoint, she is legitimized. You see what I'm saying? The conversation has just shifted to defend. Like everybody's conversation is about defending whether or not Anna is a TERF in her career and blah blah blah, rather than talking about the substance of what she put out and why that is offensive to legitimize and why it's a problem for
and being held responsible for it.
Thank you.
Normalize large creators being called out and being like, "Oh shit, I was wrong." Like,
I love that Anna's just like, I'm done with these ankle biters. Like, out of my way.
Yes. But I like how there's no, it's very interesting because whenever we hear like the leftists talk about this stuff, notice how they never really talk about like this person is wrong and here's the philosophical reason why.
Of course right? They don't. It's not about the substance of the argument.
Right. Or like, here's the moral reason why they're wrong. It's like, oh my God, a bunch of people called you out, then you must be wrong. A bunch of people called you out.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, so what? So just because the majority of people, so the majority of leftist idiots agree on something, that makes it automatically right? Like, what the fuck is this argument?
Yeah.
Gosh.
That's a bad argument, man. That's the kind of argument that can lead down the road to slavery. It's a terrible argument.
I mean, Lance over here, like, if a bunch of people call a large content creator, they should be like, oh, I guess I was wrong. A bunch of people called me out. I should be totally audience captured.
Let me delete the tweet.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for kicking me in the head.
The mob has spoken. Please don't step on me, mob. Let me lick your boot. It's like, oh my God. I mean, we all know Lance is totally spineless, but it's just like, jeez. Jeez. I could go back and watch that whole stream, see if there's anything interesting in it, anything juicy to cut out. And I like that this girl, Olay's, her big complaint is, well, when people drag me, I don't get defended, but they defend Anna. Maybe it's not because she has a way bigger platform.
Because she's white.
Or maybe that's not she's right. No, it's because she's white. It's a race issue.
Well, that's why she has a bigger platform.
Oh, of course.
Despite the fact that Lance there is like white as can be, and he has the smallest platform of all of them.
Right. Lance is so weird because he has like this massive Twitter presence, but like it doesn't translate onto YouTube at all.
His streams are like boring.
Yeah, they are terribly boring. And he had there's so many times where when we do like the kind of the omnibus videos where it's like, oh, everyone's reacting to something, let's watch a bunch of different reactions. There's always a Lance reaction, and I watch it and I'm like, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
It's like nothing to talk about.
I think he basically just copies other people's. He doesn't really go out and look for unique takes. Right. I feel like the same thing of like Rational National. I think he's just so like Rational National is vapid as can be.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm tempted to do like the intelligence hierarchy here just for fun. It's definitely like Lance at the bottom. I mean, Lance and Rational National. I mean, they're competing for that like 80 IQ spot, like right.
Oh my God. This is hilarious. I didn't notice it until Butters pointed it out. I'll send it to him. In the clip that Cenk was complaining about Lance, when he complained about Lance, he did the arm thing again.
No way.
I saw you a screenshot. He did the arm thing where he puts the arm behind his back and goes. He does like the arm pump behind his back.
Yeah, one arm behind his back.
He did it. He did it in the Lance clip.
Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Cenk is quite the showman now. Now that he said so many base things, it's going to be difficult for me to not like him.
No, he's still terrible.
Look at that.
Still terrible. He's still
now
awful.
That's sanctimonious right there.
Right. There's your sanctimoniousness, yeah. No, Cenk's awful. You know, and also they're just pissed off too because they get attacked a lot. Like they had the whole Jimmy Dore feud. So they probably just feel like constantly betrayed by everyone.
Well, Anna says it right. Like we've experienced this. Why can't people just have a professional relationship where they don't need to drag people on Twitter? Like they've literally promoted Lance. Lance has been on their show a dozen times or so.
Right.
Why is he doing this?
Well, I think it's two things. I think one, it's because sort of there's this drama environment where everyone feels compelled to talk about whatever like the drama of the day is. So I think that's a big element, and I think part of it is just an element of wokeness. I mean, the whole thing is, we talk. This has like been from like day one of wokeness. Wokeness is just the purity spiraling. So
yeah, but Lance could step up and say, "Listen, I work on the Young Turks occasionally. They're allies of mine. I don't want to. I understand their perspective. Like, there's lots of things that you could say. Why does he just jump in and say?
If Lance says that, then Olay looks at him and says, "You're a white racist cuck."
I guess you're right. Like, that's the big issue, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the issue.
Yep.
Oh my God. It's like completely structural. You're not able to, as a white person, you're just not able to defend any other white person.
No. Like if it was a minority, if Anna was like a black lady, they could say, "Oh, well, listen, you could defend her, right? You could defend her, and it'd be okay because she suffered systemic oppression." But Anna's fucking white, so who cares?
And Lance is white, so he's like, "Well, I can't." And I'm male, so he can't say anything. I got the black woman here with her black woman backing her up. I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'm dead in the water here. I just need to sit here and laugh." Oh my God. Lance laughing in this clip is hilarious.
Right.
I'm just thinking, that's right, Lance. No more Young Turks for you.
Oh, did you bring up the picture?
I did, yeah.
Nice.
I took it
Yeah,
down,
for some reason my window's like broken, so I can't see the stream properly anymore. But
oh, really?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Why? Were you like? You're like crypto mining at the same time you're running the stream or something?
That's the problem, yeah.
Damn it. What's Bitcoin up to?
I don't even know. Mark Twain's Revenge. Thanks so much, Mark Twain. Mark Twain's Revenge for $100.
That's awesome.
Mark Twain's Revenge, who's become, I think, by this point, another surrogate uncle. Thank you so much, Mark Twain. Incredibly generous. The $100 says, "Hey guys, just jumping on the stream, unrelated. I really verbally laid into some homeless tweakers.
Really?
I found trespassing on a property we own in New Haven on Monday. I harshed their mellow. They aren't used to getting yelled at in a progressive city." Well, there you go. Good job.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, great job. Sometimes you got to be that karma cop.
You got to be careful with the homeless tweakers.
Yeah, don't get yourself stabbed or anything.
Yeah, don't get shivved. You got to be careful. So I'm proud of you, but be alert. Be woke. Be alert.
Yeah, be the real kind of woke, right?
Right.
The kind that keeps you safe.
Yes. Austin LaPlante for $5 says, "Sorry to get off topic, but does this guy have an answer to all the wars that were caused because a monarch didn't have a kid?" That's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah.
I mean, what's the hiring process for the CEO?
I don't know. But I mean, you brought a good question too. It's like, how does business work? Like, how does private business work in this setup?
Yeah.
Because wouldn't the government business just try to run every other private business out of operation?
I mean, they talk about this in Take a Shot, Everyone, Why Nations Fail, about how the monarchs basically just gave any new innovation to their supporters as patronage, and they all had monopolies, so you didn't get creative destruction, you didn't get the innovation cycle going. And they didn't want the innovation cycle because the last thing they want is someone who's not one of their supporters innovating some new product or service and creating some power base that displaces them.
But it's funny. This is supposed to appeal to like libertarians, because it's like, libertarians are always complaining about government regulations and red tape that prevent businesses from kind of, doing their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
But under this, Marvin Yarvin situation, it's going to be even worse, because it's like, oh, the only way you can start a new business is if it's going to be like a mafia. You have to pay up to the private business government.
Yeah.
Right. You need to give them a piece of the action to open your own private business.
That's exactly right.
So it's like, and it's not even, not even under the guise of safety or the well-being of anyone. It's like, no, just fuck you. You can't compete against us.
Sounds
you
like
literally can't compete. Yeah.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
So, let's see, read this. What's this?
I think I lost the.
Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $2 says, Sitch, why do you think Eyes Wide Shut sucks? And I've said this before. What's his name?
Stanley Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick.
What's Sitch? What's his name?
Stanley Kubrick.
What's his name?
Listen, it's late.
The cinema god.
So you know how I said that there's things I acknowledge that are bad that I still say I still like?
Mm-hmm.
There are things I acknowledge that are good, but I fucking hate.
Right.
Stanley Kubrick is a fantastic visual film director. And I fucking hate all of his movies because I don't have the visual brain apparatus to gain anything of value or interest from his movies. So he tells movies in a way that an autist like me just cannot connect with emotionally.
You might like Barry
level.
Lyndon. It's kind of like
I haven't seen Barry Lyndon at all.
Yeah.
Right. Now, not all his movies, obviously, I'm still blanking because it's getting late.
Dr. Strangelove.
Dr. Strangelove, of course, is very good. But that, to me, that's like the least of his sort of
Lolita.
No. Not Lolita.
You like to do karate with the lady.
Dr. Strangelove, I think, is kind of an exception. But anyway, so I don't know. Didn't like Eyes Wide Shut. Boring as fuck to me, and stupid. Just Tom Cruise wandering around looking at people have sex, be weird. You're like, okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to be getting out of this. But if you like it, good. Blaine the Skateboarder for Jar says, I'm on my way to see Mario right now. There you go. Let us know how it is. And Blaine for another $2 says, Lizzie skin is hard mode with that hitbox. True.
I was going to pass out from no food. Oh my God.
Fondue for $5 says, where do board game and card games fall into your theory? I grew up with chess, MTG, D&D, and now I play 40K, although I can see them as pay to win. Well, it falls into what I said about, the whole point of competition is to trick yourself. You guys don't like the word trick. Maybe I'll use the word simulate. Maybe that would be a better word. The whole point of a competitive video game is to simulate the experience of a couple things. Simulate the experience of warfare in real life, which we are biologically programmed to engage in, and simulated to experience climbing a dominance or status hierarchy. That's why we enjoy doing these competitive games.
Yeah, work on our skills.
Right, like when you see like young cats. Let's say you see like young lions play with each other. What do? They simulate attack strategies, how they would attack like prey in the wild, right?
Of course.
That's what like all animal play essentially, not all, but like most animal play that you see in young animals is them simulating like hunting strategies or escape
or mating
strategies,
or
well, not usually mating strategies, but you see them like simulating something that they're going to have to do to survive when they grow up, essentially. And humans
There's
are the same
bird,
thing.
though, that like has the apprentices that teach him to do the dance.
That teach them to do the mating
do
dance,
the
right?
Yeah.
Right. It's
That
not really
doesn't
play
start
though.
out
That's
as play.
I don't think that's play. That's like a completely different. That's like an apprenticeship.
This is like hard work. Look, we
Right.
got to get this bitch happy. Okay.
Exactly.
One of
right.
us is gonna get laid.
Right. And with humans, it's the exact same thing. Humans are just simulating some kind of, tribal warfare sort of, especially young boys. I mean, that's kind of the stereotype. The young boys are playing at tribal warfare. The young girls are playing at, raising the raising the household or something. It's kind of like your sexist stereotype.
Yeah. This is why men tend to be more tribalistic. Because
I don't know if that's true. I think they're just tribalistic in different ways. I think it just comes out in different ways.
Not true. Listen, if you need help parenting, you can do it with like 3 or 4 people. If you need help going into the other village and killing everyone, you need like 50 people.
Oh, I
it's
see
like
what you're
a
saying.
completely different. It's a completely different dynamic. Yeah,
I see what you're saying. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No.
You need larger numbers and also more loyalty. Really, I mean, think about it. How bad a defector can hurt you in that kind of situation.
So yeah, I mean, so every game we play, everything that we do in society is just sublimating our natural biological urges to like fuck shit up, fuck people sexually, just do all these like biological urges that we evolved to have as hunter-gatherer cave people. And then we now live in a sophisticated society where we put on clothes and we sit in front of computer screens and we sublimate all those feelings into, these other things like playing video games, playing card games, playing board games, arguing with each other on the internet, blah, 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 blah. So. Asmi for 6 MYR says, Adam, you should watch The House That Jack Built.
The House that Jack Built. Maybe I've seen that.
Is this a TV show? It's a movie. I have not seen this. 2018 psychological horror slasher film. But written by Lars von Trier.
Oh, yeah, he's good. The House that Jack Built. I mean, this kind of looks...
That looks really gross.
Freaky, yeah. No, this looks like something I would be into, actually.
That looks really gross. I'm assuming it's the end of the movie that's being spoiled when I type it in and see this monstrosity. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll totally watch this.
Gross.
I wonder where I can see it.
Okay, let me look at the stream.
Lars von Trier. What other movies has he done? Because I feel like I've seen a couple of his movies and was liked them.
Arrhythmus for $2 says, Sitch, if Adam is correct that criminality is biologically influenced, and if there are statistical disparities in crime by race, why is it problematic to talk about as long as it's not used to disparage individuals by race? Well, first of all, I don't think it's true. And I'm assuming Adam doesn't actually believe it, at least in the way that he was saying. I think Adam just poorly worded what he was trying to say.
What is it again? I was trying to look up Lars von Trier movies.
The whole criminality being biologically influenced, and then tying that in with like the whole black crime thing.
First of all, I never made a black crime argument. You didn't. You made it a black crime argument. I said people, human beings, certain people are predisposed to criminality. And I think that is like, there are certain personality traits, high risk, thrill seeking, not worried about the consequences. I guess that's high risk.
Right,
So-
but a lot of that. Okay, I don't disagree with that.
But I look.
But like when you're talking about like white, was it when you're talking about black rednecks and white liberals or whatever the fuck the book is called, the Thomas Sowell book.
Never brought it up in that context, but go
No,
ahead.
no, but you're using the same language. You're talking about because he talks about how there's these cultures that have like the die young and fast culture, right?
I don't think the live fast, die young cultures. I mean, it is more predisposed towards criminality, but I don't think they're
that's not
one
the-
for one.
Yeah, but I can guarantee you, if you live in a culture that has a live young, or die young, live fast culture, that culture is going to have way more criminals
Yes, totally.
than the more like repressed, Anglo-Saxon whatever culture we're talking about, right?
Right. I agree.
Okay. And so the problematizing element is if you're trying to make an argument, which I don't think you were making, but if you're trying to make an argument that like everyone in prison is just in prison because they're biologically predisposed to commit crime, as opposed to saying, well, no, there are cultural issues here that definitely culturally incentivize, and there are material conditions that definitely materially incentivize people to engage in specific types of behaviors like committing crimes.
Do you accept that there are certain people who don't give a fuck about
Of
the
course.
consequences of their actions?
Okay, when you say this, are you just talking about sociopaths? Or are you talking about something else?
Yeah, totally. Sociopaths, perhaps. I mean, but even there could be some people who have some bit of empathy, but not much. Obviously, it's probably
Right.
on a spectrum. But
So there's going to be obviously a incredibly high selection of sociopaths in prison, right?
I mean, I read a thing recently about a guy who did have empathy. Okay, he wasn't a sociopath or a psychopath, but he could not escape the fantasy of murdering somebody.
Okay, let's back up. How many people in prison for any crime, not just violent crime, for any crime, do you think, as the prison population, would you estimate are biologically predisposed to criminality?
It's weird. I don't like the framing. I think the way that I framed it was there are certain personality traits that people have that will make them more not even more likely to like criminals will have certain personality types, but those personality types aren't necessarily going to make you a criminal. Like you could be,
I agree with that. Yeah, right.
Like you could be a high risk taker, and you could be like a corporate raider, a corporate trader, or something like that.
So now we're getting somewhere, right? Okay, and this is where I agree with what you're saying, and what I think you were trying to say, and what I was trying to protect you from saying.
Well, I know you're worried that like Lance is going to come clip me out of context, but
so I agree with you completely. There are different personality traits, and there's some personality trait matrix.
Even
of person.
psychopaths.
Even just let's for the sake of the rest of this conversation, we're going to take sociopaths and we're going to throw them away. They don't exist anymore. Okay, they no longer exist. I don't want to talk about sociopaths. Fuck sociopath. Okay, we're gone. We're not talking about sociopath. Okay. There's some selection of people that have personality traits that if you put them in a specific environment, in specific circumstances, would give them a higher propensity to commit crimes.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. But if they're in a different set of circumstances, they might not commit crimes. Or they might commit like same aggressive behaviors in a different fashion that is legally allowed, right?
Yeah. More possible outlet.
Like,
I mean, I know
here's a good example.
Okay, go ahead.
We just watched Tropic Thunder. Remember Tom Cruise
Did you really?
plays? Yes.
That movie's amazing. Yeah, he plays the agent.
Yeah, he plays the producer, Les Grossman.
Yeah.
Yeah. That guy's a psychopath.
Yes. Perfect example. You didn't want to look.
Right.
This is why I wanted to talk about psychopaths,
Yes.
but you were like, "No, we're not going to talk about psychopaths anymore."
Right.
Yes, psychopathy can be useful in a situation like if you're a prosecutor and you're putting people behind bars. Like you got to have low empathy to be able to do that.
Sure, right, but so my point is, you have someone like Les Grossman in Tropic Thunder. He's completely hyper aggressive, wild person, very low in empathy, probably very low in openness, right? If he was not in whatever situation, if he didn't grow up in LA or wherever the fuck he grew up, this hypothetical fictional character, if he grew up, in the streets of Chicago or Detroit or something, he'd probably be running a criminal gang somewhere.
Sure.
He'd be the exact same person, but running a criminal gang. Okay. So yes. So if that's your point, Adam, then I agree completely that there's a certain personality matrix of people who, if they're in a certain environment, will be far more likely to commit crimes.
So
So I agree with that.
Let's just go a little further with Les Grossman, because it makes another point that I was trying to make.
Right.
It's Les Grossman, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if that guy falls in with the wrong crowd and is prone towards criminality, if he gets caught, is he going to turn his life around, or is he going to say, "Fuck this, I'm going to continue with the criminality"?
Okay. Here's I think it's the first problem. I don't think you should say the words prone to criminality. I think you should say prone to antisocial behaviors.
Okay.
Because that's really what we're talking about here. Because Les Grossman is very prone to antisocial behaviors, but he's in a field where it's not criminal.
It's not criminal, yeah.
Right.
Good point.
And so no, he's not going to change. Right.
Right.
He's not. He's going to double.
So this is what I was saying about
you
have to get the criminals off the streets, because like normal people, you give them a punishment and they change their lives. Career criminals, they're just the personality type, the antisocial personality type is not going to change, and incarceration is not going to change it. So
right, but the counter argument to what you're saying, because what you said was in the context of poverty creating crime versus crime creating poverty.
Correct.
Argument.
Yeah.
And so the counter argument would say, well, wait a minute. Yes, I agree that there's certain personality types that are prone to these antisocial behaviors, but we acknowledge that if there's a different environment, those antisocial behaviors could actually be helpful to society by being a Hollywood producer, or doing something, or being a prosecutor.
Yeah, a prosecutor.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Or a judge. I mean,
or whatever, or something else. Right. And so then they say, well, this shows that we just need to keep changing the environment, shaping the environment to solve crime.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, give them a positive outlet. I'm all for that. Sure.
Okay.
Give antisocial people a positive outlet.
Right. So you have to be, the reason you have to be careful is because we're in a conversation with a leftist, and they say poverty creates crime, and you say crime creates poverty. People are biologically predisposed to crime and the police need to arrest them. They're 100% not going to interpret what we just talked about. They're going to say, you are a racist piece of shit.
Yeah, that's exactly where they're going to jump to. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
that's why you have to frame this a much better way.
Well, you were the one that kept bringing race into it, obviously. And I know that you were bringing race into it because you're like, this is where everyone's going to jump. But
that is literally where everyone is going to go. Everyone listening to that, except for you, is going to bring it to the race immediately.
Yeah, just because it's like an easy dunk and people are pieces of shit. But I honestly don't give a fuck, to be honest.
Well, but you have to protect your own reputation. Right?
No, and and our reputations are kind of wrapped up together. So
that is true.
Yeah. No, this is why it's good. Look, it's good to have a partner in crime for this reason.
Right.
Yeah. To look out for one another. There's so much stupid shit that I've seen other people do that I'm like, oh, thank goodness Sitch would never let me do something like that. Like Sitch would totally. Sitch would stop me before I did that stupid thing.
Right.
Look, the Mr. Girl stuff is a perfect example. Like, what the fuck? Dude, someone needs to pull him back. Hey,
Yes,
look, he's hanging off
that's
the...
true.
This... You're literally... Look, you're playing with fire here. You're on the ledge. Get
Right.
away.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway.
So about those black crime statistics.
Right. Well, and I assume also you agree it's kind of like with poverty and crime and poverty. It is somewhat. It's like they reinforce each other, right?
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I would, I mean, this is an even tougher conversation to have because is there higher crime from blacks because they have better rationalizations because, you know, fuck the man and slavery and like all that shit.
I think that's a huge part of it. Yeah.
Which is just, I mean, that's awful.
I know.
Look,
that's why it's difficult to change.
I'm sure if you looked back in my history, there were slaves. My people were probably slaves at one time or another. Or so.
Yeah, but you don't have that narrative in your head.
I know, and you don't have that narrative drilled in your head through society too.
Right.
I kind of feel like this is the thing that really bugs me about a lot of progressives. I think their strategies are completely counterproductive, and they're just so fucking high on their own righteous indignation about everything that they're too crazed to even see that.
This is why the way I've always described critical theories and woke studies is that they are blueprints for bombs, but they took the name of what it is off the blueprint.
Yeah, so they're just making it up.
Yes. Well, no. So what I mean by that is that there's all these activists who are looking at this blueprint and they're saying, oh, this is a blueprint to help me like attack white supremacy. And they're building this thing. And they don't realize they're building a fucking bomb, a bomb that will destroy society. Because the communists who made these blueprints took the name of what they're building off the blueprint. Because that's the communist goal. The communist goal is to destroy society.
Yeah, exactly.
Completely. And so this is the perfect example of this, is if you tell someone, you say, hey, guess what? Your people, whoever you are, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever group you want to insert into it, queer,
you've been fucked over by society.
Have been fucked over by society. Forever.
Oh God, you turn
and will
me into
forever
a terrorist.
be fucked over. Will forever be fucked over by society, right? If you tell someone those two ideas, that person's a fucking chump if they participate in society pro-socially.
Totally.
They're an idiot.
Totally.
If they do that.
I would totally fall for that. I'm so like, that would just completely make me throw Molotov cocktails in the street. Like,
or just be part of a fucking gang. Why do you care? I'm not going to be the sharks and then there's the guppies, right?
Yep.
There's
I'm
wolf
a
and the
shark.
sheep, right?
I'm a wolf.
Who are you going to be? Are you going to be the
wolf.
chump? Yeah. Are you going to be a lamb? Are you going to be some idiot lamb following the herd that, you know, the white people, you know, like, it's like, this is the mentality. It's like, oh, black people are the sheep. White people are the farmers, right? Who are farming the animals. And then the revolutionaries, they're the wolves, right?
Of course.
Because they see the system. They see what's really going on here. They see that all the sheep are really being controlled by the farmers.
Yeah. Anna thinks she's a wolf. She's really a sheep.
Right. And so that's the problem, is that there's essentially this, I would wager, there's this cultural attitude in a lot of lower income cultural situations that essentially boils down to society wrongs you and is out to get you, and you're a fucking idiot if you play along with it. So
yeah,
that's definitely very conducive to criminal behavior.
I know.
Unfortunately.
Well, that's the cultural component, though. But you can't talk about that either. Which,
well, you can
just
if you talk about it the way that I talked about it.
The way that I talked about it is correct.
Well, I don't mean that it's correct. I mean, because I've said what I've said to leftists, and they have a hard time fighting back, because they want to say that when you talk about like cultural issues within like lower income black communities, that it's like a dog whistle for racism.
No, I know. Yeah,
that's what they want to say. But if you actually break down exactly what you're talking about, they kind of lose that argument, because they don't necessarily. It's hard to disagree with what I just said, like at least on a logical level. So, And also it's hard for them to disagree because they agree with it. That's their position. They think they agree with that, and they want that to be taught to Black people and to really all people. So,
Yeah.
and that's why, and since they believe that, that's part of why a lot of leftists are sympathetic to Black people that commit crimes.
Yeah, true.
So
they're like, society made them do it.
Yeah.
We planted this narrative in their head.
Right.
When they say society made them do it, they're like, we are the society that made them do it.
Right. Right.
We loaded the gun.
And it's funny because as you say about how like a useful fiction can be more powerful and useful than the truth.
Of course. Yeah.
And it's like, that's literally what the bootstraps thing is. It's a useful fiction. Even if it's not true, it's still a useful fiction.
Did you watch those PragerU videos on the party switch being
I didn't watch them yet. No. I know I've seen them in the past. I haven't seen them fresh, but
they're they're a little persuasive. I mean, I can see why people.
Oh yeah, no, because I remember I've seen D'Souza's video, his movie, and I was like, oh, this is very persuasive. It's like bullshit, but it's persuasive.
No, there's things in there that if they're true, then the party switch is bullshit.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I'll check it out.
I sent them to you because I'm like, Sitch needs to debunk these, or I'm like, like there's some. For the first time, I thought, oh, maybe the progressives are playing games with this too. Holy shit!
Here's the problem when the party switch, the parties didn't 100% switch. They switched on some issues, and they retained other issues. Like if you were to like fully map it out, what was happening there?
I'm putting these in the chat for you guys. I don't know who sent them to me, so.
Yeah, so I think that's where some of the subterfuge happens. But I'll watch the PragerU videos.
One of you guys sent these to me, but I don't know who it was.
Anyway, Asif Artsy for $5 says a preemptive skull, but probably well deserved. Show my drawing. Aha! We got you, Asif. We did show your drawing.
Yeah, we showed it on Sunday.
Yeah, this was he sent this when we were off stream.
Oh, okay.
Show my drawing, Adam. This time you have no excuse. It's only you in it.
I already showed it. Haha. Gotcha.
There you go.
Showed it on the big stream too, big boy. How do you like that?
Christian Baller for $20. Thank you, Christian. Says, Adam, I just finished the book, quote, If This Is a Man by Primo Levi. An autobiography. Are you familiar with this?
I haven't read that book, no.
Oh. An autobiography of an Italian chemist who was an Auschwitz survivor. He recounts the 35 rules Hitler enforced with the camp, with Rule 34 being exceptionally cruel. I don't know. I'm not familiar with any of that stuff.
Maybe I'll check it out. I am reading. Let's see. Hold on. I haven't finished Time to Think, the gender book yet. I got a book that turned out to be really boring. I want to call him Daryl, but it's not Daryl. The Ukraine guy. What's his name?
Constantine?
No. He's been on our show a couple times.
Dylan?
Young kid. Dylan Burns. Yeah. Dylan Burns recommended.
What book was that?
The Strategy and Conflict by Thomas Schelling.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't read much of it, but he said.
Okay.
I read America's Bank, the epic struggle to create the Federal Reserve, which is a fucking amazing book, but you guys will hate it because you'll be like, oh, it's so boring.
Mm-hmm.
It's all politics. It's all the politics that went around the Federal Reserve Act. It's crazy. If you like politics, it's good stuff. I read Minds Make Societies, How Cognition Explains the World Humans Create, which is a great book, amazing book. And I just got How to Stand Up to Dictators, the Fight for Our Future.
Well, there you go.
Which might be, I mean, this might be progressive claptrap. I don't know. So that's my reading list so far.
Have you heard? I'm not familiar with this 35 rules Hitler enforced.
Yeah, what was that book? I'll look it up.
If This Is a Man by Primo Levi.
This is a man.
Describes his arrest as a member of the Italian anti-fascist resistance.
Well, it's not on Audible, so.
Oh.
Oh, no,
it's
it
on
is.
Amazon. But
If This Is a Man. Not, what title not for sale in this country or region? What?
That's weird. Wow.
Maybe it just came out. Maybe it's brand new. This happened with the book from the Russian guy.
Well, look up the Hitler Rule 34 thing because I want to see about that. But I want to finish reading the super chats.
Okay. Read them.
Rhythmus for $2 says, Leonard Sachs makes a compelling case that conscientiousness is a learned behavior that needs to be taught to children for them to grow into responsible adults. Society used to teach it through school, but not anymore. I agree with that. I agree with that completely. Yeah. Sodos for $2 says, can I get a wrench? I promise to be the most libertarian mod out there. I won't ban anything. I know Adam is a huge fan of Chainsaw Man. I won't even ban Adam posting art of the anime. So go on, Adam, post your favorite Chainsaw Man art.
Now, I'm looking up Hitler Rule 34, but it seems like it seems like it might be some kind of pornography.
What do you mean?
Well, all the stuff, porn, Nazi, and sarcasm, how these three old rules basically. Adolf Hitler buggered, cursed, daggered, femboy. It just doesn't look like something I want to click on, to be honest with you.
Click the image tab.
Oh, no. Okay, no image tab. What is Rule 34?
We got him, chat. We got him. Oh my God. We got him, Christian. We did it. Fucking good job, Christian. Oh, fucking, we did it, Christian. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen.
Finally.
Ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Ouch.
Oh, man.
You guys are terrible.
After everyone trying to get you to look up inflation. I finally got him. You know, it's funny. Christian sent that.
Rule 34 is an internet meme which claims that internet pornography exists concerning every possible topic.
Yes. Yes.
The concept is commonly depicted as fan art or normally non-erotic subjects. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Well, don't look up Hitler Rule 34 because it's particularly bad. So stay away from that one.
Good job. Good job, Christian. I don't even know if Christian's even here anymore. That's how it worked.
Was it a super chat?
It was. So it's funny. Christian sent that super chat like literally in the beginning of the stream.
Months ago.
Yeah, like 11 minutes into the stream, he sent that.
I should.
He even sent me. He sent me a DM, and he's like, listen, Sitch, I think this one will really work. I'm like, it will, but not as long as Dev is here, because Dev will ruin it.
Oh yeah, Dev will start laughing immediately.
Yes, he'll. As soon as I say Rule 34,
you kids and your internet memes. If This Is a Man, is that supposed to be porn too? That's not a book.
I mean, no, that's an actual real book.
That is a book, but
yeah, he chose a real book, and everything was real except for the rule part.
Okay,
so there you go.
Good job, you guys. You finally got me.
I got him, boys.
Thank
That's
you.
so funny because
thank you, Kidda. Kidda says I'm not going to take joy in Adam's trauma. Thank you.
Oh, boo. Listen, if you guys are going to take joy in me beating my head against the wall with Brianna Wu with Gamergate, I get to take joy in Adam looking up Rule 34 Hitler.
Well, maybe it's... Look, I had high hopes that TJ Kirk was going to come on again, but now I don't know if he's going to. He's like,
Is he mad that your meme is doing better than his meme?
maybe. He hasn't responded to coming on Monday, so
we'll see. We'll see. You know, I was going to retweet your meme with my fixed version, but since yours is popping off, I guess there's no point.
Oh, you did a fixed version? When?
Well, I was going to after the stream, but it's worthless now because yours is doing it the numbers. So.
Oh, it is. I mean, next time. You know the meme's been. I mean, you can always try to get a couple extra clicks out of it. Who knows? Don't take the mom purse out.
Mm-hmm. No. I believe that. I think that you were gonna add, you know, the whole boys and all that stuff, whatever.
Oh yeah.
Right. Let's see.
Are we almost done? How are we doing?
When I was reading those two super chats afterwards, and you weren't responding, I knew what you were looking at. I could just sense. I could sense you. Googling.
Well, I did. I mean, I saw the Rule 34, and I was like, okay, well, this is probably not. This is probably not
so good.
Something I should click on.
Dialogue always. Hey, look, it's definitely the 100% real dialogue always.
Doubtful, but
definitely a real one.
Welcome, DA.
Dialogue always for $2 says, "You don't understand. You cannot separate Drag Queen Story Hour from the housing crisis. You can, however, separate whiteness, the racialization of things, from white people."
Oh, oh my God.
Just cause.
Oh my.
Just cause.
Oh my God. That's so perfect.
That's so brilliant.
Why is it?
That's so brilliant.
That is brilliant. That's what he's always trying to get us to do. Separate whiteness from white people. Oh, it's totally different.
Yeah. Right. Right. So the reference to this was Dalig always got very mad at us, as usual, on Twitter. He was mad because when we watched the Jamal Bowman conversation with Coleman Hughes, he said when Adam and Sitch said that Bowman's introduction is, quote, not what they are talking about, it proves they have no interest in engaging with real leftist arguments. If you don't want to play games, play games, but don't pretend like you're asking for a real conversation. To which I responded with, good argument.
Which I was completely mystified by. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean?
It doesn't mean anything. That's why I said it was a good argument.
I know.
Complete gobbledygook. There you go. So then you said, what is he saying? And then he responds saying, he's talking about how leftist thought expands into multiple topics and minimizing the arguments into one or two woke categories and then claiming they are taking over is a disgusting misunderstanding of the arguments being made and makes you look dishonest.
Yeah, he called me dishonest.
Right. So then I responded by saying, Coleman Hughes says, quote, the left has gone too far on woke issues. On woke culture war issues, they should instead focus on economic issues. To which Jabal Moen responds by saying, how can you say the left has gone too far? Look at all these economic issues that they haven't gone too far on.
Yeah. Durr.
Right. And obviously, as I said, and I said this very clearly when we were watching it, what we were laughing about is Coleman Hughes literally saying, you know, I'm not talking about these economic issues. I'm talking specifically about culture war woke issues. And Dialogue always, for whatever reason, doesn't address that. He didn't, at least in his original tweet. At least
does
his original
the same thing.
And then in response to what I finally tweeted, the actual argument, which I guess Dialogue always didn't understand, he says, because you cannot separate one from the other, that's the dishonest action. Economics is affected by culture and vice versa. He's right when he says that the left isn't taking over when you generally don't see tangible changes in most aspects. Okay, so according to Dialogue always, the fact that we don't have a public option for healthcare shows that the culture isn't consumed by wokeness because you can't separate woke culture from economic issues. According to Dialogue Always.
Yeah, I chimed in and said, how does Drag Queen Story Hour get us lower housing prices in the black community?
Yeah, it's hilarious because you responded and then I responded without seeing a response, and we both gave the same response.
Really? Huh.
Yes. You said Drag Queen Story Hour will bring down the cost of housing in the black community? ?
Yeah.
And then I said, if you can't separate Drag Queen Story Hour from a public option for healthcare, laughing emoji.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, basically the same
We both
thing.
had the same response.
They do. What is the magic of Drag Queen Story Hour? This is supposed to solve all of our economic issues. I mean, if it would, I'm having a conversation. Okay, maybe, we just give the kids blindfolds and we're like, look, we're doing this for the housing prices. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and that's why, as I said when Dev was here, and I didn't want to go into the whole thing while he was here. This is why I'm like, he's just fucking with us at this point. This argument's like insane. You can't separate the transgender bathroom bill from the housing crisis, making affordable housing for people, or a public option for healthcare. Okay, you can't separate Drag Queen Story Hour from
look, I consider
increasing the minimum wage or something. Whatever fuck else these people want to do. Like, it's just like, this is preposterous.
I consider Dialogue Always a friend. Okay.
Listen,
I don't think he's fucking with us.
But this argument is the fucking dumbest argument
he may be fucking with you.
This is the dumbest argument he's ever made. Listen, sometimes he makes good arguments I disagree with. This is not one of them. This argument is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well,
and here's the thing.
It started with me not even really thinking. I mean, that argument is incomprehensible. It's not.
I know,
bad.
Of course, it's incomprehensible. It's preposterous. It's a preposterous thing. Obviously, it's obviously preposterous. It's like not even worth engaging. And here's the thing: even if theoretically, Dialogue Always was correct, and you could not separate culture war issues from economic issues, which is preposterous. But just say hypothetically that was true. Then why didn't Jabal Bowman say that?
Say that, yeah, exactly.
Why didn't he literally say that in that conversation? Why didn't he say, yeah? He didn't say that.
This.
No.
But drag queens control the money supply.
Listen, if we look at a graph of an increase in drag queens, an increase in homelessness, you will see it has a strong correlation. So obviously, we need to it has an inverse correlation. Yeah. The more drag queens in an area, the less amount of homeless people there are. So obviously, we need to increase the amount of drag queens in society to decrease homelessness.
Wait, are the drag queens the homeless people? And that's how we're.
Oh my God, that's the solution, Adam. This is how we fix the homelessness. You just give all the homeless people wigs.
Drag queen jobs.
You just give all the homeless people wigs and dresses and makeup. That will solve the homeless crisis.
God damn it, we fixed it.
We fixed it. Good job. Oh my God, Dialogue Always and Jabal Bowman were correct the whole time. I didn't realize it.
We just didn't dig deep enough.
Oh my God. You know what? I bet you that transgender people have a natural ability to solve housing crises and economic issues, like how to balance budgets around a public healthcare option.
This is why society loves them.
Right. If only we allowed them to play in the sports and be in the bathrooms, this would solve all of our economic problems.
Oh my God.
Oh, like this argument is so silly. Argument's so silly. That's why I just responded when he said that with good argument. I was like, this is preposterous. This is like a preposterous argument. Anyway, but thank you for that. Dialogue Always. That's hilarious. Yeah, we can't separate Drag Queen Story Hour from the housing crisis, but we can separate whiteness from white people. Oh man. Anyway,
a lot of truth there.
I know.
A lot of truth.
Vowish for $2. Hey Vosh, thank you so much. Says, I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of Tish comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat?
That's pure poetry.
Well, thank you for that epic poem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vosh.
Yeah.
That amazing poem.
The starfish.
Yes. We used to have someone who would send us poems weekly.
Oh yeah. Hope they're
They're pretty
okay.
amazing. Yeah. Keith, that was his name.
Keith.
Keith Rhymes.
You're right.
Yep. Magor for $2 says, I had a dream the other day. That's always a good beginning. I had a dream the other day. I was in Disneyland and I saw Adam. Then we had an awkward conversation in front of our wives.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
I'm afraid I need more free will because the parasocial relationship is in my subconscious.
Oh yeah.
That's
always
hilarious.
fun.
That's those mundane dreams I find the funniest. When you have like some fucking boring mundane dream.
Did you fall asleep with the stream on? Because sometimes you know how you hear something like you hear it in your dream. The mundane conversation might have been, you might have been playing Sitch's part of the conversation in the dream.
Right. That's funny. That'd be creepy. Like, oh my God, if someone had a dream about me, they'd just see my horrifying avatar. It'd be like scary.
Yeah.
Jeez. Arithmus for $2 says, I think Adam is right about crime creating poverty. If you inject money into a high crime community, I wouldn't expect things to improve much. But if you inject extra conscientiousness, it can expect a huge change. Yeah, so obviously that what you're saying, the second part of what you're saying is true. If you inject money into a high crime area, it's not going to fix the area because there's not a system,
the antisocial people, you really do.
Yes, but also you need this kind of like this. People talk about this when the Soviet Union collapsed, and they injected all this capital into Russia, and all that happened was it went to the corrupt people, because there wasn't like a system in place and a culture in place of a respect for laws and a belief in like playing by the rules. Like you need to have all that first before you inject money into a situation.
Yeah, the new Batman movie is a great movie about the law. People debating about having respect for the law. The gangsters breaking the law and getting away with it. The rich white people breaking the law and getting away with it.
I think that's like the surface level of what's going on in the Batman movie. I think unfortunately it's like kind of this weird, I don't know. I think if you like really analyze the Batman movie, it doesn't really say positive things about anything about society or the world at all.
But what do you mean? Batman is literally the hero, and all of society is kind of breaking down because people are losing respect for the law. Even Commissioner Gordon is like the last honest cop. He's like, all these cops are crooked. We can't talk here and shit like that.
Because it seems like, and
nobody
I think
respects the law anymore.
I think Ben Shapiro even brought this up. I think he's kind of correct. Like we naturally, as an audience, we empathize with and support Batman because it's Batman, right? But if you just look at the movie kind of separate, it seems like it's supposed to be that Batman is kind of wrong and vengeance driven until the end of the movie when he's baptized and falls in the water.
Yeah. I caught that too.
Right.
I mean, they kind of hit you over the head with that symbolism.
They kind of hit you over the head with it. Right. But so that means
I like
that
the baptism by fire scene myself. That was the better scene.
So that where he drove his car through fire and caused like 10 people to die on the highway.
Yes.
For no reason, because he needed to stop the penguin to ask him a question, which
I just wish there was more like flying bodies, flaming flying bodies as he like comes out of the.
Right.
Oh my God, it's so amazing.
Right.
Sitch, you're such a square. You just gotta love it.
I know.
You're thinking about the wrong things.
I remember the time Batman caused like a 10-car accident to pile up.
God.
And then he just let the guy go because he didn't actually need the guy and arrest him or anything.
I hate the fact that the next time I watch that movie, I'm not going to enjoy the scene as much because you've completely ruined it. I'm going to be thinking about the stupid kid with his mom.
Dying, burning to death in a car.
Yeah.
For no reason. For not even a good reason.
So bad.
That scene was edited so weird too, because after that amazing action sequence, right? First of all, I think that like 90% of that movie, that's not true. The movie has a great vibe and a great feeling. That's like 90% of the strength of the movie. The other 10% is the amazing Batman music soundtrack.
Oh yeah.
The Batman theme. You have that amazing
something in the way.
Okay, don't ruin it. just the like the part where he's walking up, that funeral dirge when he's like walking up, right? Yes. You have like the penguin's car gets knocked over. He's in the car. You see Batman walks out of the car, and it's like fucking Batman's theme, like fucking funeral dirges playing, like it's like, oh my god, this is so badass. And you see Batman like slowly walking towards the car,
upside down.
Like, oh my god! And you're seeing it from the Penguin's point of view. It's like the most badass thing ever.
It's so amazing, yeah.
And then instead of just cutting, they linger on the shot for 2 seconds too long, and you see Batman awkwardly lean his head over in the window and look goofily at the Penguin through the Batman mask. And I'm like, why did you just cut? Just have his feet. We know what's gonna happen. You don't need to actually have him like bend over, like looking through the window, like, hey, how you doing in there, buddy? Like
he bends down and trips on his cape. Oh, look
like just cut with his feet at the like. You don't need to see his face. Oh my god, that was such a fucking rookie mistake. It was so weird.
You're too hard. Like, you're too harsh on the movie.
Well, no, because it was just shocking. I was like, oh my god. When I first saw it scene, I'm like, this is the most badass scene ever. And then you see his stupid face when he bends over. He's got the weird nose, and it looks like he's like can't breathe through the mask properly. And it looks like he's about to go like.
You're too harsh.
I literally thought that like if the scene had gone on for 1 second longer, Batman would have been like, stop. Like the head, like, no. I was like, no, stop. Just cut it right before he bends over. Anyway. So Arrhythmus for $2. Oh, I read that one. That was the crime one. So.
That's a Nirvana song.
It's like a remix of Nirvana, or like it's a remix cover of Nirvana song.
No.
It's well, I mean, the part that everyone likes is just the funeral part. Asmi for 15 MYRs. Thank you so much, Asmi. Says we should put psychos in physical and mentally exhausting tests until they start becoming normal again. It's like reverse mind breaking. It'll work. I'm skeptical. That
yeah, doubtful.
There you go. Thank you, David. David Puff says, Sitch, you're right. That moment is terrible. I'm always like, and then the Penguin shoots him in the face.
Oh, God.
There you go. All right.
Willing suspension of disbelief. You guys figure it out, okay?
Right. Yeah, they did try to deconstruct elements of Batman in that movie that were silly. So, yeah. I stand by what I said when this movie first came out. It's actually not a Batman. I really feel like that movie was a script written for a Catwoman movie, which then studio said we cannot do a solo Catwoman movie after the disaster of it. So they rewrote it to be a Batman movie because Batman does not move the plot in that movie forward at all.
Does. Yeah.
It's all Catwoman and Commissioner Gordon moving the plot forward. So
yeah.
It's very weird.
I think Catwoman is particularly hot in that movie, but you disagree.
She's okay. I mean, I think What's Her Face is way hotter.
What's Her Face?
From the Nolan movies.
I don't remember that.
Anne Hathaway?
Oh yeah, I don't like Anne Hathaway.
You don't like Anne Hathaway?
No, she's
like as a person or like in terms of being hot?
She's like not hot, yeah.
You don't think Anne Hathaway? You don't think Forward Young Gentleman Anne Hathaway is hot?
No, she has this weird.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, she has this weird. I don't know. It's just She has there's zero sexual chemistry coming off of her. She has like a real sister vibe for me.
Sister vibe? Is she just okay? I know that everyone you know looks like someone else. So does she look like your
I don't
sister?
have a sister, so
Your long lost sister?
No. But if I had a sister, I think she'd look like Anne Hathaway.
Well, there you go, Adam. She's like, Oni-chan, I'm stuck in the staircase. Come help me out.
And not like a stepsister, you know, the kind that you can fool around with.
Oh, so you don't like Anne Hathaway doesn't have stepsister vibes. She has sister vibes.
She has biological sister vibes, yeah.
Okay.
The kind that you're worried about, like, you know.
Right.
Flipper babies.
Okay. Zoe Kravitz was Catwoman.
Oh, yeah, she's super high, yeah.
Okay.
Lenny Kravitz's daughter, I think, is Zoe Kravitz, yeah.
Yes. Not exactly a common name, yes. Disagree. Also, her outfit was stupid in that movie. That weird face mask that she would wear that would just cover her nose. But would leave like 90% of her face visible, defeating the whole point of wearing a mask.
Yeah, the nose is the face. If you're going to show your nose off, everyone's going to know what you look like.
No, remember she had a mask that had like this giant eye hole cover, but it just had a tiny little slip of like cloth that covered her nose, and then her entire bottom half of her face was visible.
Oh.
And it was like, you're like, this is the worst disguise ever. This is like Superman glasses levels of disguise.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
Is her mom the Huxtable daughter?
I don't know. There was one thing in the movie I liked about her. I did like when she fought Batman, and Batman literally just like just easily beat her. They didn't do any of that kung fu ninja warrior woman shit in that movie. He's just like, I'm just going to grab you because I'm like 3 times your size.
Yeah, he just grabbed her out of the air and put her like down on her back. It was great.
I did like that part. I did like that, the realism of that. Like, no, he's just so much bigger than you. It doesn't matter. You're not gonna like kung fu flip your way out of this.
I know, I did
like that.
That's like a super anti-woke scene right there.
Yes, it was. Yeah. No, the movie was not. I don't think the movie was woke, but it felt like it was a Catwoman movie retool, just because she's far more intricate to the plot. And Batman's really just kind of like a tool of the plot rather than a character moving the story forward. Because the entire movie follows her investigation of her like roommate being kidnapped. So.
Yeah, her friend.
CT for 2 Canadians says, sorry, Adam, I would have warned you, but I was AFK. Yes! I'm so glad. We got him. Coach was out of the room.
Caught me slipping.
We got him. Asme for 15 MYRs. It says, Anne Hathaway gave me some Otta vibes. And Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland is the White Queen. True.
Yeah, she was not
true.
Not cool in that movie either.
Okay, you are insanely wrong.
You're like a big Anne Hathaway simp.
No. Listen.
We've got some new lore, guys.
No,
someone's got a crush on Anne, plain Jane Hathaway.
First of all, Anne Hathaway's hot, and that's not like a controversial take even remotely to say that. Okay. But secondly, what I was going to say about Alice in Wonderland.
Anne Hathaway.
True.
No hot
Anne
away.
Hathaway, 100%. I'm on the Anne Hathaway train, baby.
Hot, get away from
all day, any day. Okay. That scene in Thank You for Smoking, she gets her tits out. Very nice.
Oh, she's in Thank You for Smoking? Oh, you're right.
I'm sorry, not Thank You for Smoking.
No, she's not the chick in Thank You for Smoking.
What's the movie where the guy?
That chick is actually hot.
It's the guy where the guy's a pharmaceutical rep.
Yeah. Oh wait,
what fucking movie is that?
That's not Thank You. Thank You for Smoking does not have. It's got Katie Holmes in it. What are you talking about?
Katie Holmes. Anne Hathaway's hotter than Katie Holmes. Katie Holmes is hot, but what the fuck's the movie I'm thinking of?
Katie
Why
Holmes
can't I see it? I'm looking at Anne Hathaway's.
Screws Aaron Eckhart in Thank You for Smoking. Thank You for Smoking was produced by who?
I don't know.
Elon Musk.
Is that true?
Yes.
Love and Other Drugs. That's the movie. Anyway. Okay, well, let me say this.
Anyway.
Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland. No, it wasn't that anyway. Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland is an awful, awful movie that he should be embarrassed for making.
True.
It's embarrassing.
True.
It has one redeeming quality.
0 redeeming qualities.
I saw this movie in theaters with my girlfriend at the time and one of her friends because they wanted to see fucking Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland.
Mm-hmm. And you're like, geez.
I was like,
I mean, she's my girlfriend. I kind of have to give in.
Right. They're like, we like Tim Burton's dark, edgy, emo aesthetic. I'm like, all right, it's gonna be shit, but okay. The one redeeming quality in the movie was Anne Hathaway.
It could have been great, but
you know why she was the one redeeming quality in the movie?
Because you think she's hot.
Well, that's part of it, but no. Because she realized that the movie was dog shit. And she was playing it in the dumbest, corniest, over the fucking fence, shooting the moon, campiest, corniest way imaginable. She's like, this movie is so dumb. I'm gonna be like an idiot. And it was hilarious because I was like, oh my God. She understands this movie is so bad. And she's just playing it up. She's yucking it up in this movie.
Yeah.
And very, very, very stupid people who do the Razzies, which was some fake award they used to give to like anti-Oscar people, would constantly cite her as giving the worst performance in any movie ever. And I'm like, you people are literally brain damaged. It was very obvious she was like trying to be as awful as possible on purpose when you watch that movie.
Yeah,
she's doing like the weird. Yeah, she's doing like the weird. Yes, she read the script. She's doing the weirdest fucking shit. It's like she's doing an impression of like female
genital mutilation.
No.
that's not the impression she's doing. Oh.
Holy shit. No. She's doing like female Nicolas Cage in that movie. She's just being weird. She's being a fucking weirdo. She's like, I'm female Nicolas Cage. I'm a cat. Wow. I'm just doing weird shit. And it was very funny to me.
Have you seen that movie with Pedro Pascal and Nicolas Cage? Where Nicolas Cage plays himself?
No.
What's the name of that movie? It's a new movie. It's actually pretty good.
See a trailer for the new Nicolas Cage movie called Renfield.
Okay.
Where Nicolas Cage is Dracula.
That's not it.
And it's a movie that looks like every scene with Nicolas Cage as Dracula is awesome, and every scene without it looks like it's gonna be awful.
Oh, that's
my prediction for the movie. So that's what it looked like from the trailer.
Nicolas Cage plays himself in this movie with Pedro Pascal, and it's actually a pretty good movie. I mean,
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
Yes, that's it.
I'm a cat. I'm Nicolas Cage. I'm a cat.
It starts off, I'm like, this is super cringe, but it grows on you. So
okay. Stug for $5 says, I maintain that every time Batman walked in from the darkness was incredibly awkward and goofy in that film.
You guys are ruining a perfect movie.
I don't remember those scenes, honestly enough. The awkward scenes I remember is the leaning over the car scene, him like trying to start the Batmobile and then it not going for some reason, and we don't know why. We never found out what the fuck that was about.
There's a giant plot hole too when the guy comes, like, rappels in. The first ceiling is like 50 feet up. It's like crazy skylight, and then in the end of the movie, he's like, "I'm not athletic. I couldn't have done any of this stuff."
Yes. You're like, how did you kill that first guy? Yeah.
You climbed up on a 50-story building and like dropped 50 feet on a rope into the.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't have done that shit.
He can't drive stick. The first time he did it was fine, I guess, but he just keeps doing it. Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I love me some Batman coming out of the darkness, but I don't know how well it translates to the film. I still want to see, and I don't know if it will translate. I still want to see if they can translate, because to me, I think, and where they're always missing, to me, like when you look at animated Batman, what always makes him awesome and imposing is you don't really see him. You see like his mask, and you just see like the cape. You wouldn't see his body so much. Like remember in the animated series, he'd have the cape over his body like most of the time, unless he was like actually fighting someone. He would walk and the cape would cover up his entire body. So he's just kind of like this fucking floating creepy Batman guy, which I don't know, that could look really stupid. Like a lot of things that look really cool animated look really stupid live action. So it might
if they
look
do
dumb.
it like Dark City, it could be cool. I don't. It's
But they
like
should
you
try.
got to see it though.
I gotta see. Yeah, you gotta see it. You gotta see if it could work.
It could just look like a floating, like he's moonwalking everywhere.
It could. That's what I'm saying. Like, or they could just have him, like, you know, I didn't like. Obviously, the Batman vs Superman sucked, but the one cool thing about it was I liked his little. He had the mask. He had the Batman mask with the glowing white eyes, which I've always wanted to see in film, and I thought it looked pretty good.
Ben Affleck.
That was because people. That's I think the big problem too is the Batman mask. I think always looks better when his eyes are covered with the white triangles and you can't actually see them.
Yeah.
And they never want to do that in the. I don't have a live action movie besides Batman vs Superman ever done that.
I don't know.
I don't think so. There's a one part in the Nolan movie where he has the eyes, but it looks kind of stupid because he's like they're too round. But anyways. Butters for $5 says, I always wonder what a Batman movie from the bad guy's perspective would be like. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. How do you feel about this Joker sequel?
I know nothing about it. It's supposed to be a musical, right?
They're doing a sequel to Joaquin Phoenix's Joker.
As a musical.
No.
Oh, it's not a musical?
Not a musical.
No, it's a musical.
With Lady Gaga.
As the
Harley Quinn.
As the ugliest Harley Quinn ever.
Quinn. Yeah.
As the ugliest Harley Quinn to ever walk the planet.
Lady Gaga is like a butterface.
A butterface?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
She's got a hot body. Butterface.
But her face?
Yeah, I do not know.
I do know. Obviously, I know that, but it's
okay.
I mean, it's kind of sexist
Right.
for you to say something like that.
I gotcha. But I don't know
That's
how like
cruel.
I don't know how you could make a sequel to Joker. I mean, I'll watch it. I don't know how you can make a sequel, especially not one like is he supposed like that version of Joker cannot fight.
Did
Batman.
you not know that it's a musical? It literally has. You know that
it's a musical? You're fucking with me.
What's
I don't believe it.
Who's playing Harley Quinn again?
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga, is she a musician or something?
Of course. Just because she's Lady Gaga doesn't mean that it's
I'm
be a
telling
musical.
you, it's a musical. I heard everyone was losing their minds because it's supposed to be a musical.
Chat, is this true?
Joaquin Phoenix is gonna. Joaquin Phoenix is literally gonna sing.
Oh, someone said it's.
He's doing Singing in the Rain.
Someone said it is supposed to be a musical. This isn't true. Where did you hear this musical?
Look,
why would they do this?
Look, I'm in Hollywood, man. I know the fucking shit.
It's a musical?
How do you not know this?
I don't know. Joker's 2 musical sequel is both logical and surprising. There's nothing logical about making Joker 2 a musical. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, I say that it could be amazing, but that sounds really stupid.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, I didn't think the first one was that amazing. Like now it's a musical, I'm out.
Right. Now you're like super out.
And not only that, it's got Lady Gaga. I don't like Lady Gaga's music.
Some of her songs are okay.
Is she going to sing Born This Way?
She's going to sing Telephone. Joker's going to try to call her, and she's going to say, I'm not going to reach my telephone. Telephone.
Her music is so bad. Lady Gaga's the worst.
Oh.
Now, if Melanie Martinez was in this movie.
You don't like her poker face? My poker face.
My butter face.
That's one of the few people I've ever seen in concert. I don't know if you know that.
Lady Gaga? Oh, really?
Yes. I was dating someone who was super into Lady Gaga, so I have all those songs like burned into my brain because she would always listen to them.
I tell you what, if I was dating someone who liked Lady Gaga, I would stop dating that person like immediately.
Look at this. Look at this guy.
Well, how hot is she?
She's pretty hot.
Oh,
she was very hot.
Okay. Never mind. I'd continue to date her, but I would bring earplugs with me.
I see. I don't
Look,
know
are
how you
we-
can make a sequel to the Joker, let alone a musical sequel. So I don't know. Maybe making a sequel is so stupid that making it even stupider by making a musical actually makes sense. I don't know.
It's
I
gonna
mean,
be
you
horrible.
you cannot have Walking Phoenix Joker fight Batman. Like everyone agrees, that would be the stupidest thing, the stupidest movie ever, right? This pathetic, sniveling, weakling, loser idiot can never fight Batman.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's just gonna make it this own weird, sort of unrelated to Batman, even though I know Bruce Wayne was in the original. Unrelated to Batman Joker musical thing. Who knows? We'll see.
Maybe they'll do a dance off at the end, like Guardians of the Galaxy. You don't know. It could be cool.
I mean, listen, I wasn't really interested in seeing it, but now that I hear it's a musical, I'm interested in seeing it just because it's so weird. It sounds stupid.
Maybe Weird Al will be in it. Maybe Weird Al will do a number.
Yeah. Then I would definitely see it. I don't think it wouldn't work. He could never fight Batman because his character is like, he's just stupid. He's just an idiot. So, I mean, Joker's got to be really smart and dangerous. That character doesn't work that way. Unless they just do a massive retcon where all of a sudden he's like a super genius.
That movie's all about one scene. The scene where they shoot the guy in the face. That's all.
That's Robert De Niro,
yeah.
Which is a great scene. It's a fantastic scene. But beyond that scene, the movie is very... That is a movie that's like so on the nose.
Yeah.
I don't know how many SEALs were clubbed to death by the making of that movie. It's so on the nose.
Yeah.
Arithmus for $2 says, how do we create social programs that boost people in poor communities' investment in society and help them move the culture in a more pro-social, productive direction?
Drag queens.
It's a fantastic question, Arithmus, that I don't fucking have an answer for.
Drag queens.
Whatsoever. I don't know.
Look, I think we should try.
You think drag queens? That's what creates the pro-social investment.
More drag queens.
Okay. I don't think so. Anyways.
Oh, wow.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Dev, for coming on and talking us into insanity with some more Yarvin Marvin.
Yarvin?
Marvin Yarvin. Yar. He seems kind of like Yarp from the police movie. I want to say Super Troopers, but that's not the name. I can't think. It's too late. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. All my pronouns have escaped my brain. Anyways, thank you all for coming. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you have watched the entirety of this behemoth. You are the true free will seekers, the true heroes, the true fans. And we'll see you all on Sunday.
I'm telling you guys, Batman is great. Not as good as Tenet, but Batman is good. Go see it. Bye-bye!
How does the gold bar flap into this hand, Adam?
Bye-bye!